Welcome back to America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well, as we look at some pictures of the next generation. Getting ready for race number 3 here at Aqueduct now. 7 furlongs on the main track, and the starter optional claiming for 3-year-olds. 7 furlongs here as Romp is 3-2, turning back in distance a little bit, as he is the son of Claiborne stallion Orb, who was also trained by Shug McGahee.
And Orb is now going overseas. Has he been? I think he's leaving. I thought I read that.
I have to double check back on that, but Orb, of course, Kentucky Derby winner for Shug McGahee. He has Romp here at 3-2. For more, let's check in with Richie.
I'm trying to get my papers straight here, Keisha, but let's start talking about number 4, Romp, who did just that in his last start, dropping into the maiden 35,000 level. He looks fabulous here in the paddock. He would absolutely get the check mark from the physical perspective watching him here in the paddock. Asked trainer Shug McGahee about him. You know, what was the turnaround? Was it the class relief last time? Was it the proverbial light bulb going on? He says, well, he feels like the class relief might have given this horse some confidence, and that he's trained extremely well since then. So maybe he just learned that, hey, I can do this and be successful at it. But again, from a physical perspective, he is a standout here in the paddock. The 5-horse Respect for All always looks good. Looks good again. Might have tucked up a little bit off his last race in which he won. I thought he might have carried just a bit more weight, but he's still a nice-looking individual. And the 6 recreated a big price here for trainer Rick Schosberg. Big kind of raw-boned son of Lauban. Looks really good here in the paddock. He's returning as a first-time gelding. I asked Rick Schosberg about that gelding and the effect that it's had. He said they gelded him, didn't see a lot of change, and then he started really changing and coming around, and he feels like he's almost there. Sometimes it takes a little while for a horse to kind of settle in after being gelded and kind of find themselves, but he says he's really come a long way since he's been gelded, and he likes what he's seeing from him in his training. Feels like, though, he might still need a little bit more time to really find himself.
Okay, Richie, thank you. Gelded last raced on Valentine's Day. In fact, recreated, as we'll talk more about this race in a moment. We owe you some prices from the 3rd
Gelded on
at
Valentine's
Oaklawn.
Day? You think you're going to let that one go without a comment?
February 14th? I mean, come on. At Oaklawn Park. Andy was just dying to say something over there. I could see him. I was hoping if I ignored him, he wouldn't say anything. But Copelia,
ignore me.
winner in race 3 at Oaklawn.
Yeah, holds off and gets the victory over the heavy favorite. And the first are Very Good, gets the money. And thinking of Very Good, Chico Escuela is the character that Garrett Morris paid. We've decided that's a good horse name.
It is.
We want somebody to name a horse Chico Escuela.
It is. So if you have a yearling or a 2-year-old you're looking to name, there's an option for you. But Copelia, an $11.20 winner, is a couple of first-time starters checking in 2nd and 3rd. Ones to watch next time out.
Yeah, we'll see how they go. Overall, I'm going to question the overall field quality in that race, to be honest, and we'll see if it's a tougher spot next time they run.
Back at Aqueduct in the 3rd race, Romp for trainer Shug McGahee. What's this trainer stat we have here?
Yeah, he's got lousy numbers coming off of maiden wins in the dirt, and I think that's a bit of a concern. I won't be surprised if Romp has woken up and he's able to win this field. He's certainly not meeting any killers. I picked him 2nd. I also, and I know you aren't a big fan of him, and you're down in Florida, and I would agree with you that he didn't beat the strongest group of horses, but he did run a fast enough race that he could win here and going for Shug. I just point that number out because the statistic out because he is a short price in here to bet against him. Of the 2 horses taking money, I prefer him to the 8 American Gentleman who ran that gaudy 80 buyer last time, claimed away from Ray Handel. I don't believe that race at all. I think he benefited from a gold rail that day and dressed him up. His other races aren't good enough. I like the 2 Centavo in here, and hopefully he gets enough pace to make his run at.
Yeah, where did that 80 buyer speed figure come from? We'll talk more about that horse in a moment, though. We kick off the post parade to the inside with the number 1, Blue Grotto.
I don't think Blue Grotto's impossible, getting a little less distance. The mile proved a little bit tough for him. The problem is he's a forwardly placed horse in a race where there could be a reasonable pace.
Here's that number 2, Centavo. They come out of the same race.
I thought he ran okay last time and was never really in a comfortable position closing down the inside, and hopefully a stronger pace would help his chances.
Here's one that could be part of that pace, the 3, Jimmy the Kid.
Yeah, we'll see. He does have some speed in here. He would have to improve.
The 4, Romp, your favorite at 3-2.
He's another horse who would benefit if he got some pace in front of him. The question you have to ask is how much you believe his last race at Gulfstream, and can he repeat it here? If he does, he'll be tough.
Respect for All, popular at the claim box. He's now with Bruce Brown.
Yeah, and he was an easy winner last time out, and he's not impossible in this spot either. He did meet a much weaker field last time.
Big price on the 6, Recreated.
Yeah, while he's been gelded and gets Lasix, there's nothing to suggest about his other races that he would be effective here unless he improved dramatically.
Here's the 7, Purple Hearted.
Yeah, you know, his win last time is fast enough to give him a puncher's chance at a price. We'll see. Maybe he's improving.
The half-brother to New York Traffic. Here's the 8, American Gentleman.
Oh, yeah, New York Traffic. American Gentleman's last race sticks out like a sore thumb. He is the speed. Can he get 7 furlongs? And if he comes close to in that number, he'll win, but he won't.
And we wrap up with a big price, Echoes of Destiny.
Got a very good setup and fast pace to break his maiden first time out under a terrific ride by Pablo Morales. Over his head, though, in his last race, more realistic spot today.
That's the field for the 3rd race at Aqueduct, and we want to remind you about the cross-country Pick 5, one of the most fun wagers today. It features racing from Aqueduct, Keeneland, and Oaklawn. Play all 3 tracks in one 50-cent bet by looking for XCP5 in the wagering menu in your online betting account. For free past performances and more information, visit NYRA.com/cross-country. Taking a look at the sequence here, and love these wagers. It's a lot of excitement, Andy, in a short amount of time. You cover 3 different tracks here and some big races in the sequence as well.
No, I agree. You've got the 4 stake races, an allowance race here that while we did have some scratches in the 7, I still think it's a competitive race. I'm interested in the 5 Family Biz, but then you've got the turf sprint at Keeneland. The Danger's Hour here, not the easiest of spots. The Lexington, a lot of people will lean on Proxy. We'll see. In the Oaklawn Mile, people can lean on by my standards. I think it's a competitive race, though. We'll see how it plays out.
Looking forward to all of that coming up a little bit later on. As here in the 3rd, about 4 minutes away, we're taking a look at the 2 Centavo. This is the horse you had some interest in as he comes out of a 2nd place finish ahead of Blue Grotto last time out.
Yeah, I don't love, horses that are sort of trying to rally inside of horses the whole way around the track. It's not that he had a bad trip, because he didn't, but it's not always the easiest way. You kind of sometimes want to get him in the clear. It also wasn't that strong a pace in here, and I think that the pace today should be more to his liking. I don't love him. I just didn't want to pick the 4, and he was the best case I could make for anybody else at a square price.
Fair enough. You're getting 7-1 on Centavo right now as he comes up the rail to finish 3rd that day. Blue Grotto with Kendrick Ramusha aboard, finishing 3rd in that spot. Won by Civil War as Romp is still 3-2 as we head down trackside again to check in with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. And one thing that you've always got to remember and kind of figure into when you're looking at horses from a physical perspective is horses coming out of Florida are just naturally going to look better. Their coats are going to be shorter because the weather's warmer there. They're usually a little more dappled out, a little more sheen to their coat. Horses that spent the winter in New York, they've had to wear a winter coat to stay warm, and a lot of them are in the midst of still shedding if they haven't been clipped. So you're always going to, I think your eye is always going to lean or get caught by horses coming out of the warmer climes, if you will, and certainly that's the case with the 4 Romp, who just caught my eye. Really beautiful physical specimen, solid kind of horse. Everybody has their idea of what a horse should look like. He's kind of my idea of what a horse should look like, and I think he could take another step forward off of that big win last time against Much Easier. The 6 Recreated, big price, first time gelding. I liked him in the paddock a little bit. I like him on the racetrack. I do think he'll outrun his 22-1 odds. I don't know that he'll win, but I do think he's going to run an improved effort. Certainly, last time he didn't. It was basically a non-effort, but I think he's going to outrun his 22-1 odds. And then a horse that really didn't do anything for me in the paddock, but changed quite a bit when he got on the racetrack was the 8 American Gentleman. He just kind of got puffed up, got a little bit more animated, a lot more energy to his step, and sometimes a horse will kind of be a little almost sleepy in the paddock. When they get on the racetrack, they know it's go time, and that was certainly the case with the 8 American Gentleman.
Richie, thank you. American Gentleman, 3-1, taking a lot of money, and Andy, his last 2 races, relatively similar, 2nd by half a length, a win by half a length last time, but a 20-point difference as far as that Beyer speed figure.
Right. When horses run aberrationally good or sometimes aberrationally bad numbers, you have to ask yourself why. Now, it's always possible a horse improved or just lost its form, as the case could be. In his case, he was riding a very, very strong bias that enabled him to control the race on the inside. And the bias was very strong that day, and that's why he ran that number. He's never run another race that's even remotely competitive. It's 7 furlongs today. He may be the controlling speed, but he may have to go relatively quickly, faster than he did last time when he got a very tepid pace. I would be shocked if he's effective. And to me, as a bettor, you look for shorter priced horses to try to bet against, and I think you throw him out, he's 3-1 right now, you've more than thrown the odds in your favor. Now you've still got to come up with a winning play, but to me, American Gentleman has next to no chance in this race, and he's the kind of horse that if my dunce cap wasn't at Belmont and I had it here with me, I'd be happy to wear after the race if he wins.
3-1 right now on American Gentleman, who opened a 4-length lead last time out. Ended up a diminishing win as far as winning by just half a length there. Let's see how he does handling a little bit more distance today with the 7 furlongs. And just clarifying, your pick is the 2 at 7-1 Centavo in this spot.
I do think I think Centavo's a very generous price at 7-1 right now. They're focusing in on the 2 horses with the best speed figures, which isn't surprising, the 4 Romp and the 8 American Gentleman. I am scared of Romp. I did protect myself with a 4-2 exacta because I do think he can win here. I think he's over bet, and I like Centavo. I'll be interested to see. We'll see if is Romp an improved horse, or did he find himself down at Gulfstream against a weak field? We'll find out today.
6-5 on Romp, and you heard good comments from him, from Richie about him on track. And I will say, just looking at my notes from last time to today, he does look like he has improved physically even from his last start. So we'll see how that does play in the 3rd at Aqueduct, as there he goes, your favorite Romp for Shug McGahee, and we'll send it up to track announcer John Imbriel.
In the gate. And they're off. American Gentleman is sent out for the lead, quickly joined by Jimmy the Kid. Jimmy the Kid, American Gentleman. Between those two, it's Respect for All. A break of 2, back to Purple Hearted, who's running in 4th. Centavo is 5th. Echoes of Destiny on the outside in 6th. Then it's the trio of Recreated, Romp, and Blue Grotto. Up the backstretch. Down on the inside, it's Jimmy the Kid with the lead over American Gentleman. The quarter went in 23 and 2/5 seconds. It's Jimmy the Kid down at the rail. American Gentleman now draws right alongside. The front 2 have 2.5 lengths on Purple Hearted, who's running in 3rd. Then it's a gap of almost 4. Back to Respect for All in 4th. Romp is on the move on the outside in 5th. Centavo gains in between horses. Then it's Echoes of Destiny, followed by Recreated and Blue Grotto. American Gentleman in front as they come for the top of the stretch, the half in 46 and 2. It's American Gentleman with the lead. Purple Hearted moves up on the outside into 2nd. Jimmy the Kid is 3rd. Then Romp, and down towards the rail, it is Centavo. They're moving for the 8th pole. American Gentleman has the lead. Purple Hearted, Romp on the outside, and Jimmy the Kid at the 16th pole. It is still American Gentleman, but here comes Romp now on the outside. Romp and American Gentleman, and it is Romp from off the pace to win it. Purple Hearted came on to get 2nd over American Gentleman.
Romp, the favorite, gets it done, hands and heels down to the wire from Jose Ortiz, and no dunce cap needed today, Andy.
No, but I don't think American Gentleman ran badly in there, and then the 7 furlongs seemed to get to him today as the pace was more contested as we expected. Listen, no surprise that Romp ground out the victory. He found the right field. He got a good ride. He got a good pace to set him up in here, and he was able to grind out the victory. I'll be surprised if the race comes back as strongly as his last race, but maybe it wasn't that bad. The 7 Purple Hearted improved off his maiden win last time to be a good 2nd here. And I don't think American Gentleman, I don't think I was right about him because he lost. He was a terrible bet at 2-1. But he still ran reasonably well in here to finish 3rd. Centavo had no excuse. He had a good trip, and he just had nothing.
Romp at 7-5 gets the win. Not exactly a romp today, but easily eased up down to the wire. As we'll bring you the prices soon from Aqueduct back at Oaklawn Park, though. As we turn the page there, we have an Ice Maiden special weight coming up as America's Day at the Races, brought to you in part by Run Happy, the champion sprinter who raced medication-free. He stands in stall number 1 at Claiborne Farm, and now is a second crop sire. Has certainly made a lot of noise, and he has a couple of chances as far as his offspring in this race with the 5 Happy Mac and the 8 Following C.
I don't know that we've had one of these, tremendous matchups of 2 Run Happies in a race so far. And you've got the 5 Happy Mac, who I thought ran very well in his debut at Saratoga, not badly at Keeneland, and Following C. Now, if Bob Baffert is bringing this horse in from California, he's done that occasionally, and they usually win. I think Meredith won big on one of these big cards last year for him, and this horse did run well enough last time to win here, but we'll see. Both Run Happies can run in here, no doubt about it. The 6 Amazing Rocket, though, the firster, is taking some money.
Let's get a paddock report from Maggie as Following C currently 4-5.
Yeah, I think he is going to be tough in here, Acacia. But let's talk about the returning Happy Mac, a horse that I did see first time out and ran well in that race, won by Founder, who came from last, where Happy Mac and Highly Motivated went head-to-head, toe-to-toe, and Happy Mac just getting a little leg weary there, and came back and ran a similar race at Keeneland, in which he was just run down by a horse in the middle of the track. He won the battle but lost the war that day. He was very game in battling the horse that was directly to his outside. Problem here, looking at him, is that I don't see a horse that has necessarily gone on from 2 to 3. He looks fit enough coming back here. Wish he honestly looked a little bit better in his coat, but he pretty much looks the same as what he did in that debut back on August 29th, whereas Following C, yes, is the first time I'm seeing this horse, but he is impressive looking. Granted, he's trained by Bob Baffert, so Baffert's horses tend to look very impressive, but just striding out beautifully, this big, powerful walk. He really kind of puffed himself up, enlarged his frame once he got the tack on. He's going to be very tough in here. He's going to be quick, you would think. He broke very quickly that day, and then was kind of taken back when he interfered with another horse about the 16th of a mile out of the gate. So, thus the DQ. So Following C, for me, deserved favorite based upon appearances. Horse I'm very interested in is number 2, Rising Empire, for a couple of reasons. First of all, I actually galloped his dam, Smart Farming, who is the dam of Rocketry. So this guy, half-brother to Rocketry, and his debut race at Keeneland, he was chasing wide, then he was checked slightly coming around the turn. He tried to split horses. He was checked that day when he tried to do so. Just a really, really rough trip, but he kept coming. Now, I'm concerned that 6 furlongs is a bit on the short side, given that pedigree, given his overall frame. He's very tall, leggy, he's got some size. But based upon that first effort, I do think this horse can run. He's come back sharp. He was sharp when he was walking over here and in the paddock. He looks fit and well prepared by Larry Jones. He's an intriguing one if things get a little hot possibly up front to come and pick up the pieces, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. Rising Empire 8-1 currently, as one of the sons of Run Happy 3-5 in Following C. Back at Aqueduct, we owe you some prices in race number 3. It was Romp at 7-5, who does get the job done here over the 7 Purple Hearted. 4-7-8-5 in the third.
Yeah, and I would argue that the 3 Jimmy the Kid, and it's not surprising because you could see it on paper, probably cost the 8 American Gentleman the win. His speed softened him up enough that he was not able to get the final 16th effectively, and Romp was there to grind him down. Thought he ran fine in here, building on his win down at Gulfstream. Second place finisher Purple Heart. It also improved for Chris Englehart, but Jose Ortiz, perfect trip, gets the victory aboard Romp. As you say, not a romp, but a win.
And a win's a win at the end of the day, as Romp makes it 2 victories in a row. Still unofficial as of now. We'll keep you posted. Not sure for the delay there.
It's probably technical. I don't think there's any inquiries going on.
Wouldn't think so, as of course we'll keep you posted when it does go official. But back here at Oaklawn Park, as we heard from Maggie about the 2 offspring of Run Happy in here, Following C, as you heard Maggie mention, he's the one, because of that DQ, was kind of soon out of the gate as he was coming over and slammed into the horse that eventually finished second, but he finished third, excuse me, so disqualified from second to third in that debut. But as you mentioned, Bob Baffert and Look, Joel Rosario aboard as well.
Yeah, and I mean, I guess he comes on the plane with Concert Tour. I assume Concert Tour has been in California. Yeah. And this horse was highly touted in his debut. I don't think he ran badly. He was disqualified for an incident out of the gate, not for anything in the stretch. He came over and he fouled a horse inside of him, Mr. Impossible, who finished third and was placed second. But I thought he ran a good race in there, and a repeat of that performance would make him very tough.
The other Run Happy, who, as Maggie mentioned, we saw in Saratoga behind some nice horses. This is the brother to Chancelot as well. He comes back off a layoff since October.
I like this horse. He met a very good field, highly motivated, who's almost won the Bluegrass last week, and he dueled in there. I thought he ran very well in the slop that day. Not badly last time either, as he did get involved in another pace duel.
Here's the post braid, starting with the 2 Rising Empire, that brother to Rocketry.
Yeah, he's not impossible in here, though. He did have a pretty good trip in his debut. He gets Lasix.
Did steady back a little bit in the stretch, but here's the 3 first-time starter Magical Mystery Tour.
He did steady. I just thought he was going nowhere. This horse is a son of magician. A first foal. You wonder if turf might be more in his future.
Tarawa, another firster.
Yeah, there's 3 bad runners in dirt. So 1 foal from this dam ran well on the synthetic.
Here's that one son of Run Happy, Happy Mac.
Yeah, I don't think it's a one-horse race. I think both of these Run Happies can run, and I think Happy Mac will run well today.
The 6 is Amazing Rocket, firster for Brad Cox.
Yeah, this horse is bet. He is the second choice in multi-race bets over the 5. Happy Mac would surprise me. They bet Brad Cox horses, but a $500,000 into Mischief. I didn't see a lot of pedigree to spend that kind of money, did you?
I very much agree. I think Into Mischief factor might have helped. You saw a long shot altered go by. Here's Following C. Following
C is the horse to beat, no doubt about it. And he looks like a talented runner, and Bob Baffert didn't ship him here expecting to lose, but he's got some other competition.
Owned and bred by our friends at Spendthrift Farm, as there's one other firster and another one for Steve Asmussen, Arms and Armor.
Yeah, this son of Lauban is a New York bred. It's interesting to see Asmussen run him here. You wonder if he's thinking get a race into him and send him to New York so he could run against New York breds for those potent purses. The Laubans have been runners, and it's a little more turfy, though, on the dam side.
We'll see if we might see him here in New York and have those great incentives to look for with those New York breds. But a couple of interesting runners in here. Let's go back a bit to the 6 Amazing Rocket, who you mentioned taking some attention for Brad Cox, who, as we talked about, had a sensational last year. This one is by Into Mischief, who's become Brad Cox's go-to rider, Florence Rue aboard.
Yeah, and Into Mischief, as you suggested, he's really the hottest sire out there right now. And he's had some very good runners. We'll see. You don't really know how strong is he bet. Is it the Brad Cox factor? It is Frank Fletcher Racing as well. And, of course, they'll be represented a little bit later with Frank's Rocket.
Yeah.
They're terrific 4-year-old filly sprinting. We'll see. I mean, this is not an easy spot because you've already got the 8. The Run Happy, and you've got the 5, Happy Mac off the layoff, who's run very well in his first 2 starts. It's going to take a pretty good effort, I think, to beat both of those horses, or either one, maybe.
Let's take a look at the debut for Following C, as Bob Baffert, in fact, ran 1-2 in this race with Defunded actually winning. You just kind of closed by everybody, but Following C was 4-5 in here. He was the one that was bet in this spot.
Yeah, he also lost to Defunded, who was another Bob Baffert runner who didn't embarrass himself finishing 4th in the Santa Anita Derby last week. And even though he had a little bit of trouble in there, he overall had a pretty good trip. And I don't think Following C ran badly. I just probably think they didn't expect Defunded to run as well as he did. A 77 buyer will win a lot of those races. He's the horse to beat. He's obviously a very talented runner, son of Run Happy, but I think that Happy Mac is pretty darn good too, and especially given a chance to grow up off the 6-month-plus layoff.
And he did not have an easy time of it last time either. I mean, these 2 horses were dueling down to the wire at Keeneland. Both of them ended up getting passed by the eventual winner, Oncoming Train, closing in the stretch, but poor Happy Mac, again, down on the inside, not an easy time of it trying to hold on with that speed.
Right. You feel like he deserves an opportunity to not get buried in a speed duel both times he ran. He actually got involved in a speed duel with a Todd Pletcher horse, New Bomb, in his debut, who finished 3rd and finished ahead of him. But that was also the day of those wild rain. That was the crazy day with the Forgo when that horse came from out of the clouds to win. So it was the circumstances. And while Founder, who won the race, has not gone on and run well for Chad Brown, highly motivated, the second horse, he's one of the top 3-year-olds in the country. This is a good horse, Happy Mac. I do think Following C is going to be tough to beat, but I won't be surprised if the other Run Happy Mac gets it done.
2 options for Run Happy here as horses warming up on track. Let's check it again with Maggie.
Take a look at two first-time starters. Number 6, Amazing Rocket, the son of Into Mischief, looks like a carbon copy of his sire. I mean, just exactly like Into Mischief. And a lot of times the good ones that you see, which he has a lot of them, they do look exactly like their sire. So he was a little bit green when he first came into the paddock, but he is big, he is strong, and he was very strong and into the bridle when he received a solo warm-up from Florent Giroux. The money's very meaningful. This guy looks ready to go. He looks like he might be a promising type of runner. I do agree with you as far as the immediate pedigree, not having much of it. The Dam, though, was a multiple stakes winner, including winning the Busanda, obviously in New York. So you might have to search for some pedigree, but there's a little bit there, as number 4, Terawatt, isn't taking much money as a first-time starter for Ron Moquette. But every time I looked at this horse, he's acted like one that has done this a dozen times. He moved excellently over this racetrack, warmed up solo away from the pony beneath Ramon Vasquez, incredibly fit here. I don't know if he can run. Obviously, he's not taking much money, but he has done literally everything right as far as the preliminaries are concerned, and he looks like a horse that is ready to go. Acacia?
Maggie, thank you. Hey, at 26-1, nothing wrong with a horse that's made a good impression, and maybe use this one as you do have a heavy favorite. Those two options with Run Happy, 3-5 on the number 8 Following C. The 2 Rising Empire was another price horse, though, that Maggie had mentioned. Andy potentially wanting to go a bit longer. I mean, you think about Rocketry and those marathon type of races that he wins.
Yeah, I mean, we'll see. Obviously, they're running him at 6 off a layoff. I guess the question is whether or not they feel he needs a race, or they disagree and think he's a horse that'll run effectively shorter. He didn't run badly in his debut. He did have that trouble you mentioned. He wasn't going anywhere when he had that trouble. I think he was going to finish 4th anyway, but it's fair to say. And I thought he had a good trip overall in that race. Listen, I'm not going to say he can't improve and be effective, because people should realize he and the 5 Happy Mac are running buyers of 64. That was 6 months ago. It's routine improvement is considered about 1.5 to 2 points a month. So they could run buyer figures in the mid-70s off their layoffs, and that makes them competitive with Following C, who just ran that figure a month ago. So I'm not making a case. I think Following C is the horse to beat, though I do think Happy Mac at 9-2 is actually a good bet against him. I think he's a value play, but I don't think it's inconceivable that either the 2 or 5 improve enough to beat Following C.
Maggie, I know you know the family of Rising Empire well. Additional thoughts on this one?
Yeah, actually, the first horse I galloped in Saratoga was this horse's Dam, and I came there in 2010 for Linda Rice. And I disagree with Andy about the trip for the fact of I'm viewing that trouble that he had as a little bit more detrimental to him as an individual, because he's such a big horse. And when big horses get checked, and he was checked slightly around the turn too, so losing a bit of ground, it takes a lot for them to regain their momentum. And he is a big, leggy horse. Obviously, that too suggests that he's probably going to want more ground, but he is sharp. I will give him that coming back for this 6 furlong contest. So I personally really liked the debut, so we'll see what he does here coming back for Larry Jones.
Maggie, thank you. 8-1 on Rising Empire. We'll see if he takes a step forward second time out and builds off of that debut that he had back in October at Keeneland. 3-5 now on the number 8 Following C. The 2 Run Happy offspring with big chances here in the 4th at Oaklawn Park. A couple of other interesting first-time starters in the spot. A fun race coming up in Hot Springs, Arkansas, as we send it up to track announcer Vic Stauffer with the call.
Altered. Terawatt comes forward. Following C. 2 more now. Happy Mac and Stablemate, Arms and Armor. They're at the post. They're off. Happy Mac and Terawatt break well. Following C is Close Up and On the Move. Then comes Arms and Armor and Amazing Rocket. Altered is next, then Magical Mystery Tour, and the trailer is Rising Empire. Following C is quickest up the backstretch, and he leads Happy Mac by a neck. These two sprint clear. Following C and Happy Mac 1-2. They are 2.5 or 3 clear of Arms and Armor. Terawatt is fourth with 4 lengths to make up. He's 3.5 in front of Amazing Rocket. And then it's another big gap back to Altered, Magical Mystery Tour, and Rising Empire. Following C gets away at the top of the stretch. It is Following C now with a 3-length advantage over Happy Mac in second. The whip is out on Arms and Armor. Amazing Rocket is joined and passed by Terawatt. Following C and Happy Mac 1-2. Following C to the final furlong. He leads by 2.5 lengths with Happy Mac in second. Amazing Rocket is moving at the rail in third, but it's Following C clear to the wire, and now he's 4.5 lengths in front. Happy Mac is second. Then comes Rising Empire into third. Following C. Following C won by 4.5 and did it in hand. Happy Mac was second, Rising Empire third, and Amazing Rocket finished fourth.
Run Happy Offspring, run 1-2 here in the third at Oaklawn, and he's got a nice one representing him here with Following C.
He's a big, strong horse, too. I mean, you could just see when he was dueling outside of the 5 Happy Mac that he just kind of dwarfed that rival. I don't blame Ricardo Santana for letting him go. Wasn't going to beat him anyway, but I think he gave him his best chance. And Happy Mac ran extremely well. He's going to win a huge percentage of the maiden races he runs at Gulfstream. He's just been an unlucky horse. This Following C is a real runner, and I think Run Happy has 2 very good ones here. But Following C is one to follow going forward. I imagine we'll see if he looks for a stake race or a non-winner one, but we'll see more from this son of Run Happy. He's as good as anyone we've seen, including Nicky DeVest, off of this win.
Did it easily, and Maggie Run Happy very well represented here, finishing 1-2. Those two much the best ahead of the rest of the field.
Wow, I mean, this was in motion, guys, as Joel never really asked him. And I mean, I'm sure I'm about the millionth person to say this as far as watching Joel, but when he's good, he's just like watching poetry in motion with his mounts. And that was exactly what we saw here with this horse. And, Happy Mac kind of reminds me of a Jack Russell, if you will. He's small, he's scrappy, he likes to get in a fight. It's just the big dog was here today and put him away quite easily. We did see Rising Empire rally for third. I think this was a starting point. I think we'll see him in longer distances as his pedigree and his physicality suggest. I mean, he came from way, way out of it. The only horse to really make up any kind of consequential ground, but nobody was getting to Following C today. Impressive victory. We'll see if he keeps things rolling for the Bob Baffert barn.
He's one to watch for sure and could potentially start off a big day for Bob Baffert indeed, with Concert Tour and Hosier still waiting in the wings in the Arkansas Derby. But I liked that analogy from Maggie of Happy Mac, like a Jack Russell. He doesn't shy away from a fight. We'll bring you prices from Oaklawn soon. But back at Aqueduct, we are getting ready for the 4th race, 6 furlongs on the outer turf. And it's a mandatory payout in today's Empire 6. It kicks off next. We'll talk about it coming up on America's Day at the Races.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
A Grade 1 winner on both dirt and turf, War of Will became a classic winner with this victory in the Preakness Stakes. This year, he added turf credentials to his resume with a determined victory in the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile, a winner and Grade 1 placed at 2, multiple graded stakes victor at 3, and Grade 1 winner again at 4. This son of war front has proven his class at every level. A classic winner with a stallion's pedigree. War of Will, standing in 2021 at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
You're watching America's Day at the Races, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Beautiful look of the New York City skyline as we get ready from Brooklyn, in fact. Love that. Love the Brooklyn Bridge, too. One of my favorite spots in the city. As we get ready for race number 4 in New York's racetrack. We're here at the Big A, going 6 furlongs on the outer turf for the New York breds as well in this allowance race for fillies and mares, 3-year-olds and upward. Let's get a paddock report from Richie.
Thanks, Acacia. Let's start out first with the 3-horse Fresco from the Christophe Clement barn. I just prefer out of the 2 Christophe horses in here, Fresco. She looks terrific. She's a filly that always looks a little bit on the lean side, a little bit of the longer lean side, but she looks terrific. She's got races that are good enough, and I like what I'm seeing from her in the paddock. The 5-horse, More Glitter. You know, you look at her from a physical perspective, she really looks like she's a sprinter. Now, she ran long on the turf, and it was a good effort. She was second there. But I think she's kind of hitting on exactly what she wants to do, and I think it's sprint on the turf. I think this filly is finally kind of got everything the way she wants it. The right distance and maybe the right surface. I really like what I'm seeing from the 5, More Glitter. The 6, Karamoka, who won here over the winter, paid a big price. I think she's really going to like the turf. She has a very wide, broad, flat foot, very long, slack pasterns. Her first race, she showed high speed. She's a light-framed filly. I see a filly that I think is going to really appreciate getting on the grass. And then the 7, Guardian Moon, would be the check mark just by what I see in the paddock. She just looks fast. Everything about her is fast. She's got that big run last year, winning first time out, going 5.5 furlongs. Took to Jorge Abreu, her trainer, who's won a race each of the last 2 days, and he says she's been training really, really well, and she looks the part here in the paddock, Acacia.
Okay, Richie, thank you. Off of a layoff since August is Guardian Moon. We'll talk more about this race in a moment, as back at Oaklawn Park, we owe you some prices, but no doubt about the winner here as the Sons of Run Happy run 1-2, but a dominant win from Following Sea, owned and bred by Spencer Farm.
It's easy to hype horses when they run as well as Following Sea did, and this was a very good performance. I don't know if he just met a tiger first time out or if he's improved dramatically. I'm going to say he's improved dramatically. Well, he had speed the first time and the pace got hot. He was he just cruised to the front of Joe Ellen here, and Following Sea, you want to follow him. And Happy Mac's going to stop getting unlucky one of these days and do more than just break his maiden. He's a runner for Run Happy as well. He's just been a little unlucky.
He's due for a win, that's for sure, as he checks in second with the 2 Rising Empire in third. But back at Aqueduct, we're getting ready for a turf race here on 6 furlongs on the outer turf. And want to remind everybody you can jump in on all of the action today, and there's plenty of it, as you've seen, at a Naira Bets account, and earn up to a $200 deposit match bonus. New members use promo code MATCH200 when signing up, and earn up to a $200 deposit match right after your first deposit. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and join now at NairaBets.com to get that $200 deposit match. Empire 6 kicking off here. It is a mandatory payout. Jump on in over on Naira Bets. Currently, Andy, the number 7 Guardian Moon, who won first out at Saratoga, is the favorite.
Yeah, he's overbet. He'll be the favorite by post time, and he's definitely a player in here. He did not beat a very strong field, or she didn't, excuse me, first time out.
We'll kick off the post parade with the 1 Loon Lake switching to the turf.
Yeah, she's been on the turf in the past, but overall her turf races were not good enough to be competitive.
Showing speed up at the Finger Lakes. Let's see how she handles this field today. Also switching to grass is the 2 If I Had a Chance.
Not a turf pedigree, but she is a half to one of my favorite New York breds, Winston's Chance.
Multiple stakes winning New York bred. Here's Fresco off the bench since December.
I like Fresco. She will be the second choice by post time. She moved way too soon, 2 races back. I'm not going to hold her race in December against her. I believe she's the horse to beat, and I believe she should be favored.
The full sister to another nice New York bred and Therapist. Here's the 4, Snicket, also for Christophe Clement.
Snicket's a horse for Clement that could hit the board in here. She's not a winning type. She seems to shy away from winning, but she's got the talent to be close here.
Here's the 6 next, Karamoka.
She tries the turf for the first time without a significant amount of pedigree, but she's got enough to say that it wouldn't be a shock if she handled it.
Next is your favorite, the 7, Guardian Moon. We'll get the 5 in a moment.
Guardian Moon will probably be stalking the likes of Karamoka and maybe Luna Lake down the inside. We'll see if how the pace works out. She's fine. I just think that she's overbet right now and probably will be overbet at post time.
We'll look to the outside now. First time for Bill Mott is the 8, Moana's Tail.
But took him from a high percentage trainer in Danny Gargan. Tries a turf sprint for the first time. Had some talent, but hasn't been out in quite a while.
She broke her maiden in November of 2019 here, and we wrap up with the 5, More Glitter.
I think if she's a long shot, I could see someone making a case for her. I'm not that someone, but her turf race was the best race she ran, but she may want more distance turfing. But then again, maybe Todd Pletcher's thinking, you know what, let's try her sprinting on the turf, or maybe he's getting her started. We'll see. I don't really like her chances, but I could see the argument for her, especially if her odds drift up from 5 to 1.
Came off a big layoff last time out in February, sprinted on dirt. She'll try sprinting on the grass today as she is currently 9 to 2. You like Fresco in here, who hasn't run since December, but she certainly broke her maiden in fine fashion, doing so in the New York Stallion Series up in Saratoga.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing spectacular about her races, but overall her good turf races are better than anybody's running here. And we're looking at her race 2 races back, and I don't know what was going through Eric Cancel's mind. Maybe he's afraid she's a horse that gets in trouble, but he moved way too soon in this race, and he did it wide. He was wide the whole way, and of course, where you were beneficial being inside, the pace was fast. If he had been more patient, there's no doubt in my mind she would have won this race. She does get run down, but she ran the best race of anybody. She was just off the rail the whole way, and she moved significantly too soon in this race. Last time out, she didn't run well. Having said that, it was December 10th. I don't want to hold a poor performance in December on the turf at Aqueduct when the course can get kind of beaten up by that time of the year. And considering how much worse it was to her other races, I don't think that her form fell apart. I think she just had a tough trip in her other race. And 6 furlongs in the turf, to me, is her ideal distance. She just needs to get the right patient ride.
She gets to go that distance today, warming up on track now. For more, let's check in again with Richie.
Yeah, I agree with everything that Andy says about her moving too soon that day, kind of hit the front. It almost looked like she got a little bit lost when she hit the front. She makes a lot of sense, makes a nice impression on the racetrack, and there's a lot to like about number 3, Fresco. The 5, More Glitter, I like what I'm seeing from this filly in the warm-up. She got that aggressive warm-up that Kendrick Carmouche delivers. She's with the pony now, high energy, looks good. She's going to be my top selection. I just think she's finally getting exactly what she wants. I call it the Goldilocks effect. Right distance, right surface. I think she's going to run really well today. And the 7, Guardian Moon, who made such a nice impression in the paddock. She also got an aggressive warm-up under Jose Ortiz. Kind of a very muscular filly, almost a little bit muscle-bound. Took her about a good quarter of a mile before she started really loosening up and striding out. But she's jogging well now and looks good on the racetrack. I think she's going to be very tough to beat.
Richie, thank you. 2 to 1 right now in the 7, Guardian Moon, who did have that strong warm-up under Jose Ortiz. And you mentioned, Andy, the question is, how does that race now transfer to today, given what she faced then as a 2-year-old?
Guardian Moon would have to improve dramatically, in my opinion. Now, let's be fair. She's a newly turned 3-year-old and every right to improve. But she beat a very subpar field.
That was against New York bred competition, going 5.5 at Saratoga back at the beginning of August. Still to come on America's Day at the races. We've got a lot of stakes action for you. The Top Flight and Danger's Hour at Aqueduct. We have 4 stakes, 2 of them graded, including the Arkansas Derby at Oaklawn. It's a jam-packed day today.
And some excellent names when you think about it. Horologist is in the Top Flight. She was one of the better fillies and mares, winning our Beldame last year. And when you think about Analyza coming back here as well, and the horses down Oaklawn with Whitmore and other runners, it's a really exciting day of racing.
Is there any one race or maybe one runner that you're looking forward in particular to seeing today?
No, I'm just looking forward to the whole card. I mean, obviously the Arkansas Derby is the big race today, and I'm interested to see what happens. Caddo River goes. How aggressive is Concert Tour? How does the race play out. I don't like Cotter River, but perhaps on the lead, he could run better in there. I'm just looking forward to a great day of racing at a time of the year when there are going to be plenty of great days of racing. And to me, that's the most exciting part.
Looking ahead to what's still to come, of course, now the road of keeping horses sound and keeping the plan heading into the first Saturday in May to the Kentucky Derby. Turf racing is back in full swing here at Aqueduct, which is always a good sign for what's still to come in New York.
Well, you look at the field size so far today, and the field size has really been increased. It's showing with the handle numbers. People respond. In turf racing, you're going to get bigger fields in turf races, and subsequently running less dirt races will create bigger fields in those dirt races, and that's going to all come together here in the next 2 weeks and when we go to Belmont Park, just 12 days from today.
We're saying goodbye now to Fox Sports 1, turn over now to FS2. Coverage will continue throughout the rest of the day, and as always, our show is available streaming live on YouTube, on the Naira Bets app, and on the Fox Sports app. Flip on over now to Fox Sports 2 for more America's Day at the Races. You're watching America's Day at the Races on this gorgeous Saturday afternoon, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. I'm your host, Acacia Courtney, alongside Andy Serling, as we're getting ready for a jam-packed afternoon, saying hello to our viewers on Fox Sports 2. This will be our home for the rest of the day, and glad to have you along with us. We are just on the cusp of race 4 at Aqueduct, and a lot still to come, Andy.
No, a lot of great racing to come. We've got the Top Flight with Horologist against Mrs. Danvers. We've got Analyze It running here against Decorated Invader in the Danger's Hour. Terrific races out of town at Oaklawn as well. The day is just starting. There is plenty of action left.
Race 4, an allowance here for the New York bred fillies and mares here at Aqueduct is coming up next. We're going 6 furlongs on the outer turf here. Guardian Moon currently 9-5, as we haven't seen this filly since her debut win back at Saratoga in August.
And going out for a trainer as a win in each of the last 2 days, including a very nice turf sprinter making her debut. I think she's overbet. I did pick her second in this race, Guardian Moon, because she can improve, but I think you're betting her at a short price kind of on the come, hoping she improves, whereas the 3 Fresco, the second choice in this race, has done it on the racetrack, and I think with a fair trip that Fresco is going to be tough to beat, and I believe that 3 Fresco should be favored in here.
Fresco had the winter off. We last saw her in December at Aqueduct. She comes back now for her first start of 2021. Filly by Freud for Christophe Clement, who does also have a win on today's card already. The number 5, More Glitter, getting some attention as she tries sprinting on turf for the first time. Just a reminder, the Empire 6 does kick off here at Aqueduct as well. It's a mandatory payout, over $117,000 in that pool. So get your Naira Bets app fired up and get ready to go for that, as the number 3 Fresco acting up a bit behind the gate. Eric Cancel jumps off and looks like she will load without the rider.
Yeah, I have no idea if this is something she's done in the past, and
No.
I don't really know. We'll see.
She is coming back off a bit of a layoff, too, and sometimes, especially with fillies, they can be a little bit fresh. She's also just shipped up from Florida, but she loads in then pretty easily there, and Eric Cancel will climb aboard in the gate. No big deal for Fresco. And the rest of the field will continue loading after that. Race 4 at Aqueduct coming up here live, and we have the call with John Embrielle.
Roll in. And they're off, and they all came away to a good start. From the outside, it is a Guardian Moon who shows first. From mid-pack, More Glitter now moves up and down at the rail. It is Loon Lake. Loon Lake and Guardian Moon, their heads apart. More Glitter in between those two. A close-up third. And from the outside, it is Moana's Tail racing in 4th, with Snicket on the inside in 5th. Fresco is 6th at this point, followed by If I Had a Chance. And trailing the field is Karamoka, the opening quarter mile over that firm turf in 22 seconds. And now they go into the far turn. It is Loon Lake, More Glitter, and Guardian Moon. 3 of them across the track for the lead. They've got 2 lengths on Snicket, who's getting closer now in 4th. Fresco is on the move from the back of the pack, takes 5th. Moana's Tail to her outside and to her inside If I Had a Chance. The half went in 44 and 2, past the 3/16 pole. Here is Guardian Moon now to grab the lead. Snicket moves up on the outside. Then it is Fresco and Moana's Tail. But Guardian Moon is clear and on to victory here. 2 in a row for Jose. Guardian Moon wins decisively. Snicket was second, close for third, Moana's Tail or Fresco.
Guardian Moon, she ran to that money, and what a week it's been for Jorge Abreu. A win on every day of this racing week as we came back to live racing on Thursday.
She was just an hour and a half the best in here. She stalked a fair pace, 3 wide the whole way out in the clear. The money was right. She was ready to run, and she was much the best in here galloping. Fresco should have been second. Probably an unwise decision cutting inside of horses and getting yourself in traffic for no apparent reason, but she was never, ever beating this horse. She was much the best.
Much the best winner here in the 7 Guardian Moon. She's now 2 for 2 in her lightly raced career. New York bred filly by declaration of war, back and back to the winner's circle. As Fresco, we saw her acting up behind the gate. She then broke a bit slowly, had to go between horses, as you mentioned, a lot to overcome in her first race back, but one that she could move forward from.
I agree. She can move forward, and she can get a better rider next start. But you said she wasn't beating this horse. This horse really ran well. She dramatically improved off of her maiden win, which was mediocre at best. She ran today.
Huge performance from her as Fresco's stablemate Snicket checks in second, 7-4, 8-3. Moana's Tail, first time for Bill Mott, does get third in here, as we'll bring you prices from Aqueduct in a little while. But we have more racing coming up live down in Hot Springs, Arkansas from Oaklawn Park. The 5th race coming up next. What a week it's been for Jorge Abreu. We'll talk more about him in a moment. 5th race from Oaklawn coming up next as our next order of business. A mile and a 16th on the main track. We'll talk more about it after this quick break on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
Deep in the heart of horse country, from these Kentucky hills has sprung a legacy rivaled by few. From the all-time greats of yesterday to the breed-shaping bloodlines of today, our roots hold strong with the promise of tomorrow. For over a century, our passion has guided us to where we stand and everything we stand for. Claiborne Farm, the tradition continues.
Irish Hill and Dutchess View Stallions, proudly standing the ultra-fast, multiple stakes-winning son of Uncle Mo, King for a Day, who took the Sub-Barton Stakes at Pimlico in his first start at 3.
King for a Day, who'll rule supreme in the Sub-Barton.
And the only horse to outrun 2019 3-year-old champion Maximum Security.
Maximum Security has been defeated. King for a Day by a leg.
Sire Maker Extraordinaire Uncle Mo's King for a Day. Visit IHDVStallions.com to book your mare today.
Five, four, three, two, one.
JK, what's up?
Hola.
back on America's Day at the Races, brought to you as always by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. Fourth race at Aqueduct is in the books, and no doubt about this winner here. Guardian Moon, now 2 for 2. She's only raced twice. We last saw her in August at Saratoga. She came back today. She took money, and she ran to those odds, Andy.
They knew. I mean, this filly just exploded, and be very careful of Jorge Abreu horses right now because they are running out of their skin. I mean, you don't win turf races by 4 or 5 lengths like this filly did too often, and she didn't even have the best of trips. I mean, stalking 3 wide at an honest pace, the other speeds were nowhere. Maybe they were overmatched, but wow, was she an hour the best.
$6.50 winner for trainer Jorge Abreu, who has had a win every day of racing this week so far at Aqueduct. More to come from the Big A, including our first stake of the day, but back at Oaklawn, our next order of business here in this allowance optional claiming for 4-year-olds and upward. 1 mile and a 16th on the main track. Scratch the 7, and Santos Dumont currently 8-5. The Brazilian inventor and aviation pioneer, Santos Dumont. But we'll get to him momentarily. Here's the one. You know I like that stuff. Quarterback Dak.
This horse would have to improve second off a layoff to be effective, but is second off.
And here is that favorite, now 3-2 on Santos Dumont.
Yeah. I know this horse was a player in here, and every time I bet against these Steve Asmussen horses, I'm wrong. But I don't know. The horse that won the last time was 34-1, the horse that beat her.
5-1 on the 3 Bandit Point.
Yeah, I thought Bandit Point would have to run the very best race stretching out in distance.
Here's the 4 Tashkent.
Yeah, Tashkent off the claim for Federico Villafranco. Perhaps that can help improve. The races 2 and 3 back aren't bad.
A lot of speed with the 5 Truculent.
Yeah, I worry that this horse needs the lead, and there are, at least on paper, other speeds with the 6 and 8.
Ron Wilquette has Whitmore waiting in the wings. He also has Prodigious Bay here.
I think this horse is a very interesting horse at a big price in here. Coming off a layoff, but he has some races go back. I think he's okay at a big price.
9-5 on the 8 Impossible Task.
Yeah, these Rosario horses seem to be taking an enormous amount of money. How fast is the pace going to be? That's really the question with this one because he's got a lot of speed.
Here's the 9 Super Constitution off a maiden win.
Yeah, he would have to improve off that maiden win. Tough spot.
19-1 right now on the board. Another long shot is the 10 Pickford.
Yeah, Pickford's another horse that probably have to improve. This is a tough spot. This is a tough spot for him.
Competitive race that he's got to face in here today. Same could be said about the 11 Alex June.
He drops down, but he drops down out of a spot that he was 132-1 in last time.
68-1 right now on the board. Let's see if this may be a little bit of a better spot for him, but he's a big
price. He's half the price.
Yeah, he is. That's fair. But a tough field, as this one certainly did come up competitive. The number 2, Santos Dumont, is 8-5 currently. But the number 5, Truculent, you mentioned him potentially needing the lead. He used that speed to a win last time out.
Listen, I am certainly somebody who can respect a horse named Truculent, being truculent myself. It's just you look at him, his 3 wins, all were on the front end. The best races he's ever run when he's in front. So I think there's a real concern that he's not effective rating, and at least on paper, the 6 and 8 both have more speed. I think if you're Arrieta, you're supposed to say, I'm going, and we'll see if he's good enough. Now, being good enough is another question in here. We'll see how it plays out. I worry, though, that the pace scenario will either be too fast for him or he just won't make the lead. I'm going to bet a couple dollars in this race on the number 6, Prodigious Bay, who is off the layoff, but I don't think he's supposed to be this price.
He's a generous price right now at 14-1 is your favorite. A short price at 8-5 is Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana. As we mentioned, a potent duo. They've teamed up for a win already today. This one had an outside post last time. Couldn't clear, was a little bit wide early on, but I thought just second best.
I agree. Listen, every time I've knocked one of these Asmussen horses being overbet, they've made me look even more foolish than normal. I don't understand why this horse is a short price. Now, I will say he does project to get a good trip because he's not a speed and he drew well on the inside. So if they heat up on the front end, he could be sitting in a garden spot. But you're never supposed to take a short price assuming a horse is going to get a good trip because it doesn't always work out that way. His best race was his last race. Now, maybe he's improved. It was also on a sloppy sealed track, and he lost to a 34-1 shot that ran 2 buyer points lower in his next race. His other races simply aren't fast enough to compete. So you're betting him, assuming he improves, off of a race on a sloppy track in a suspect field. I don't think he ran bad last time. I think he can win this race. I don't think he should be 8-5. That's all.
Short price right now. The long shot that you had some interest in, the 6 Prodigious Bay for Ron Moquette. David Cabrera going to be aboard this one, who we last saw going 7 furlongs at Laurel Park back in August.
Well, I mean, this horse broke his maiden, albeit in the slop, with an 85 buyer at Oaklawn, and came back with a respectable 4th to Rushy, who's a horse that has a chance at the Oaklawn Mile. They went out of town after that in other spots, and he got caught up in a speed duel in the Iowa Derby that didn't work out. And then I don't know what happened to Laurel trying to go 7 furlongs, but I know this is a horse that has some back form that's good. I am concerned. There's a lot of speed in here. Can he work out the right trip? His only win on a sloppy track when he controlled in the front end. But he's 14 to 1. I don't mind those variables when the horse is a big price, because somewhere in there he's got the ability to win this race, and I don't mind taking 14 to 1. Maybe he'll need a race, maybe he's not good enough, maybe he won't get the right trip, but you're getting paid if those things work out, and he is good enough to be competitive in here.
Faced some nice horses, as you mentioned, like Rushy, beat Dean Martini actually in his maiden win too, who won the Ohio Derby, right, for Tom Amoss.
He's such a good horse, Dean Martini, that he won a stake race for Tom Amoss.
Looking at Impossible Task. Is that
Speaking
what you
of
would
impossible
say?
tasks, yes.
I was just thinking, it was a perfect segue. There you go. This one showed speed last time out as well when stretching out to the mile of 16th.
And that was a tough field he was in. You know, you look at Ashar is okay. He was a 6-5 shot for Todd Pletcher. The winner of the race, Trident Hit, ran well. Nothing wrong with him. I think the question is whether or not he can be effective if he has to stalk. How quick is the pace? These are all questions that I can't answer. You know, they are more aggressive in general at Oaklawn than they are in New York. So I think when you see a potentially quick pace on paper, it usually develops. We'll see.
This is the half-brother to multiple graded stakes winner, Spelling Again. She was best in kind of those 7 furlong, 1 mile type of races. Sprinting, this one's 2 to 1 right now on the board. And Joel Rosario, he's moving the board, I think, down there at Oaklawn, being in for the day.
Yeah, I mean, they're going to focus. They focus on riders more than they should in the betting there, and trainers as well. And that's why Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana are 8 to 5 on a horse that, to me, seems to be one of the players in the race, but doesn't differentiate himself on paper. So we'll see what he does. But as I said, each time I say I don't want one of these Asmussen horses, they seem to win. Are you surprised that the 3 horse is taking as much money as he is, down to 5 to 1?
I am, yeah. I thought the 3 stretching out in distance, we've seen this horse go a mile and a 16th a couple times. His only good race at the distance, at least in recent form, was at Canterbury back in 2019, and just hasn't shown much. Robert Klein and Kelsey Hart did team up together for a win yesterday, so we'll see if that works out today, or maybe just some fan favoritism there. As you see in the double boxes, we have stakes action coming up at Aqueduct next. There's a look at the 5 horologists who we haven't seen since the Breeders' Cup, where she was running behind Monomoy Girl.
She really came to hand for Bill Mott in the fall, especially summer and fall. When the Beldame was very good. She could be a player in this division. We'll see how she runs off a layoff. We'll see if she can continue with that good form last year as a 4-year-old, now in her 5-year-old year. And we'll see if Mrs. Danvers can get back on track, where she ran such a huge race here at Aqueduct last year, but was really disappointing in her return at Gulfstream, fast pace or not. Very
disappointing in the Royal Delta last time out. It should be a fun race. You do have the winner, the upset winner of that Royal Delta, and Queen Nakia in there as well for Saffrey Joseph Jr., who had a 3-win Saturday last week here at Aqueduct. But Oaklawn, they are approaching the gate for race number 5. It looks like we have also been upgraded throughout the afternoon to a fast main track after some of that rain that we had earlier in the day yesterday. Santos Dumont still taking all of that attention at 8 to 5. Looks like a couple of horses they're really zeroing in on. Some prices anywhere else. Andy had some interest in the 6 Prodigious Bay, stretching out off the layoff.
It doesn't take a lot for me to bet a horse that's going off between 10 and 15 to 1. If I can make any kind of reasonable case for the horse, I'm more than happy to bet those horses. They don't have to win too often for you to be successful.
At a price, that's where you take a shot, and it can be rewarded handsomely. Loading in here for race number 5 at Oaklawn. We'll send it up to track announcer Vic Stauffer, standing by with the call.
They're at the post. They're off. Fast start for Truculent, and in the center, Prodigious Bay, and there goes Prodigious Bay to sprint clear. Impossible Task and Truculent second and third. Super Constitution is fourth, then Santos Dumont and Tashkent with quarterback Dak. Pickford has two beat. They are Bandit Point, and the trailer is Alex June. Impossible Task comes after Prodigious Bay, and Impossible Task, the gray, gonna tug Rosario all the way up to take over the lead. Impossible Task, 3/4 of a length in front of Prodigious Bay in second. They have sprinted 2 lengths clear of Super Constitution. Then comes Truculent, fourth at the rail and about 3 from the lead, and he's 2 in front of Santos Dumont. Another 2 lengths to quarterback Dak, 2 more to Tashkent, another 2 to Bandit Point and Pickford, and the trailer is Alex June. There's a half-mile left to run, and Impossible Task is the leader. Impossible Task into the far turn, 3/4 of a length from Prodigious Bay in second. Super Constitution is third. Truculent stays at the rail in fourth, could get into third soon. Meanwhile, Santos Dumont is moving on the outside, and here comes Santos Dumont from fifth all the way up within a length of the lead. Santos Dumont with a 3-wide rush is up to challenge Prodigious Bay. Impossible Task is gone. Top of the stretch, Prodigious Bay just in front. Santos Dumont alongside in second. These 2 to the final furlong, 2 back to Truculent and Super Constitution. Santos Dumont, Prodigious Bay, and Truculent. The 3 of them to the final 16. Santos Dumont, Truculent, and Prodigious Bay. And Truculent now takes the lead. Prodigious Bay, Santos Dumont back in third. Truculent, Prodigious Bay, Santos Dumont, Truculent in front. Truculent beat Prodigious Bay. Santos Dumont was third. Close for fourth between Tashkent and Bandit Point.
Truculent with a change of tactics today, but I think hats off must go to Prodigious Bay, who was part of the pace and ran a huge race to be second.
Yes, it is my day for betting big priced horses that are best and lose. We'll get to him in a second. Truculent, give him credit.
Yeah.
He rated for the first time today. It's something he has never done successfully before. Yes, he worked out a perfect trip, but because he could rate. Santos Dumont had no excuse not to win this race and should have got it done. Prodigious Bay, given the pace scenario in this race, ran a remarkable race to finish second.
Stakes action coming up next from the Big A. The Top Flight Stakes coming up, going 1 1/8 miles. There's a look at your current even money favorite, Horologist, in her first start since the Breeders' Cup.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, record setter, and undefeated in sprint competition. Now his runners are winning from coast to coast.
And Hernandez Jr. Run Classic out to the maiden ranks at second asking, won by 4.
She's a happy girl, a 7-1 winner. She won by 2.5. Happy Champ is 3-5, and he's long gone. Happy Champ, the son of Run Happy.
Eclipse champion sprinter Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operations at the family's Songhill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
America's most dominant stallion, with over 80 graded stakes winners and more lifetime Grade 1 winners than any sire in the nation. Recent stars include multiple stakes winner and Grade 1 victress Valiance, and 2-year-old sensation Essential Quality. In the sales ring, his yearlings topped both opening sessions of Keeneland September, including the $2 million sale topper. A breed shaper, a dream maker. Tap it, standing at Gainesway.
pole. It's Katinka in front, and she is strong as they turn for home. Katinka the leader, and Dixie Flag is toiling back in second. Glitter Woman and Furlough. Furlough hitting her best stride. She'll be angled to the outside for the run past the 8th pole. Katinka building an imposing lead. Katinka in front by 5. And then it's Glitter Woman, Furlough, and Dixie Flag, all chasing the the best winner of the top flight, Katinka. Katinka wins by a half a dozen.
Much the best in the 1998 Top Flight Handicap was Katinka, and that rider may look familiar. It's our own Richard Migliori who's reporting on this year's Top Flight. Richie, what a performance that day from Katinka.
It really was some performance by Katinka that day, Acacia. She was in such good form at that time for trainer John Kimmel, and all I had to do was kind of move my hands a little bit, and whoosh, it was on our way. It was that's what you refer to as a rocking chair ride. Now, many years later, I need a rocking chair, but that was a rocking chair ride for sure. And some nice fillies and mares lined up here in this year's Top Flight, starting with the 2 Queen Nakia from the Safi Joseph barn. This girl's really wearing her Florida tan. She looks fantastic, dappled out, looks great. She got an absolutely beautiful trip. I don't think you can get a better trip than she got last time, slipping through on the rail into Corey Lannery. She looks good. Mrs. Danvers looks really good. She's a horse that never really carries a tremendous amount of weight, but she really looks like she's matured well from 3 to 4. And I like what I'm seeing her. This is a return to the racetrack where she ran her best race ever at this distance. So from what I see from a physical perspective, I think we're going to see a good performance from her again. And then the 5 horologists, when we look at horses coming off of a layoff, we're just seeing if they're fit, how do they look. She looks very fit to me, and she looks like she's ready to fire well off the bench.
Richie, thank you. Horologist, we last saw her in the Breeders' Cup Distaff. We kick off a horse coming out of the Heavenly Prize, though, Flashin' Dynamite.
She could be a speed inside and perhaps stalked by Mrs. Danvers. We'll see how quick the pace is. She'd have to improve.
Beautiful trip indeed last time for Queen Nakia, upset in the Royal Delta.
She runs her last race. She has a chance to win here. The question is, if you believe it or not, she's really never run that well on a fast track in the past.
Next will be the 3 Mrs. Danvers, also out of that Royal Delta, but a poor performance from her.
To her defense, she's showed in the past that maybe she needs a race or two to show her best races. So we'll see if she can improve, getting back to a track and a distance where she ran a huge race in the Cumley last year.
Here's the 4, Lucky Stride, in good form right now.
She would need the pace to get hot to run her best race and improve and beat these horses, but not out of it.
Here's the 5, Horologist, Breeders' Cup Distaff for last start.
She's the horse to beat if she runs one of her better races. We'll see. I think she is the horse to beat. I'm not trying to beat her, but we'll see. It depends, I think, a lot on how Mrs. Danvers runs.
And the number 6, Thankful, well beaten last time out.
Can she rebound after just a pitiful performance against Lake Avenue last time? Prior to that, she was really showing some improvement. We'll see if that race was an aberration or if her form has gone off.
That's the field for our first stake of the day on today's program, the Top Flight Invitational. There's a look at your favorite horologist. She won the Beldame, and what a big performance from her in the Beldame. After that, they ended up actually supplementing her to the Breeders' Cup. She was not nominated, and that kind of sealed the deal for them to say, let's take a shot in the Breeders' Cup Distaff.
And despite finishing 9th, she was sort of contesting the pace. It wasn't a good race, but it may not be as bad as it looks. And she had a real campaign, ran quite a few races last year. I wouldn't hold that against her. Her 3rd place finish to Monomoygoro La Tran was good enough to be competitive, but it's the Beldame. The race is the Beldame, the Molly Pitcher. Really, when she came to Bill Mott, she's always had talent, but she blossomed for Bill Mott.
The New Jersey bred by gemologist, now back as a 5-year-old. The number 3, Mrs. Danvers, meanwhile, liked hearing what Richie said about her maturing. I thought the same of her last time at Gulfstream, that she was carrying better weight than she had prior. Her best race is her win here in the Cumley. Can she run today what she did then?
I hope that the connections don't get discouraged because in an aggressive pace she wilted last time. The best race she ran was when they were aggressive. Now, it was a very moderate pace. A horse in this race that was the speed was poorly ridden and enabled Mrs. Danvers to control on the front end. So maybe circumstance somewhat led to that big buyer performance and the big performance. But keep in mind, this is a horse that a lot of us, that doesn't make us right, thought had a real chance to be a player in both the division as a 2-year-old and the 3-year-olds before she got hurt in that second start. And she did beat Finite, who's a graded stakes horse for Steve Asmussen. So she showed that quality. It took her a while to get her act together last year, and that's one of the reasons I don't want to hold her last race against her. She might be a horse that needs a start or two. We'll find out much more today. And if Flash and Dynamite isn't aggressive, she could control on the front end.
I'm sure would be to her benefit, as they added the blinkers back in October, and that seemed to make a world of difference as well. Taking a look at the 6, Thankful, she won a stake in the ladies handicap, 2 starts back, going 9 furlongs. Poor effort last time out, though.
Her effort was horrendous last time. Now, I will say that going into the race against Lake Avenue, who's a very talented Bill Mott Godolphin runner, they look to be very similar prices, perhaps 6 to 5 and 8 to 5. Well, Lake Avenue was an odds-on favorite, and Thankful was almost 5 to 2. She was bet what we would call dead on the board, and she just ran horrendously. Something may have gone wrong. I don't like the fact that she took no money going into it. Even on her best races, though, she's only going to win this race if the 2 favorites don't show up, and maybe even Lucky Stride. And I can't take her off her last effort. It was so bad. But if you like her, she's a big price.
The number 2, Queen Nakia. We talked about the success Saffie Joseph Jr. had last week, I should say, sending horses to New York. She had about as good a trip as you could possibly wish for. The other Saffie horse in here, Gibberish, was the one who was setting the pace early on. She is fading at this point in the E5 colors, but Queen Nakia up the rail with Corey Lannery to win.
She got a very, very good trip, no doubt about it, but she beat a good horse in Aries 2, who finished second, who was the second choice in there. Good trip or not, she still ran well. I don't like her chances, but listen, maybe she's a horse that's coming into her own. It does bother me, though, that all of her other races in general, except for one race in that same race in the sloppy track, aren't good enough. Yeah, Saffie Joseph had a lot of success here last week. 2 of them were odds on, and the other one was around 6 to 5. So it's a big difference between sending up heavy, heavy favorites and then running a horse that's third choice at best. Not to say she's impossible.
This mare well beaten by Horologist back in the Molly Pitcher last year as well. Let's see if she can repeat what she did last time out, but horses warming up on track or finishing up their warm-ups as we're about a minute away, and we'll check in again with Richie.
Yeah, thanks, Acacia. I'm standing in the starting gate just about 30 yards behind me. A little bit of a run up. Fairly short run to the first turn, but a small select field. Shouldn't be much traffic problems. The 3, Mrs. Danvers, is quick when she's at her best. She gets Kendrick Carmouche. We've seen him be aggressive when he's supposed to be aggressive. And I just was taken with the fact that I think she looks better physically this year than last year, and she ran some big races. I just think I see a maturation in her that you want to see from 3 to 4, and ultimately she'll be my top selection. Horologist got a very aggressive warm-up under Junior Alvarado, and she looks great on the racetrack. She really couldn't look any better. But I think she might have her hands full with a filly that could get the right kind of trip in Mrs. Danvers. Everybody looks like they're acting well as they head to the starting gate. We'll keep an eye on them from down here and see how it shakes out here in the top flight.
Richie, thank you. Even money right now on Horologist. He's going with Mrs. Danvers. If Mrs. Danvers is alone on the lead, Andy, you think she can just run away from the rest of this field?
Well, I mean, obviously she can. She ran a big race when she controlled last year, but the problem for her is that if Horologist runs, now listen, she's off a layoff. She doesn't have to come back and run as well, but she's not slow. So it's not as though Horologist is going to be badly compromised by Mrs. Danvers if she's the main speed here. I think Junior Alvarado is just going to plop her second outside of her. It does depend, obviously, on what the 1 does. Trevor McCarthy is not likely to rate Flash and Dynamite. The only reason they might not be that aggressive is they figure she's not likely to win this race, and if they get involved with Mrs. Danvers, she may finish 5th or 6th, whereas perhaps if they allow Mrs. Danvers to control, she can get a moderate pace and maybe get a 3rd or 4th, get black type in this race, as opposed to finishing well back. She is 40-something to 1. We'll see how aggressive they are with the price. But Horologist is not going to be compromised if the pace is moderate because she does have speed. I think it's a bigger question. The 2 questions are, will Horologist come back and run effectively off of the layoff as a 5-year-old? And sometimes fillies and mares, they don't come back as well. That could be the case with Mrs. Danvers as well. We'll see if she can bounce back off that race last time. Did she just have to run a race and now she can run more effectively? It's really the worst race she's ever run. And it is important to note, even though the pace was quick, she was dueling with a price horse that finished ahead of her. So it's not like that price horse finished 15 lengths behind her, and you could say, oh, come on, it was a crazy pace. She got burned up in it. Yeah, it was a good pace, but she couldn't even beat the other speed horse. She was bad. She may and hopefully will be much better, and you want her to run well because at the end of the day, the more good horses, the merrier, and we know that the good Mrs. Danvers is a horse that could be player in big races throughout the year. If her comely is legit, she's legit. We'll find out today.
A lot to find out on the racetrack. She is currently 5-2. A 102 by her speed figure in the comely. 2 starts back for Mrs. Danvers, 4-5 on Horologist. Lucky Strike is holding steady at about 6-1. She's in good form right now, but she is one that would appreciate a lot of pace up front.
I agree. And if the 5 isn't effective, the 3 and 5 don't have to run well. You know she's got good recent form. So I think Lucky Strike is not impossible in here as a potential upsetter, which is why I picked her third. But I could see a scenario where the other 2 don't show up and run the races. But if either the 3 or 5 or both run their good races, Lucky Strike's just not good enough.
The $100,000 Top Flight Invitational, 9 furlongs on the main track for these talented fillies and mares. Here's John and Brielle with the call.
They're all in. And they're off. Bobbling start for number 4, Lucky Stride, and she trails the field. Mrs. Danvers and Horologist. And those 2 go out for the early lead as they go into the clubhouse turn. It is Mrs. Danvers who has the early advantage. Mrs. Danvers in front here, now by 1.25 lengths. Horologist, the favorite on the outside, runs in second, then a break of 2.5. Back to Flash and Dynamite, who's down at the rail in third. Alongside is Thankful in fourth. Lucky Stride is now in fifth after that slow start, and trailing the field is Queen Nakia in sixth. The opening quarter mile, 24 3/5 seconds as the fillies and mares move up the Aqueduct backstretch. Mrs. Danvers, the leader here, 1.25 lengths. With Horologist in pursuit in second, it's another 2 back to Thankful in third. To her inside is Flash and Dynamite, then Lucky Stride and Queen Nakia. So positions are unchanged after a half mile in 49 2. It is Mrs. Danvers in front here by a little more than 2 lengths. Horologist remains in second with less than a half mile to the finish now. Mrs. Danvers takes the field into the far turn. Horologist inching a bit closer now in second. Then it's Flash and Dynamite. Lucky Stride is hitting her best stride on the outside. Queen Nakia looks to come through down at the rail. And Thankful is now the trailer. 3/4 1 and 1/14. Mrs. Danvers challenged now by Horologist with a 1/4 mile to the finish. Then it is Lucky Stride and Queen Nakia as they come through the stretch. It is Horologist, Mrs. Danvers down towards the rail. On the outside, Lucky Stride. Queen Nakia is in fourth, and they're at the 16th pole. It is Horologist holding on to a narrow lead. Mrs. Danvers continues to battle on. Lucky Stride on the outside. They come for the finish, and Horologist wins her 2021 debut, taking the top flight under Junior Alvarado.
They put on a nice show for us today here in the Top Flight. Horologist back in 2021 as a 5-year-old and gets it done.
This was an exceptional race, really, for all 3 of the first finishers in here. Horologist looked like she was just going to swallow up Mrs. Danvers at any point. I think top of the stretch, it looked like maybe Mrs. Danvers was coming up empty the way Horologist cruised to her, but it turned into a pitch stretch battle, and Horologist got the best of Mrs. Danvers. But Mrs. Danvers does not lose in defeat. She gains, actually, in defeat. This was a very good horse race between 2 very nice horses, and I'll be honest with you, what if Lucky Stride breaks sharply in this race, because she got left a little bit, and it's not like they were flying up front. Lucky Stride fit a very good third in here. Nice performance. The question will be whether or not Horologist and or Mrs. Danvers can improve going further, because I'm sure both of their connections want to be in races like the Ogden Phipps on Belmont Stakes Day, like the Personal Ensign up in Saratoga, and we'll see. But a promising race by both of those horses, and Lucky Stride should not be ignored as well.
Overcoming a lot of adversity to finish third, but even money on Horologist, Richie, as Top Flight, it lived up to the billing this year.
A terrific horse race, and I agree with Andy. All 3 of the first 3 finishers ran extremely well. Mrs. Danvers got to set a very controlled pace, but was very game when confronted by Horologist. Did not let go, fought her all the way down to the finish, and The four-horse Lucky Stride didn't get away very well and rallied on. This was a tremendous effort and a fun race to watch. It'll be interesting to see how it progresses as we go through this year.
Yes, indeed, but I'm sure a good way for horologists to kick it off. There she is, winner of the Beldame, the Molly Pitcher back in 2020. I'm sure Connections have their sights set on bigger and better throughout the rest of 2021. She wins her debut for this year, but when we come back, we'll talk about another horse that is looking to add to her resume for Bill Ma, and that is Frank's Rocket. We'll talk about the leading ladies for Team Fletcher after this.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
What constitutes a great sire? Results.
Never Surprised, looking to go wire to wire here, and Never Surprised has got it won.
Versatility.
Tis the law. He's left the others behind. Tis the law.
A foundation for the future.
Olympic runner for the lead. Venezuelan hug. Wait! Venezuelan hug! Venezuelan hug shook free.
Constitution has it all.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, brought to you as always by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime, and get started at nairabets.com or download the app today. Well, we talked a lot about a special filly in Frank's Rocket that's coming back today, campaigned by Frank Fletcher. His racing manager, Kathy Howard, has been one well known throughout the track. Not only has she been involved in a variety of different positions on the racetrack, she also broke a lot of barriers at Oaklawn back in the 1980s as a female jockey who was very successful, and we'll learn a little bit more about her. A very special woman who obviously adds a lot to the team.
In horse racing, Kathy Howard is a lifer. She's worked as a paddock judge, placing judge, stakes coordinator, even a stint as a trainer following the death of her husband, Tom Howard. And she's been racing manager for Frank Fletcher Racing Operations for over 20 years.
It is true.
But many don't know about her trailblazing days when she was known as Kathy Moore, a promising female jockey making a name for herself in a world foreign to women.
Seems like horse racing is still a man's sport. Is it any easier for you being a female jockey?
Well, from what I can tell, it's pretty rough. I don't know if it was any harder, 5 or 6 years ago, because I wasn't in the position I'm in now.
But yeah, it was tough. I was so shy. I wasn't shy when I was on a horse, but I was so shy growing up.
See,
And I'd be at somebody's stable to work a horse, and if I was a few minutes early, I was too shy to even go into the office or the tack room. If there was more than 2 people in there, I would just stand out there by the door until they came out. Look at this, was my grandmother. That was my grandma. Isn't that something? My grandmother and grandfather, they were Russian, Babandito. They were the first ones that ever took me to the racetrack. That was a big deal.
In 1980, at the age of 23, Kathy became more than the first woman to win a stakes race at Oaklawn.
Despite becoming the first female jockey to post an Oaklawn handicap victory, Moore didn't say anything about women's liberation. And equal might amend it. I never said anything like that. It's just 41 years ago, you know, but I remember it like it was yesterday. The Gallant Serenade, right here at Oaklawn. I had a speed horse, and so I think I did set the fractions. He was all speed. There's an old gentleman named Jim Hughes that trained, and he rode me. I remember his barn was over there by the gap. He was kind of jumping up and down, and when I was galloping back, he said, "You're a real juryman now. You did it, Kathy, you did it." There's Jim Hughes. That's the guy that was saying, "You made it as a juryman." And he's long been passed, but I'll never forget that. It's just a tough game. I've never really thought about it, except it's kind of like I know what I did. And I know the trails that I've hopefully blazed for some other females. I'm a very humble, quiet person, so, you know, it makes me feel good. It was almost like a past world. And then when I was married to Tom Howard until he died, whenever we won a race, and it was always we, because we would work together, it was a really big, it gave me like almost the same rush, exciting. And now with Mr. Fletcher, and we win a race with a homebred, especially Frank's Rocket, it's almost the same. He's my boss, but he's also my friend. And we have the common interest, the love of horses.
Frank's Rocket. There's a look at Kathy Howard as she's been such a big part of the team in the green suit there and putting the tack on Frank's Rocket today.
I love that story. I think that's the third or fourth time I've seen it, and it's enjoyable every time. And it's great to see women who are real trailblazers in the sport. You look at horse racing, women play easily as big a role as men do in all facets of the game. It's just hard for them as far as being frontline trainers and jockeys as well. And you love to see them get some success. And that's why, you know, you think about the people who are behind the scenes, how many women assistant trainers are. Leanna Williford, who trains the assistant trainer for 20 years for Bill Mott. And it's nice to see, and somebody like that did it a long time ago when it probably wasn't easy. And you have to consider them trailblazers.
Absolutely, and gives you a little bit of an extra rooting interest for sure. She's been with Frank Fletcher now for about 20 years. This filly owned and bred by a Frank Fletcher, and 4 to 5 currently on the board in the Carousel. Back at Aqueduct, though, we had stakes action there in the top flight, and what a horse race it was in the top flight with Mrs. Danvers digging in so gamely. Horologist just wearing her down.
Listen, I like to bet and gamble on the game as much as anybody, but you also have to love the beauty of the sport. And seeing good horses like this, throwing it down in the stretch, it really doesn't get more exciting than that. And, you know, it looked like Horologist was going to put Mrs. Danvers away, and I think there was a little bit of a fear top of the stretch. Mrs. Danvers was going to back up, and you're going to end up saying, she just can't run anymore. Well, she showed that she can run, and I look forward to more races from these horses going further in the year.
Hope it's a big year for both of them. It'll be fun to follow. $4 winner here with Horologist, as Richie standing by with her winning pilot, Junior Alvarado.
I'm here with winning rider Junior Alvarado on Horologist, gets the top flight. When she broke out of the gate, Junior, she wasn't ranked, but she looked like she was a little bit keen, like she might want to get a little strong on you, but then she settled.
Yes, Richie. You know, she broke great. I was happy the way she broke. But and then, like I said, I mean, even before I get to the first turn, she was like in the very edge. If I wouldn't move my hands a little bit, I would have probably lost her right there. So, you know, it was like a 50-50 decision there. I know I got Kendra in the rail. I couldn't really, like I said, if I moved my hands a little bit, I would have probably get the lead, but then I didn't want her to be ranked going a mile and an eighth after, you know, the long layoff. So, you know, I kind of tried to tip her a little bit outside, let Kendra go, try to settle a little bit. But in the backside, you know, when the horse in front opened up a little bit, I kind of get to tucking kind of like half length behind, and then she kind of settled. But when she came back to me, you know, I knew we were good after that.
Once you got her settled, you had the race in your pocket, and one of Junior's strengths is his strength in the finish, and that was on full display in this top flight.
It absolutely was, Richie. Thank you. Great ride by Junior Alvarado aboard Horologist as back at Oaklawn Park. The stakes action continues here in the Carousel. Horses on the track getting ready as we saw the one Wildwood's Beauty go by. There's the 2 Best Kept Secret, and here's the 3 Andy Mucho Amor.
Yes, as we're getting close to the big 3 on the outside, all of these 3 we talked or didn't talk about would have to improve to beat any of the next 3.
Well, 4-5 on Frank's Rocket off a win last time out at Oaklawn.
She's going to the front, and she is very good, especially at 6 furlongs. Will Edgeway put pressure on her?
Speaking of Edgeway, there she is, 2-1 off a nice win last time out.
Edgeway's been multidimensional, but she does have a lot of speed, and I have to think the connections are concerned with letting Frank's Rocket get away. It'll be interesting how quickly does she make that one go.
And there's those 2 again, Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana. They team up with Casual.
And if you're Steve and Ricardo, you're hoping they're going up front and Casual can pick them up. She was no match for Kamari, who won a grade 1 in her next start, but didn't run that badly. She's knocked on the door, but she has not been able to build on that promise that she showed early in her career with 2 very good wins, one at Oaklawn and one at Churchill.
Will this be the breakout day for her? But meanwhile, we talked a lot about Kathy Howard and the impact that she has on the Frank Fletcher operations, but the man himself is now standing by with Maggie Wolfendale.
That's right, Acacia. And I actually interviewed Frank when she ran in Saratoga for the Adirondack. And here we are in her 13th start now, once again reunited for this Carousel. And Frank, it was an impressive return to the races as a 4-year-old in the American Beauty. She just keeps things rolling. For you, has she been kind of a filly of a lifetime?
She's been the best horse we've ever owned, and certainly the best filly.
And you've bred her, too. How much more meaningful is that for you?
Well, she's just the best of the best, and we just hope that she will run today like she has for many times before. But you never know how they're going to run.
Speed. She has a lot of it, but she's shown that she can sit off the pace. What are you looking for with her? She seems sharp coming into this Carousel effort.
Well, I hope that she will be stalking the horse in front. I hope that she will be right on their hip when they come around the 3/8 pole. But there may not be any speed come out of the gate. I think she will break well, but we have to see if we hope that a horse will get in front.
Now, all of your horses always have Rocket in their names, and that's because of a dog.
I have a long-haired German Shepherd. He's Rocket number 3, so I've had dogs for 30 years, and all the horses are named after them.
I love it. And this one, because she's special.
She's very special because she's a homebred, and her mom ran in the Breeders' Cup many years ago, Rocket 21.
Well, Frank, she is a special one. Hopefully we'll see her in the Breeders' Cup again later this year. But best of luck here, and thanks for joining us for this Carousel effort.
Appreciate it.
All right, guys. Frank Fletcher, he is a local here, obviously, as he does have his Razorback pullover on. But Frank's Rocket, Acacia, she looks amazing out on the racetrack, too.
Looking forward to seeing her today. Maggie, thank you. She won the American Beauty at Oaklawn Park last time out, and it's been fun getting to see her blossom too, Andy, as we saw her in New York as a 2-year-old where she was kind of stuck behind Perfect Alibi, and now she's really gotten to get her own spotlight.
And I think Bill Mott has determined that this is a horse that 6 furlongs is what she wants. And she did win the 6.5 furlong victory ride, but in a lot of ways it was one of her least impressive races. And she did win the 6.5 furlong Gallant Bloom, and she did win it impressively, so she can get a little more distance, but 6 seems to suit her very well, and we'll see what races Bill's going to pick for her, because, you know, the big race in New York is the Ballerina at 7 furlongs, and I think he'll have to figure out leading up to it whether or not, I mean, Honorable Miss has to be on their schedule at Saratoga at 6 furlongs. She certainly has the quality to run a race like that. The question is whether or not they're confident that she has enough stamina.
That is the question, and that brings up the point of why they chose to run against the boys in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. That's 6 furlongs, where the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint is 7.
And Gameen's presence in the Breeders' Cup Filly and Mare Sprint, and I agree with you, but I think it made their decision so much easier knowing Serengeti Empress is there with her speed, and Gameen with her talent, and speed and talent, I say, for Serengeti Empress. It made it very easy to take that shot. And listen, no harm, there's nothing worth. Nothing lost in trying. And listen, she was only 5-1 in there, so it's not like the public didn't think she had a shot.
She took a lot of attention. We heard Frank Fletcher mention they'd like to see another horse go. Will that be Edgeway?
he may want to see another horse go. I wouldn't if I were them. I would much rather be controlling. She can rate. The problem is she's inside of Edgeway. And if she were outside Edgeway, she could stalk. I would want to come out there and hope Edgeway isn't aggressive. Edgeway's pretty good. You know, Edgeway is another horse that hadn't lived up to her promise, but she ran a Beyer speed figure of 94, which is very much in line with the kind of figures that Frank Roquette ran last year. We'll see if she can build on her return in the American Beauty on a muddy track. Maybe she can take another step forward, but Edgeway is a danger, and I think Edgeway's going to take it to her. It's not easy if you're Florent Geroux if Edgeway goes, because she's going to go fast enough to clear, and what if he lets her clear? It almost becomes a situation like Caddo River in the Rebel. So I would hope that Edgeway and Joel are not super aggressive, and Frank's Roquette control. She didn't draw outside of her. She drew inside of her, and if they engage, I think it could set up for Casual, who is far from out of it.
Edgeway, a 3-time winner. She was second in the Dogwood behind the very talented Four Graces. For more on this filly, let's go to Maggie again.
Yeah, taking a look at Edgeway, first time I'm laying eyes on her in the flesh, and boy, she is a big, impressive, good-looking filly. She comes in here off the back of that easy victory out at Santa Anita, where the thing I liked most about that victory is how she really powered away from the rest of her overmatched rivals that day. Really moving well, though, and watching her stride, and she comes in here kind of second, if you will, off the bench, and she looks fit. She is sharp. She's been on her toes throughout the preliminaries here. Looks as though Joel Rosario giving her a little bit of a breather after a warm-up. You know, horses are coming over pretty early for these races. So if you see one getting a little hot, I wouldn't take it necessarily as a negative. It's very comfortable temperature-wise, but they are spending a lot of time kind of pre-race over here. So I like the fact, too, that she's taken a breath. She looks very settled out on the racetrack. One that was pretty fired up coming over is number 6, Casual. Something I hadn't seen from her in the past, but I kind of like it. It's not as if she was nervous or anything. She's just firing, double barreling, and I like the fact that they're keeping her as a sprinter now. I think she's much more physically acclimated to be the sprinting type. She could benefit if things do heat up between Frank's Roquette and Edgeway, and I agree with Andy. She is far from out of it. She looks fantastic for the Asmussen barn. But let's circle back to Frank's Roquette. Obviously, I've seen her throughout her career, from her second start as a 2-year-old to now as a 4-year-old, and I've always been critical of her because last year, she didn't seem to progress much physically. She was still kind of small and slight, didn't carry much weight. But now, and she was heading this way towards the end of her 3-year-old season, now she is that more of a mature, that stronger-looking filly. And she obviously has been good throughout her career, but I think now, as a 4-year-old, a little older, she looks phenomenal. And I don't know what necessarily kept her away from the races between the American Beauty and today. It could be the fact that Bill Mott heeds the fact that she is a filly that does not carry her weight and conditioning that well and wants to space the racing out with that ultimate goal of possibly grade 1s and getting to the Breeders' Cup, Acacia.
Maggie, thank you. And yeah, it's an interesting point. Her American Beauty win was at the end of January. She was training down in Florida at Payson Park, where Bill Mott had an exceptional winter, and opting to wait and run in this spot with her.
Yeah, well, the connections are also in Arkansas, so I really think that's more of the reason. I'm not sure. I don't know that Bill would have brought her to Arkansas. Frank Fletcher wasn't there, and he's the owner, and he wants to race there, and she's had success there. So I would guess it has more to do with the owner.
4-5 right now on Frank's Roquette. Both Andy and Maggie had some good things to say about Casual. Talk to me a little bit more about this one, Andy, as she stretches out a bit more from that 5.5 furlong try last time behind Kamari.
Yeah, you know, she was with the track and then she made an outside run. She just wasn't going to beat Kamari, who's very, very good. You know, she's run some good races. Being Lady Rocket, like she did 2 times ago, is not a bad race. The problem with her is the first 2 races she ran 90 Beyers, and she never took that big step forward. Obviously, she couldn't win the Acorn. She had a nightmare situation, the Audubon Oaks. And to be honest with you, she should have won that race at Churchill Downs on November 26th. She got a terrible trip that day and was an hour the best. And then they tried her at 2 turns. She's not a 2-turn horse. So if you look at her form, it's a little clouded up by races where she had bad trips or they were the wrong races for her. Her sprint races are all good, and I think if you're them, you're hoping that Edgeway's aggressive, and that makes Frank's Roquette have to work harder, and Ricardo Santana can just sort of stalk with this horse. She's not fast enough to keep up with them, but she's not so slow that she can't be relatively close.
4 to 5 on Frank's Rocket as she looks to stay 2 for 2 in 2021. Stakes action continues. $250,000 for grabs in the Carousel as we send it up to Vic Stauffer with the call.
They're at the post. They're off. Wildwood's Beauty and Mucho Amor break well. Edgeway is in the center. Frank's Rocket just inside of her. Casual is next, and the early trailer is Best Kept Secret, Mucho Amor, and Edgeway up the backstretch. Mucho Amor's inside, Edgeway's outside, and they've sprinted 2 lengths clear of Wildwood's Beauty, who moves through at the rail. Mucho Amor must be in about the 3 path because there was room for 2 horses to go through inside, and one of them, Wildwood's Beauty, has claimed the front in the 42nd Carousel. So Wildwood's Beauty is the leader from Mucho Amor in second. Edgeway is 3 deep in third and less than a length from the front. Frank's Rocket is fourth and now beginning to unwind, and around the far turn, Edgeway and Wildwood's Beauty are 1-2. 4 back to Best Kept Secret, and Casual is the trailer, and Edgeway is confidently handled by Rosario. She leads by a half length from Wildwood's Beauty in second. Frank's Rocket, center of the racetrack, comes with her run, and here we go. Edgeway and Frank's Rocket. Casual has closed a ton of ground. She's moved up into third and 2.5 off the lead. Edgeway and Frank's Rocket. Edgeway a length in front. Frank's Rocket can't quite get by yet. Edgeway, Frank's Rocket, Casual. Edgeway wins the Carousel. Edgeway beat Frank's Rocket. Casual third. Wildwood's Beauty fourth.
Edgeway confidently handled in a strangely run race here in the Carousel.
They were way too overconfident with Frank's Rocket, and I think they underestimated the talents of Edgeway, who showed last time that she could run back to her fast figure of her debut, and she was absolutely waltzing on a moderate pace outside 2 hopelessly overmatched rivals, while Ferran Giroux, and I'm going to say he was riding to instructions simply because the owner had said to Maggie before the race, hoping that the 5 went. I don't agree with that strategy. Frank's Rocket's talent is her speed. Use it as a weapon. Now, I'm not saying you need to get in a duel with her, but make them go fast enough early so if they're going to clear, they're working for it. Edgeway did not work for the lead, and Edgeway is a darn good racehorse. I don't think Frank's Rocket ran badly. I believe they were bad. There was a bad tactical approach by them, and it didn't work out. I look forward to these 2 horses meeting up in the future, and I'll tell you something else. Maybe Casual just takes herself too far out of the races, but given the pace scenario, Casual ran very well to finish third in here.
Yeah, she came running late, but Maggie Edgeway pulling the minor upset here in the Carousel.
Starting to get the feeling that Joelle Rosario might have Florent Giroux's number. And yes, Andy's right that the connection seemed as though they wanted Frank's Rocket to have a target, but it's not as if Joelle was all out to get Edgeway to the lead. Florent really took Frank's Rocket back and kept her wide and kept her just kind of out in no man's land. And she lost a lot of ground, too. I'm not taking anything away from Edgeway because I think she's very, very nice. But it was of interesting tactics for sure between the 2 connections. And Edgeway was the one who was ridden, I think, in the most beneficial way to get the results that were shown here. And Frank's Rocket, I'm not going to take anything away from her. I don't think they should be disappointed in this effort, but I think they might want to redo. Guys?
Couldn't agree more, Maggie. Thanks. Says Edgeway. She's talented, though. Take nothing away from her as she takes the Carousel at Oaklawn. Back here at Aqueduct, we've got the 6th race coming up next in mile and a 16th on the inner turf course, kicking off the post parade here with Gearhead, Andy.
Gearhead is one of the few here with decent turf performances. None of them have any speed. Gearhead did beat a weak field last time, though.
Here's the Brazilian-bred Vittori Kin.
Takes a big drop in class and hasn't won a race in a long time, but this is the best spot he's been in.
Looking at the number 4, King of Spades.
The problem with him is he's good enough to win it, but he's much better going longer on turf. He wants a 1 3/8 and a 1.5 miles.
Here's your favorite Noble Thought for Rob Falcone.
Like all the other competitors in turf races, he completely lacks speed. So while he's good enough to win, another horse can be compromised by the complete lack of pace.
Next will be the 7, Manifest Destiny.
He should be forward in here. He just doesn't have any turf races that are good enough to win this race, or at least recently.
1 turf win. That was a while ago, though. But next here is the 8, Castano.
Yeah, Castano is overmatched based on any turf race he's ever run.
The number 9 is Betas, trying the turf for the first time.
There's a little turf in the second family, so this horse has speed. He could come out winging. I think they should just go to the front.
10 is Chief Know-It-All, but a good day so far for Manny Franco.
This horse that has back turf races that are okay, but he was always better in the dirt, and his recent dirt form leaves something to be desired.
And a big price to the outside, the number 12, Hero's Hope.
Another horse that's run well enough in the past in the turf, but he's always sort of run similarly on turf and dirt, and his recent dirt form is terrible.
The late pick 4 kicks off here in the 6th at Aqueduct in this turf race. We'll talk more about it after this quick break on America's Day at the Races. Stay with us.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
Undefeated Grade 1 winner Mastery was a multiple graded stakes winner at 2, including this victory in the Los Alamitos Cash Call Futurity. At 3, he sizzled in the San Felipe Stakes. Now his progeny are bringing top dollar in the sales ring.
$450,000. Internet buys $510,000. Thank you.
An exciting young stallion Mastery standing at Claiborne Farm.
Welcome back to America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Glad to have you with us as our program, as always, brought to you by America's Best Racing. For the love of the race, visit americasbestracing.net today. We're on the turf here for race number 6 as we kick off today's late pick 4. A mile and a 16th here, Andy. And the biggest question with this race, as you brought up, is where is the pace coming from?
Well, yeah, and the pace probably comes from the 7-horse Manifest Destiny and the 9 Beta. The question is, how quickly will they go, and can either of these horses at this point in their careers run effectively on the turf? I don't have any confidence in them because it's a very funny race because there's only 4 horses in here that have any kind of reasonable form of the turf. The 1, the 3, the 4, and the 6. The 4-horse wants more distance. The 6 is an overbet horse that completely lacks speed, and when he was successful, he got very, very good trips. The 1-horse beat weaker last time. Now, here's Noble Thought losing by a nose last time at 8-5 at Santa Anita. And obviously, this race is fast enough to win here, but he's a very pace-dependent horse. And let me tell you, he's been involved in some very close photos. Every one of them, he got very, very good trips. I wouldn't take 8-5 on him. I prefer the number 3 horse, but at least in the case of Noble Thought has had some recent success, whereas the number 3 Vittori Kin, I think I was at grammar school the last time this horse won a race. And that's when there were dinosaurs roaming the earth.
Oh, no. 5-2 on Vittori Kin, who does drop in class. He was facing grade 3 company 2 starts back, the likes of Spooky Channel going 1.5 miles. So obviously a class drop makes sense for him. Let's see if he can be up in the race early on. And just wanted to circle back quickly to Noble Thought, who is 6-5. I think it's important to note, too, yes, Kendrick Carmouche is aboard, and he's very good with speed horses, but that doesn't mean that every horse he rides, he's going to put on the lead. He rides well coming from off the pace as well.
I'm glad you brought that up. I think it's unfair to Kendrick to label him some sort of speed rider. Kendrick is a fine rider, period. He doesn't need to have the lead. I think with Kendrick in general, if he's riding a horse that can be forwardly placed, he is going to be aggressive enough to be forward. He's not a guy who's looking to rate speeds like a number of other riders who shall remain nameless until I take a tough beat with one of their horses. But he can do fine. He rode Bourbonnick last week in the Wood Memorial, and he looked like Silky Sullivan in that race. He was about 8 lengths behind the second to last horse. So I agree, Kendrick. Aisha, I think Kendrick gets an unfair rap as some sort of speed rider, as though he's this one-dimensional rider. He's not.
Yeah. Can ride a horse from wherever he's coming from, and also he's going to stick with that horse's running style, what they have the ability to do. 8-5 on Kendrick's Mount Noble Thought. Obviously, Kendrick Carmouche riding in very good form right now, having won the winter meet here at the Big A as well. Vittori Kin 2-1.
He lost.
Or he lost, excuse me, that's right. He was ahead, and Eric Cancel caught him at the last day.
Won 8 of 9 races to catch him. And Jose Ortiz on Vittori Kin. And I think that Jose... It's not that Kendrick wouldn't want to be closer with Noble Thought. I just don't think he can be. I'm wondering if Jose is going to try to find a way to get Vittori Kin in position, because I think you want to try to make the first run. If he's at a similar position to the 6 Noble Thought or behind that one, it'll be tough to catch him. But if he can get the jump on him, I think he can beat that one. They are the 2 favorites at 9-5 and 2-1.
Trainer Mike Stidham has Proxy coming up later on in the Lexington. Some Kentucky Derby points on the line, but they've said the Kentucky Derby is not the ultimate goal for that horse, trying to get him a stakes win today. Of course, Mike Stidham, a big year with Mystic Guide winning the Dubai World Cup and hoping for a big 2021 with that horse.
Yeah, and for Proxy as well. I think it'll be interesting to see if and when we see Proxy on the turf, because potentially he could be a horse that we could see, especially if Essential Quality is successful in Triple Crown races. We could see Godolphin Point in races like the Belmont and Saratoga Derbies.
The brother to Micheline, who will be a short price in the Jenny Wiley, also at Keeneland today. Looking forward to all of that coming up later. But right now, Mike Stidham has Vittori Kin 2-1 as they load in for the 6th. Here's Don and Brielle.
And they're off. Manifest Destiny, and from the inside, it is Gearhead. Now moving up is Castagno. So it's Castagno and Manifest Destiny. They are right together, and Beta sits just off them in third. A break of 3 back to Gearhead, along with Chief Know-It-All. Then Hero's Hope, who is racing in 6th, followed by Vittori Kin in between horses in 7th. King of Spades is down at the rail in 8th, and the early trailer is the favorite, Noble Thought, in 9th as the field goes into the clubhouse turn. Up front, Manifest Destiny is the leader by 3/4 of a length, with Castagno on the outside in second by 2.5, and Beta is in third. Long shots are 1, 2, and 3 through a quarter in 23 and 2. Gearhead races in 4th, about 4.5 off the lead. King of Spades looks to advance down at the rail. Then it's the gray Chief Know-It-All. Far outside is Hero's Hope. Vittori Kin has 1 horse beaten at this point, and it is Noble Thought who continues to trail. The half went in 48 3/5 seconds. Beta now pokes ahead in front of Castagno. Castagno and Beta and Gearhead just off them in third. Manifest Destiny is dropped out of it. Vittori Kin runs in 4th. Chief Know-It-All to his outside in 5th. Noble Thought now in gear up to 6th, about 4 lengths from the lead. Off the turn and into the stretch. 3/4 went 1:12 and 2. It is Castagno challenged now by Gearhead. Vittori Kin looks to rally down at the rail. Noble Thought is on the outside as they pass the 8th pole. It is Gearhead, Vittori Kin up the inside to grab the lead. Then Gearhead and Noble Thought. Vittori Kin, the winner. And Jose Ortiz has his 3rd victory on the day. Then it was Noble Thought and Gearhead.
A good day indeed so far for Jose Ortiz. Third win today with Vittori Kin up the rail.
And I think it comes back to what we talked about before they went in there. Jose Ortiz realized, I've got a little more speed than the 6-horse. I've got to make sure to get my horse into the game. And I think a very good job, despite the fact that we saw a relatively honest pace with those long shots going after each other early, you see Jose weaving his way through. Now, he took a bit of a gamble here because he was saving ground. You don't want to swing wide. He wanted to save ground. You know, he could have gotten jammed up in there and not been able to get through. Fortunately, the leader drifted and the rail opened up like the Red Sea and he was able to get through. Noble Thought ran fine, but once again, the fact that the number 3, Vittori Kin, had more speed and Jose was able to get him into the race more, and I'm not blaming Kendrick here. I just think Kendrick's riding a horse that just doesn't have any speed, and also a horse that was a little dressed up. Vittori Kin and the 6, they ran 1-2. They were the right 2 horses.
The 6 was Noble Thought. Looks like he will check in second, but up the rail was the number 3, Vittori Kin, the Brazilian bred, who was also taking that drop in class. Gearhead will hold on for third. And Castano, who was part of the pace, he definitely seemed to run actually a credible race, given he was 13-1 and seemed to be up against it in here.
I agree. He was the one horse that outran his odds.
3-6-1-8 in the 6 at Aqueduct. 5-2 on the 3, Vittori Kin back at Oaklawn Park. The first stake on their card in the books, and it was Edgeway confidently handled over the favorite, Frank's Rocket.
I don't want to take anything away from Edgeway. She's a very, very good horse, and I look forward to seeing her in stake races throughout the year. Frank's Rocket ran second, ran very well in being second, and I think they were a bit overconfident. I'm going to say, and maybe I'm wrong, they almost underestimated the talents of Edgeway and allowed her to get that tactical advantage, and Frank's Rocket couldn't overcome it, and I think Carousel ran well to finish third. But Edgeway, the value of speed and using your speed as a weapon.
$4.60 winner, and her pilot, Joel Rosario, doing everything right aboard the talented Edgeway. He's standing by with Maggie Wolfendale.
Carousel going to Edgeway with Joel Rosario aboard. As Joel, you were aboard her last time at Santa Anita. Seemed like a race that really set her up well for this effort today.
Yeah, she did. She broke really well. You know, I expected probably the 4 horses. I thought he gonna be a little bit in front. Kind of didn't break really well, and I was just there with her, and you know, she just do the job after that. So you know, she's really, really talented horse.
Joel, I don't want to put you on the spot, but it feels as though that you kind of have Florent Giroux's number, given this race, given the Rebel. Now you're matching up against him once again with the same 2 horses, Constator and Caddo River. How do you play it today? They said they're going to be a lot more aggressive in the Arkansas Derby with Caddo River.
I think, you know, we'll see how he come out of the gate, and you see what the Flo want to do, and then everybody else too. So we'll see how he come, and just see what Mr. Buffett have to say too.
Your horse can rate?
I mean, I think so, yeah. So we find out a little later.
Always keeping it close to the vest. Joel, congratulations. Huge day already for you with 3 wins, and looking forward to some more good performances out there.
Yes, me too. Thank you.
All right, Joel Rosario, man of the hour. No matter where he ships into, he'll be aboard the very short-priced favorite in today's Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, Concertor. Acacia?
Yeah, looking forward to seeing that. He didn't give us any tips on how the pace may play out, but you know, Joel, he certainly takes everything in stride once the gates open too, Andy.
No, he's a cool customer. You never see him steady or panic with a horse. It's very similar to Ramon Dominguez, where he just let the race develop in front of him. And we've seen Joel in some tight spots. There was that turf sprint at Saratoga he won, I think, was maybe for Grand Motion, where he came between horses and it tightened up on him. And he didn't even really steady. He just kind of eased back and waited for the room. He's a cool customer, a terrific rider. And I think he and Irad Ortiz, much like last year, could very well be battling the wire for the top jockey this year, but there's a lot of racing to come.
He had a huge week last week at Oaklawn Park. At Keeneland. It's already been a big week for him this week at Oaklawn Park. Joel Rosario still has Concert Tour to come, but that's it for me on the desk. As of now, I'm heading downstairs to report. Andy's hanging around for a little bit. Greg Wolf will be here to take you the rest of the way, and we have the Count Fleet coming up as Whitmore looks to become the winningest stakes horse at Oaklawn Park, looking for his 4th win in this race and his 8th stakes win at Oaklawn.
Caraconti, a leading sire amongst his crop by percentage of stakes horses.
Carousel is off to a strong start at stud. Top runners include graded stakes winners Kinzai Warrior and Sol Volante. Plus, 2-year-old stakes winner Spanish Love Affair and dual surface dynamo Princess Grace.
To Princess Grace.
A rising star with graded stakes winners on both dirt and turf. Carousel, standing at Gainesway.
Smiling Tiger is now the #1 fourth crop sire in America. You heard that right. Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a special discount of just $5,500, is the #1 fourth crop sire in America. His progeny scored 4 stakes wins in just 6 weeks, including Smiling Shirley, Grinning Tiger, and Tiger Dad. The #1 fourth crop sire in the nation is Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a discounted rate of just $5,500.
Welcome to continuing live coverage from Aqueduct and Oaklawn Park in Hot Springs, Arkansas, as we get set for the final stop of the road to the Kentucky Derby in today's Grade 1 $1 million Arkansas Derby from Oaklawn Park. We'll see if Concert Tour can get to Kentucky with that perfect record intact for Bob Baffert. Greg Wolf stepping in for Acacia Courtney with Andy Serling. Fun day of action today, and it's just going to get better as we have the champion sprinter Whitmore back in action coming up, and of course Concert Tour undefeated in that Arkansas Derby.
No, I agree, and a turf stake here as well. The action has been good. We've seen a stake at Aqueduct, a stake at Oaklawn as well. Nice performances in both those races, and I agree, a lot more action still to come, even though we've already been on air for 3.5 hours.
Yeah, this next race at Aqueduct, too, we're going to see if Yankee Division for Rudy Rodriguez can get back in the winner's circle. First out at Oaklawn, 7th race. Current odds for this maiden special weight coming up. And this is a wide open group. Maiden special, everyone trying to get that first win at 6 furlongs. And here, 7-2 is your favorite right now.
No, I agree. It is a wide open race. I'm going to try to win with a horse, so I think we'll drift up from this current 9-2. I like the 4 Battle Him, who had an atrocious trip in his debut, a heavily bet debut, but it's not going to be easy because, as you say, there are a lot of horses in here that are A-OK.
Yeah, the one you mentioned, a $500,000 Son of Tappet, making start number 2. He took a lot of attention in that debut. He's come back to work a bullet drill since as well.
Well, he broke about a length and a half, a 2 lengths slow, was steady about a half a mile in, was wide the whole way, and really had a troubled trip. The money he took says he's a better horse than that, and I think we'll see a much improved effort, but you'll have to, because this is a good field.
Coming onto the track right now, we saw the call to post. We didn't hear it, and we're going to see Global Appeal first in just a moment. This is another one who, wow, he was 40-1 for one of the all-time greats, D. Wayne Lucas, in his dirt debut. He debuted on the turf at Oaklawn last start, and he ran a very good race.
Right, he's only run the run race on the dirt, and he got a 79 buyer, and if you bet him, you took a disgusting beat at 40-1. He's a fraction of that today, but it doesn't mean he can't win.
We'll get a look at him in a moment. He's the son of Ghost Zapper. Francisco Arrieta will ride. Meanwhile, it's Star Sailor for John Sadler. who is the tepid favorite. He's going to be actually cutting back in distance. Blinkers coming off. He's had plenty of opportunities.
He has, and I don't like that he's lost at short price in a couple races, but he's Joel Rosario as a turnback, and he's another horse who can win.
And then you have the horse who was just behind Global Appeal, the 2, in his debut. He's going to be outside of him, though, in terms of post position today.
Yeah, I mean, that could make a difference, and he ran fine first time for Jerry Offerdorfer. It's interesting. Violent Gigi was 17-1, Global Appeal was 40-1, and they both ran well.
Yeah, that value evaporates fast, doesn't it? When they run like that, we'll see the rematch coming up, but plenty of others to contend with in this group. So here's the 2. Here's the Dwayne Lucas runner, Global Appeal. He missed by a half length in his dirt debut.
And he's got to go from the rail. We'll see how much pressure he gets.
31-1 next door, and a first-time starter by Corinthian with Calvin Burrell.
I think the odds will continue to rise. Tough field for a firster, especially with a relatively obscure one.
Battle Him took money in the debut, and you like him a lot.
I'm going to believe that this horse, the money was accurate, and the trip suggests that he will be much better today, but he better be.
Here's Macron, 6-1. Steve Asmussen.
Another horse who's run fine in his races. Nothing wrong with his races. He broke a little slowly last time, too. We'll see if he can break cleaner today.
Yeah, he's faced some good ones as well in a couple of his starts. Star Sailor, here's the John Sadler runner, blinkers off.
Cuts back in distance for Joel Rosario, who's always dangerous.
He's got a bullet drill coming in. He was third to Hosier, who's going to be in the Arkansas Derby later today. Violent GG start number 2 for Jerry Hollendorf.
Ran well enough to be competitive in debut. Would need to improve probably a little bit, but not that much.
He's my honey badger, Brad Cox.
Another turn back, and Brad Cox has very good numbers, turning back in distance from routes to sprints, particularly in maiden races.
Stablemate of champion sprinter Whitmore. Skip intro for Ron Moquette.
This horse comes out of an extraordinarily tough maiden race last November at Churchill Downs and is another horse here that could run well.
Yeah, surprised he's at 8-1 on the board. And then first-time starter outside, son of Speightstown, Justin Speight.
He's even bet being only 11-1 in this field. And you say you're surprised Skip Intro's 8-1 with this many horses that can win. I mean, the money has to go somewhere, and it's tough to see him that short a price. I think Skip Intro's dangerous. Looking forward to this race.
Going to be a good maiden group ahead. We're approaching the 4-minute mark to post. Meanwhile, we're on the turf back in the 6th in Aqueduct, and here's the stretch run.
Yeah, Jose Ortiz, he took a little bit of a risk staying inside, but what he did so well besides getting through was getting this horse into position, so he didn't have to make up all that ground, and I think that was the difference in him being able to beat the favorite who finished second.
Jose Ortiz, Mike Stidham gets a win. I'm not going to keep this horse around in the barn, though, got claimed.
All right, we'll see. I think the turf races will probably get a little tougher as the year progresses. We'll see.
$7.30 for the win. 8-5 favorite defeated there in the 6th to kick off the late pick 4 at Aqueduct. So back to Hot Springs and to Star Sailor. John Sadler had a horse win at Oaklawn earlier this week that was making his dirt debut and coming off a 2.5-year layoff. Got the win.
Wow. For what it's worth, turning back in general, he doesn't have great numbers. But with maidens, he's 6 for 26. The thing about Star Sailor, and he can absolutely win here, is unlike many in here, he's had a lot of chances. Now, he's run well enough in those races to win, and I like the turn back, but he's had so many chances that I would rather give bet a horse at a better price that hasn't had those chances.
He's only sprinted on dirt, though, once.
Yeah, and he did. He ran the best Beyer figure he ever ran of 80. But I would also argue that his figures are declining. So maybe his form is falling apart a bit. He can win here. Listen, you're going to have to make decisions in here. I'm committed to the 4. I was hoping to get a better price on the 4, Battle Him.
Meanwhile, Global Appeal, 40-1 in his dirt debut. As we talked about, he finished just ahead of Violent Gigi, the 7 in today's race. They finished 2-3. They'll match up again here this afternoon. And Global Appeal, Dwayne Lucas. It was Fernando de la Cruz aboard on this occasion. He was prominent throughout in this race.
No, he ran too well to lose. If you bet him, it's heartbreaking. But the problem is that he draws inside, or he's going to take pressure the whole way. And he was 40-1 last time, and today he's 9-2. So he's roughly 1/10 of the price he was last time. To me, I could never bet a horse like this. Doesn't mean he can't win. He ran fast enough to win, that's for sure.
Meanwhile, Violent Gigi chasing in third. Can he make up the ground? He was 2.5 lengths behind him with more on the 7th from Oaklawn. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And we do see the shortest price on the board of 7-2, and that reflects what I think of these horses physically. There's a lot of good-looking horses that I'm having a lot of trouble separating a lot of them here that also make sense on paper, as we'll start by talking about two of the turnbacks. Number 6 is Star Sailor, taking the blinkers off, shipping in here for John Sadler from California. And he is a son of Union Rags, and I feel like Union Rags is one of those difficult sires because I don't think they're horses that show a lot in the morning, and that's why a lot of connections put them on the turf. This one does have turf pedigree on the bottom side, so that you saw that race first time out going 5.5 on the turf, and then they've just kind of experimented. I agree with Andy that it's put up or shut up time with him. He looks phenomenal, and he is a bit of a stockier type, so that does suggest that the turnback will be okay with him. Joel Rosario gave him a big warm-up away from the pony. Love to see that with these horses turning back. You got to get their blood flowing. You got to get their feet underneath of them so they don't get caught flat-footed at the start. As we'll take a look at number 8, He's My Honey Badger for Brad Cox. We've seen the progeny of Daredevil, obviously Swiss Skydiver being his leading runner by far. They seem to want some ground. And looking at He's My Honey Badger, I'm not sure if he is suited to sprinting. His races say that possibly because he just continues to kind of lose ground in the latter stages of those two-turn races that we see from him coming in here. But I'm not sold at well, now he's 9-2, but at a shortish price, I'm not sold on him being a sprinter. As we'll take a look at the horse Andy likes, number 4, Battle Him for Larry Jones. Rough trip, couldn't agree more. Comes in here, he's on his toes. He's been sharp. Wearing those full cut blinkers, he's gonna have to get faster leaving there so he doesn't find himself in trouble again. But I do think we will see a more forward placed runner as number 7, Violent Gigi. We do have a late scratch here. Number 3, Creole Bay, will be a late scratch here. A big long shot on the board. Late scratch upon advice of the attending veterinarian. The stewards have scratched number 3. Taking a look back at number 7, Violent Gigi for Jerry Hollendorfer. He did have a great trip first time out, but it was his first effort, and I thought it was a promising one. And he was the one that impressed me the most physically. Very elegant horse. He does wear a breast collar. I thought maybe he was a narrow, small type of runner. He's not. I think he just has those big sloping withers where saddles will naturally just kind of fall back on him. But I love the way he presented himself second time out. He's fit here for Jerry Hollendorfer. I think he's interesting at a decent price of 9-1, Greg.
All right, Maggie, thanks. He's trying to turn the tables, finish ahead of Global Appeal. The 2 here this afternoon in the rematch. As Maggie mentioned, late scratch of that 3, who was the biggest price on the board. Doesn't really change this race much. But in terms of looks, and there's the 7. That's the one who caught Maggie's eye. Violent Gigi, just leaving your screen.
I'm not going to be shocked to see any number of horses be effective in here, and I certainly wouldn't knock a 9-1 shot. As I said, I like Battle Him. I do want to touch briefly on Skip Intro, who's taken some money at 6-1 in here. That maiden race last year, you look at them, a whole slew of horses came out of that race to run significantly faster figs in their next start. And to me, that's a real key race. I don't believe a key race is a race where 2 horses come out of it and win. Maybe they came back and they won it 3-5. You know, maybe they ran worse in their next starts. To me, a true key race is one where you see a number of horses, even if they don't win, Greg, but they come back and they run faster speed figures, because that says to me maybe there was something about this race that it was actually better than the initial speed figure suggested. And to me, that's a key race. Those are the kind of hidden races where you can find gems. Now, unfortunately for Skip Intro, he comes back in quite a tough spot.
Yes, it is. He comes in with a bullet work, though, as well for Ron Moquette. With Whitmore still to come. Right now, Vic Stauffer with the call. Here's race 7 from Oaklawn.
Violent Gigi and He's My Honey Badger break well, but not as good as Global Appeal, who takes the lead. Then comes Justin Spite and Skip Intro, followed by Macron moving at the fence. Then comes Star Sailor, and the trailer is Battle Him. Justin Spite quickest up the backstretch now as he leads He's My Honey Badger and Global Appeal. Those 3 right across the track, and He's My Honey Badger is now a neck in front. Skip Intro, Violent Gigi, and Macron are next, and they're about 2.5 off the lead. Star Sailor has 4 lengths to make up, and he's a length in front of Battle Him as they round the far turn with He's My Honey Badger, the leader. He's My Honey Badger, a length and a quarter in front of Justin Spite in second. Global Appeal, Skip Intro, and a 4 wide Battle Him. And here comes Battle Him all the way up into second. He's My Honey Badger is the leader and leads by 2.5 lengths. Battle Him is second. Star Sailor now kicks into gear in the center of the racetrack. Global Appeal is next. He's My Honey Badger, 2.5 lengths in front. Global Appeal, Battle Him, Star Sailor, and Macron up the fence are all battling for second. He's My Honey Badger in front. He's My Honey Badger won by 2.25. Star Sailor was second, Global Appeal third. Close for fourth between Battle Him and Macron.
Well, potentially a good sign of things to come later today for Brad Cox with Caddo River. He's My Honey Badger, maiden-breaking score in his 4th start.
And you got to give them credit. How was Florent Giroux able to be forward in this race, given his general lack of speed on paper compared to the others? But he got him in position. He was a dominant winner here. The kind of ride that the 4 Battle Him got, well, that'll never win you a race. It's a foolish kind of ride. He is a horse that needs to get himself in position early. But, boy, he's My Honey Badger. He was much the best.
Florent Giroux on the son of Daredevil. Brad Cox had some nice success with Daredevils. Gets a win here, and he's My Honey Badger, Maggie. Dominant down the stretch.
That he has. She Dares the Devil, obviously your Kentucky Oaks winner of last year, Greg. I did not see this race playing out as it did. Florent Giroux possibly redeeming himself with this ride he gave. He's My Honey Badger, just much the best. I mean, actually the 2 turnbacks finishing 1-2 here with number 6 Star Sailor. Running the race you might expect from a turnback horse, as he did rally out widest in the track to just edge number 2 Global Appeal for place honors. Greg.
Oh, this was impressive. And yeah, this horse had never shown the ability to be in front, even routing. And gets
I guess
5-1 in the end.
The disease of grab extends over state lines.
8-6-2 finish. We'll make that official for you in a little bit. We head back to New York, and a very interesting 7th race coming up here at Aqueduct. 1-turn mile, entry-level allowance, big scratch with Malibu Star. Azar comes out as well. What do you do with Yankee Division, who wants to be in front and is coming out of a very tough race where he was beat by Mystic Knight?
Yeah, Mystic Knight is a potential stakes winner for Chad Brown and Peter Brandt, but he ran incredibly to beat Yankee Division. Yankee Division is dressed up after riding on 2 consecutive gold rails that make him look better than he is, and I think his actual talents are closer to those high 80 buyers he was running. That may be good enough to win here, but my question to you, Greg, is with Arham inside of him stretching out, do you really see Kendrick Armouche allowing Yankee Division to control this race?
I still think he's going to get to the front.
He may. He is the fastest of the horse in here, and he was helped by the scratch, but I have to think Kendrick's going to be aggressive. I like the 5.
He's been able to sit off and win Yankee Division.
But I don't think he's beaten this field rating in here. We'll see. I like the 5 Family Biz, who's been compromised twice in a row by the way the track was playing. Last time, speed, it was almost impossible to close, and the time before that, he was wide against a gold rail.
This race kicks off the cross-country pick 5, and that means it's time to bring in Jonathan Kinchin to find out how to play this thing this afternoon. JK, how you been?
I'm good. I'm excited about this cross-country pick 5. Very fun little sequence here. Keep in mind, in the 4th leg, there was a late scratch of Carrick, the 7 for Wesley Ward. He was on my original ticket. I've taken him off. We're going to get started here. I'm going to go 2-7-8 here at Aqueduct to get started. Texas Swing. Aram, I think, is the winner. Yankee Division, I just like the outside draw for speed horses, and I didn't want to toss him in here. I was going to get a little bit skinnier later, so I thought I would include him going down to Lexington in Keeneland for the Giants Causeway. I'm going to use 4 horses in there. The 1, Intimistic, the 3, LZ, the 6, A Bit of Both, and the 10, Jakarta. Jakarta's the only one that hasn't won on a turf course listed not firm. The other 3 have, but I like the draw for Jakarta. I'm going to single the 4, Decorated Invader, in the Danger's Hour. I love Analyze It, and I know that Delaware was working with Raging Bull, who won the Grade 1 at Keeneland the other day, but I think Decorated Invader going 1 mile as a 4-year-old, we could see something special from this horse in this race and moving forward. The 3-year-olds were extremely good last year on the grass. down in Lexington, in the Lexington Stakes. I'm going to use the 1, 7, and 8, and then to wrap it up in the Oaklawn Mile, 4, 5, 6, 7, Rushy, Blackberry Wine, By My Standards, and Pioneer Spirit.
All right, so you had that listed wrong on the screen and said for the Lexington, 1, 7, 8 for Jonathan if you are playing that cross-country pick 5. Here's Kid Bourbon, who I think is going to make a big improvement today.
Listen, he's got some reasonable figures that can give him a chance at a price if you like him.
Texas Swing, Todd Pletcher put him in the Tampa Bay Derby off a maiden win.
Todd Pletcher has great numbers off of 6-month-plus layoffs and dirt routes, especially at Naira, but anywhere. I actually prefer this one over the shorter-priced other Todd Pletcher runner.
He was third behind King Guillermo, Sole Volante, 2 scratches, then we go to Family Biz for Linda Rice.
I'm hoping he gets a fair pace to run into. If he does, I think he can run back to his big figure 3 back and win this race at a fair price.
A non-road, more speed here to challenge Yankee Division.
Yeah, we'll see if he's good enough or fast enough. He's fast, though.
At least to be a harassment early. I don't know about late. Arham, the other Todd Pletcher, was a 7-length winner in his debut at Gulfstream.
Contrary to coming off layoffs in these routes, Todd Pletcher doesn't have exceptional numbers stretching out from sprints to routes. I'm not a big fan of this horse, but I think he could be a factor early.
And here is Yankee Division. He's third behind Bankin and the Alex M. Robb. He has a nice resume going. 5-year-old son of Midnight Loot.
Obviously, he's an improved horse, and I don't want to knock him. I picked him second. But for my money, at the end of the day, this is a horse that is dressed up by circumstance. The fact that he's ridden 2 straight gold rails, and I think he features a much tougher challenge today.
He is even money 4 minutes away from the start of the cross-country Pick 5. You can play it with Naira Bets. Take advantage of a 100% deposit match of up to $200. New members, use that promo code MATCH200 to take advantage. You can go to the app, also get signed up at NairaBets.com and play along on a fantastic Saturday of action that we have ahead. Short price on the horse we're going to show you right now, Yankee Division. Jose Ortiz looking for back-to-back wins on today's card. He'll team up with Rudy Rodriguez on this 5-year-old here, who's a 3-time winner at this track, and he's 5 for 8 at this mile distance, Andy.
Yeah, he's obviously in very good form, and I won't be surprised to see him run well. But once again, you know, I play with the biases, and the extreme biases, this horse took advantage of it as much as any racehorse. And the horse who beat him here, one of the reasons I think he's a stakes horse is not only the fast race he ran in this race, but he made this huge, long, sustained run from well back while wide, Mystic Knight. I honestly believe if there was more time, Mystic Knight, the horse who beat him, would have won of our Excelsior last week. I think he'd be 2-5 if he was in the Ben Ali at Keeneland today. And I think we're going to see Mystic Knight compete competitively in stake races this year.
Yeah, he ran a 99 buyer in that win for Chad Brown, but Yankee Division, he was still 13 lengths clear of the third-place finisher, and that's a horse who was second in the Remsen earlier in his career. With more on this field and the favorite, let's go to Acacia Courtney.
And it's been a good day for Jose Ortiz, too. So he is a short price, but just looking at him now as a 5-year-old making the 3rd start of the season, he's carrying good weight. He had a pretty good warm-up out there. Watching that last replay, I was looking for any way to go against him in here. And just plain and simple, it's not necessarily that I'm against what I see from him physically. He's dappled out. It's just truly that I preferred others in this spot, especially as he is a short price. He warmed up fine out there on the track. Again, has good substance to him, but wondering if we are going to see a performance once again, or if he is going to be loose on the lead. The 2 Todd Pletcher runners interest me, starting with the number 2 Texas Swing, who is going to ultimately be my pick. I didn't cover his race in Saratoga, so I haven't seen him since his debut. And my notes from that day versus what I see today, and granted, it's been some racing in between them and enough time, but he's really grown up a lot. He was kind of more of a smaller, handier type, just not much to him. Now he's very sharp out there today. Got himself a little bit warm, so overall I'd like to see him settle a bit, but Junior Alvarado kept him with the pony, keeping him settled out there on track. So for me, that's a big positive because I liked what I saw from him for this distance, turning back a bit to the mile in here, the foundation that he does have, just the difference that I saw from him from his debut to today, now as a 4-year-old in that physical maturity. A little bit fresh out there on track, but he is coming off a bit of a layoff. I also saw an improvement in the attitude from the 7 Arham, and I've never been his biggest fan. I really didn't like him last time out. He was very studdish beforehand. He acted up in the gate before the race. Untitled was by far the best looking horse in that field. Now he does stretch out, he's by Union Rag, so at first glance you'd think that that shouldn't be a problem, but physically he doesn't look like any Union Rags that I've seen. Typically they're kind of a bigger barrel type, and again, of course there are outliers, but he's smaller, there's not much to him. You wouldn't look at him and say, A, that he's a Union Rags, or B, that he would want to go a distance of ground. So he was much better as far as how he was more composed back in the paddock. And then when he got out on track, Kendrick Carmouche took him away from the pony, and he started throwing his head up a little bit and just kind of reacting a bit more back to some of those antics as I'd seen in his first couple of starts. So overall, he's matured mentally. Let's see how he handles the distances physically, not exactly lending himself to it. And I think this is a tougher task today, Greg.
Keisha, thank you. Second choice on the board. Arham, one of a pair of Todd Pletcher runners. Here is his other horse. Took him 2 starts to break his maiden, and then Pletcher puts him in at almost 20-1 in the Tampa Bay Derby, and he runs third in the race behind King Guillermo and Sole Volante.
This horse obviously has some talent. I looked up these stats for Todd Pletcher. Look at the numbers, 30 for 83, 36% with a 274 ROI off layoffs and dirt routes. That's exceptional. And a lot of times I look his numbers up to see if he does wetter at Gulfstream than New York. He's got the same numbers in New York. He's 10 for 28, 36% with a 280 ROI. So he seems to do well wherever he is when he comes off layoffs. And I think the 7 is going to engage with the 8 and help ensure an honest pace. And I think this horse can come running at the end. I'm very interested in Texas Swing. I bet on Family Biz to win. I boxed 2-5 in the exact and played 2 and 5 in some pick 3s.
I'm with. He seems like the bet in this race, especially at 7-1. With a couple of scratches, I thought his price would actually come down. It really hasn't.
Yeah, no, I think he's getting ignored. Now, listen, doesn't mean he's going to be effective, but I think there's things you can like about this horse, and he's a very fair price. It's a good race.
So 7-1 on the 2 Texas Swing, but that price continuing to get shorter, Jonathan, on Yankee Division. He's odds on now at 4-5.
I don't know about the odds on game on Yankee Division. I thought he was worth an include. Look, I think Todd Pletcher's going to win this race, and I think the horse draw. That's the one that's kind of shown me the most.
We apologize for those technical difficulties. We'll try and get JK sorted out. But, yeah, we heard enough. We heard that 4-5 is way too short on Yankee Division. The most likely winner, no question, in this race. But from a value standpoint, look elsewhere.
Yeah, I think it's closer than that. And listen, for me as somebody who pays a lot of attention to biases and the extreme bias we had, he is a very fortunate horse, Yankee Division. And while he had improved, I think his improvement from a speed figure standpoint in his last 2 starts is directly related to the fact that he was riding the bias. Now, if he clears here, maybe he'll win again. But I think this is going to be a more contentious pace on a much more fair racetrack today.
Set for the 7th here at Aqueduct. Cross country, pick 5. With Aqueduct, Keeneland, and Oaklawn. Begins right here. It's an on-road. This 6 horse going to try and pressure Yankee Division early. And maybe this Pletcher Arham, the 7, will as well. John Imbrial with the call. Here's the 7th from Aqueduct.
Yankee Division. In the gate. And the rough. Yankee Division away well from the outside. Now Annan Road moves up to challenge, so it's Yankee Division and long shot Annan Road. And then Family Biz down on the inside, running in 3rd. Arham's on the outside in 4th. Kid Bourbon now gains ground. And Texas Swing is the trailer, but just 3.5 lengths off the lead. Annan Road is in between horses. On the outside is Yankee Division, and on the inside is Family Biz. The quarter went in 23 3/5 seconds. After the front 3, it's the threesome of Arham, Texas Swing, and Kid Bourbon. As they continue up the backstretch, Annan Road by 3/4 of a length. Yankee Division, the odds-on favorite on the outside in 2nd. Family Biz at the rail, 3rd by a head. Alongside is Arham in 4th, and at the back, Texas Swing and Kid Bourbon. Half mile, 46 1/5 seconds as they go around the far turn. It's still Annan Road and Yankee Division, and the 2 of them are heads apart, and now Yankee Division pokes his head in front of Annan Road. Arham being asked for more in third. Family Biz at the rail. Then it is Kid Bourbon. Texas Swing is now the trailer, and they're at the head of the stretch. And it is Yankee Division in front. 3/4 up in 1:10-4. Yankee Division. Here's Arham on the outside, and down towards the rail is Family Biz with 1/8 of a mile to the finish. Family Biz on the inside. Yankee Division in between horses. Arham on the outside. The three of them at the 16th pole, and Family Biz has taken over, and it will be Family Biz, a 2.5 length winner. Arham got second. Yankee Division faded to third.
Family Biz, Linda Rice, 6th career win for this 5-year-old son of Fed Biz.
I thought Eric Cancel had him too close early. It turned out he gave the horse a great ride to get it done in here and came through. And, you know, I think this is such a good example, and it's easy to say it in resulting, Greg. We talked about it beforehand. The 7 who ran very well in defeat, but he wasn't as good as those races looked because of the racetrack, and the winner wasn't as bad as he looked because of the racetrack.
Odds-on favorite, Yankee Division. Here he is taking the lead, but he comes up empty in the stretch. No answer for Family Biz down on the inside with Eric Cancel. Keisha.
Yeah, a big ride up from Eric Cancel, and a good call by Andy at 5-1 here with Family Biz. He seemed like he was really happy to get back to going that distance of ground. I think that we really kind of saw it with Yankee Division there in the stretches. He looked like he was in a good position. I'd say Arham is one to watch, though. I still don't know if I really want him going further than a mile, but as I had mentioned, mentally he's progressed a lot, and I think that that's really a big part of it. Freshened up since his last start. He will check in third, but no denying Family Biz and that rail skimming ride, and good to see him get back to the winner's circle, too.
Family Biz kicks off the cross-country Pick 5 with a big upset. A 4-5 favorite defeated, 5-1 start to things, and Yankee Division winds up even losing second in this race. Checks in third, 5-7-8-2.
I leave on a high note. It's rare.
Nice call there, no question. Yeah, Andy Serling leaving us for the afternoon. You're back tomorrow with us?
I will be back. I look forward to it. I look forward to watching you and Richie throughout the day. So it's amazing. We've been here now for 4 hours, and there's still tons of great racing left to come.
It's a great day of racing. We're going to recap it all tomorrow on the program as well, but we got a long way to go. Mig joins me right after a short timeout still to come here at Aqueduct on the turf in the Dangers Hour. Decorated Invader, Group 1 winner, trying to kickstart his 4-year-old campaign, taking on Analyze It, who's had those foot issues, who Chad Brown hopes those are a thing of the past.
DeMarchelier offers breeders a rare opportunity as the only son of emerging sire of sires, Dubois, standing in Kentucky. His picture-perfect pedigree includes 9 Grade 1 winners under the first 3 dams. Dubois and his sons and grandsons at stud have established stars on both turf and dirt. Now his first foals have arrived. DeMarchelier, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
Coming on strong.
Minute to stardom. On top, coming down to the final 16th, opening up a 2-length lead.
My love for you.
Wild About Star, shining big here in Berry 1.
Oh, why did I wrong?
Gaining late on the far outside, Guitar Tribute, who's storming home. Go, Guitar Tribute!
My love for you. Coming on strong.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. Programs brought to you by America's Best Racing for the love of the race. Visit americasbestracing.net today. Family Biz picture time here. Linda Rice, Eric Cancel. 5-year-old gelding by Fed Biz wins for the 6th time in his career. This kicks off the cross-country pick 5 with an upset here, and this is position Fed Biz, or Family Biz, excuse me, was in coming out of that turn.
Family Biz is usually a little bit better, a little bit braver outside of horses, but he had a big gap to run through inside, kind of hung in there for a few strides until he got heads up with the leader, and then he kicked on again. You could see, too, he's covered in dirt, and sometimes horses get discouraged. Not Family Biz today. He took care of Biz.
Yes, he did. A nice move by Cancel to find that opening, take advantage, and roll on to victory. $13.80 for the win. Arham for Todd Pletcher. Sonny Union Rag second in Yankee Division. That 4-5 favorite winds up third. Again, to kick off the cross-country pick 5 with me, champion jockey. You know that voice, Richard Migliori. Good to have you up here as we get set for big action still to come. That Dangerous Hour is going to be a lot of fun on the turf later today here at Aqueduct. And, of course, we're going to see Concert Tour and Caddo River go at it again. Caddo River, the connections have said this time they are not holding back. They're going to go to the front.
Well, they experimented last time and rated off of Concert Tour. And ultimately, the horse did not perform up to par. So they're going to go back to their strength. Caddo River's fast. Allow him to use his speed. I personally think Concert Tour, being well drawn outside of him, is just going to be in this perfect stalking spot. He's not going to be far away. I don't think he'll get in a speed duel with him.
American Pharaoh had to prove that he could sit and rate off horses in this very race back in 2015. He'd go on to win the Triple Crown along with the Arkansas Derby, and now from the same stable, Concert Tour is going to have to prove that as well for his connections. We'll see if it happens later. He's going to be a short price later on this afternoon. That's part of what we have still coming up. That is the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, $1 million purse. And a ticket on the line to that first Saturday in May in the Run for the Roses. Count Fleet, our champion sprinter of 2020. Whitmore back in action, trying to turn the tables on CZ Rocket, who he beat in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, but got the better of him in his 8-year-old debut here.
It's kind of nice to have this budding rivalry take place. I'm sure Whitmore's happy that he got the Breeders' Cup and not,
yes, he is.
and not the prep for the Count Fleet, but it'll be interesting to see what tactics are employed.
A lot on the line, though, in that race, though, too, for Whitmore, trying to become the all-time leader in the history of that racetrack in stakes victories if he can get the job done today. Dangerous Hour, 1 mile inner turf, decorated Invader. He was sensational. Last year's a 3-year-old for Christophe Clement. This will be the 4-year-old debut coming up. Sent out by West Point Thoroughbreds. For more, let's head downstairs to Acacia Courtney.
I'm pleased to be joined now by Tom Bellhouse, Chief Operating Officer of West Point Thoroughbreds. And Tom, decorated Invader back now as a 4-year-old. I mean, how fun has this horse been for you and your partners at West Point just in the career that he's had so far?
Yeah, he's been just a joy. I mean, these are the kind of horses that you dream about having, Acacia. A horse that breaks its maiden at Saratoga, wins a Grade 1, a win in your end when they're 2, and then started off last year hitting 3 consecutive stakes, 2 of them being graded, and then ran up against the best of his class the rest of the year and was very competitive. It's been one of Christophe's goals to get this horse to a mile, and I think that will be the plan for the campaign this year. But just for 1 second, I mean, it's also, not only is he a tremendous horse, but this is really a tremendous partnership. We've been on a lot of places together. We were up in Canada. We went to the Breeders' Cup. You know, we have 3 listed partners on this horse, Bill Sambrook, Bill Freeman, and Sherry Manning, and they're obviously huge supporters of our program, and just that we can start a new campaign with Christophe, who has really managed this horse perfectly, is very exciting for all of us.
And you mentioned being back at a mile distance today, which seems like his best spot. Tell me a little bit about how he's doing coming back, and obviously I'm sure this could be a stepping stone on to bigger and better things this year.
Yeah, we would hope so. I mean, if you think about his campaign last year, we started in the Cutler Bay, and then we came up here in the Pennine Ridge, and then the Hall of Fame at Saratoga. And I think if Christophe had a crystal ball and could make everything perfect, we'd start here and look at races like the Poker, the 4-Star Dave, and maybe try to go up and do the Win in Your Inn at Woodbine again. But it's one of these horses that when you're able to talk about races like that, you know it's going to be a fun year.
Looking forward to seeing him back on the track today, now as a 4-year-old. Tom, thank you. Best of luck with Decorated Invader today.
Thank you so much, Acacia.
He's always been a fun horse to follow, Greg, and it's always a lot more fun when all the West Point partners are here. I know a few here on the track today representing their black and gold colors, but as you heard Tom say, this horse has really taken them a lot of great places so far.
That's a big part of this whole thing with West Point Thoroughbreds, not just the business side of it, but it's making friendships that last a long time. They've won $56 million in purses, 927 wins, 127 stakes, and of course, they bought into a horse who became a Kentucky Derby winner they're always dreaming.
Yeah, pretty incredible. And it is, beyond the wins and losses, the experiences that you have. And these horses, I can speak for myself too, have taken me all over the world. And you get to see things and meet people and see places you would have never experienced except for the horses. And West Point certainly does that great.
Here's their horse they have coming up, Decorated Invader. He had a tremendous 3-year-old campaign, and he's back at a distance which Christophe Clement, his trainer, believes he's best at. That's at 1 mile.
I think 1 mile is really his optimum distance. He is 3 for 5 at the distance. He gets a little pace to run at. He has a tendency at times to want to lock on the bit and be a little bit, I won't say rank, but a little bit tough for the jockey. Mile suits him perfectly.
He got beat here. This was at a mile, but it was a yielding turf course. He didn't get much pace to run at here. Gets smoking. Set the fractions pretty slow, 24-1, 49-2 for the half, and he just wasn't able to run him down late.
No, and listen, let's give Get Smokin' his due. He's always shown gameness. He fought for it when Decorated Invader got there. I also think Decorated Invader got to a point in the season where he just started to go a little bit over the top. He had peaked, and he wasn't quite at his best.
There he is. He's 3-2 favorite on the board. He's got to deal with Analyze It in here for Chad Brown, who started off his career back in 2017 with 3 consecutive victories. He's a multiple graded stakes winner. He's had footage issues throughout his career. It's been a problem for him. He's had long times on the bench because of it. And this was what he did back in the 2018 Breeders' Cup Mile. He missed by 3/4 of a length. He actually had a lead in the stretch.
Yeah, he ran terrific this day, just couldn't hold off a couple of horses from the outside, Expert Eye, Catapult. But was very game. There's an old adage with horses, no foot, no horse. If they get this horse healthy, sound, his feet not bothering him, no telling what we're going to see. The interesting thing for me, though, is he's a 6-year-old. He missed basically 2 years of his career, came back last year as a 5-year-old, and good buyer figures. But there'll be less improvement from 5 to 6 than there should be from 3 to 4. So you think Decorated Invader could take a big step forward?
Well, he would need to, because the old Analyze It,
yes,
and we don't know if we're going to see that same Analyze It, but Decorated Invader would have to step up to beat the horse we knew from Analyze It from a couple of years ago.
Yeah, but I would expect that you'll see that big step. That's a big time for a horse to develop and grow, and I think you'll see a huge step forward from Decorated Invader.
We'll get back to the Dangers Hour at Aqueduct in just a little bit. 8th at Oaklawn is next, approaching the 9-minute mark to post. Peter Miller, he's got a big afternoon ahead. CZ Rocket trying to do it again to Whitmore and get her number. They're changing tactics with this horse in the Arkansas Derby as well. They don't want him on the lead.
The more they run, the more they win. The Run Happy Rally continues in 2021 with winners from Santa Anita to Churchill to Aqueduct.
But no problem at the end of the mile. Breaks his maiden here. Nikki the Vest won by 3.5 lengths.
And she's well in front. Joyful Cadence canters home.
It's all Drive Happy. Extending that stride, it's going to be Drive Happy.
Price for incredible value at only $10,000. Call Bernie Sams and book your mare today. Eclipse Champion Run Happy, standing tall at Claiborne Farm.
For 3 generations, the Bond Racing Stable has held to a simple philosophy. If you take care of the horses, they will take care of you. That guiding principle drives every aspect of operation generations at the family Song Hill Farm and Racing Stables. From breeding to breaking, racing and retiring, our commitment to our horses is reflected in everything we do. Now you can join our Grade 1 winning team with racing partnerships starting as low as $3,000. Bond Racing Stables, 3 generations of thoroughbred excellence.
Whitmore is on the move now. Here he comes 3 wide, and Whitmore is rolling up in the center of the racetrack. It is Fire Crow in front, but Whitmore has every chance to run him down. CZ Rocket is running a very big race. Whitmore has the lead. He'll have to hold off CZ Rocket. Whitmore, CZ Rocket, gonna be close. Whitmore reaches CZ Rocket. Whitmore, CZ Rocket, CZ Rocket.
When Whitmore kicks into gear like that, especially at Oaklawn, he does not get beat. Except in the Hot Springs, he did. CZ Rocket able to run him down. We're going to have the rematch in the Grade 3 Count Fleet coming up in race 11 today.
CZ Rocket was very good to run down Whitmore, who was running. He didn't lay down, although I do think he hit the front and maybe idled just a little bit. As an 8-year-old, a horse will have a tendency to get there and think their job is over. I think Whitmore wants to be the hunter, and CZ gets the hunted. If you flip-flop it, that's the trip they got in the Breeders' Cup, but that was successful for Whitmore. I think he wants to follow CZ Rocket.
It's incredible. Before that last start, the last time CZ Rocket had come to Oaklawn, he was 0 for 10. Then he comes again. He'd won 5 in a row, and that runner-up in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. Time certainly changed for this 7-year-old. Peter Miller has done a tremendous job since claiming this horse.
Yeah, he has, but CZ Rocket showed a lot of ability when he was young. He broke his maiden in Saratoga, and he looked very impressive.
I remembered I was talking to Al Stahl before he even started. He said, I got a really good one running tomorrow, and he won first time out at Saratoga. Yeah, he's impressive. Peter Miller going to send out CZ Rocket. He also has Get Her Number. We're going to see in the Arkansas Derby. They purposely changed tactics. This is our ABR race of the week, Grade 1 Arkansas Derby in the Rebel. Peter Miller thought there was a ton of speed in that race, so they said, let's take this horse back and see if he can kind of finish into the race. That didn't work out. He's going to be a lot more involved early on today.
Well, when we talk about prep races, this is what you do in prep races. You experiment. You want to see if a horse maybe can be more effective with a different style. It blew up. It didn't work. They're going to revert to about letting this horse show the speed that he possesses. But I think, if anything, that just helps Concert Tour, because then let Get Her Number do the dirty work, because they're going to commit to the lead with Caddo River and stalk third from the outside. That's a catbird seat.
Well, this is what he can do on the front end. He showed you that as a 2-year-old winning the Grade 1 American Pharoah at Santa Anita. That's how he ended his 2-year-old campaign. That first start back for him was the Rebel. Now start number 2, a race that he is going to need if he wants to move on to the Kentucky Derby, at least a first or second place finish. We'll get to that later today. That's the 12th on the card. In the meantime, this 8th at Oaklawn. Allowance, optional claiming field, and Shasha Shake Me Up. Very talented Mig, but a horse who has all kinds of problems getting out of the gate.
And that could be a problem. Big fields. You don't want to give anybody a head start and have to negotiate your way through traffic.
6 furlong sprint here coming up. Here's Secret Courier, Robertino Diodoro, one of the best on the circuit.
Very sharp on the racetrack and could play out to be the speed here in a race that doesn't have a confirmed front runner.
Stakes winner Prairie Meadows. Uncle Chad has been off since September of 2019.
Very long layoff and comes back in a very salty spot.
Ancient Warrior, he was just behind One for Richie, who's a major contender today.
And this is a major contender, Joel Rosario, second time he gets the mount. Joel usually figures horses out, and they run better for him the second time he rides them.
Senor Jobim at 9-1. Steve Asmussen sends out this 7-year-old.
This could be the speed. There's a debate with me whether it's the 4 or the 1, but this horse is quick as well.
5 is out. Strike Me Down. Phil D'Amato sends this one out. 6 seconds in 15 starts.
Yeah, a lot of seconds, and sometimes you start questioning a horse's desire at crunch time.
Even with his problems out of the gate. Here's Sha Sha Shake Me Up. He was second to Wildman Jack, who I don't think anyone was going to beat in that grade 3 last night. He ran a 104 buyer.
Yeah, and he's 1 for 1 at Oaklawn, too, so you're not worried about him shipping in.
11-1 on Digital, Brett Calhoun.
Yeah, a nice horse. Pretty tough spot, though.
1 for Richie. He's run some big races at Oaklawn this meet.
I like him, not just because of the name, because he's well drawn, and he likes Oaklawn Park. 4 wins from 7 tries there.
96 buyer, 2 starts back on this racetrack. He was huge that day. Frolic Moore, second back off a long layoff for Wesley Hawley.
Yeah, and just might have hooked a couple of horses that are just too tough for him. His comeback was good, but this is a big step up.
That's your field. 2 minutes to post here in the 8th at Oaklawn. Jonathan, here he is, the favorite, Sha Sha Shake Me Up. He was just second in a grade 3. He's ultra talented, but again, those gate issues cause for concern.
Yeah, it's always a concern when you can't get out of the gate. You know, it's especially in a sprint race. There's just not a lot of room for error. Sha Sha Shake Me Up's a horse that I've always liked saying his name, but I actually like the horse. A friend of mine randomly bet a Derby future on him early in his career, so I just kind of followed him throughout his career. When he switched to Peter Miller, we saw what happened when CZ Rocket switched to Peter Miller. There was a huge improvement there, and I kind of been expecting that from Sha Sha Shake Me Up, but he's still just kind of hanging around getting second. He can win this race. He's a short price. If you're playing a multi-race bet, he's the type of horse I think you want to use if you have some good opinions elsewhere. I prefer the 9-1 for Richie, not only because I like Richie sitting next to you, but I actually think this horse had a terrible trip last time. The pace was slow. Special Reserve went on a run in a stake. That was the horse that won first out for Mike, first off the trainer change for Mike Maker last time. This horse was stuck down inside with nowhere to run, and I feel like he has a better shot here to run better in this race, being drawn towards the outside rather than being stuck on the inside. And then this is just racetrack chatter that I felt like I wanted to share with you guys. I remember before the last race when Ancient Warrior, the 3, was in the race, I kept hearing a bunch of people talking about how they really liked the horse. The horse didn't run terrible, but he didn't run great. Maybe he just needed that one, and this is the performance that they've been looking for. Just take a look at the 3 Ancient Warrior while you're checking out this race.
JK, thanks. And yeah, as Mig said, with Rosario, he's on for a second time now on him on this meet and maybe figured some things out. 6-1 on the 3 horse.
Yeah, you know, you see that. A rider sometimes just gets familiar with a horse and they realize, well, you know, if I ride him this way, he'll be a better horse. And Joel is one of those riders. He's thoughtful. He thinks about it. I think this horse will perform better for him second time.
Meanwhile, back to 1 for Richie, the 9. As JK said, and we've seen it just time and time again as we're watching these races at Oaklawn, such an advantage it seems like to be drawn to the outside. And when Run for Richie put together back-to-back wins at the meet, he had those outside posts. He gets beat when he's drawn on the rail last time. Now he's outside again today.
He's outside again. The 1, Secret Courier, could show speed. The 4, Senor Jobin, can show speed. This horse could be sitting that perfect outside stalking spot that we see so effective in sprints at Oaklawn.
4 for 7 on this surface for 1 for Richie. 5-year-old son. Congrats. There he is, just leaving your screen in the background with that red cap. But race goes through. Sha Sha Shake Me Up for Peter Miller. Coming in from the West Coast. He's been off since late January. A break from, well, the 7-horse post 6 to be exact under Florent Giroux. Vic Stauffer with the call. Here's the 8th from Oaklawn.
Last to load is Frolic Moore. They're at the post. They're off. Secret Courier and One for Richie shows speed. Senior Joe Beam is close up. Then comes Ancient Warrior and Strike Me Down. Digital and Frolic More are next. Then Shasha Shake Me Up, and the trailer is Uncle Chad. Match racing up the backstretch, and One for Richie is quicker than Secret Courier. One for Richie, a length and a half in front. Secret Courier is second by about 4.5 or 5 lengths to Senior Joe Beam, Strike Me Down, Frolic More, and Digital between horses. Ancient Warrior has 9 lengths to make up, and he's a half length in front of Shasha Shake Me Up, and then 5 lengths last to Uncle Chad. One for Richie doing his thing at the top of the stretch, and he's built up a 4-length lead on Secret Courier in second. Digital is third. He's 7 from the lead. Shasha Shake Me Up and Ancient Warrior have 9 lengths to make up. One for Richie to the final furlong with a 3-length lead. Now Shasha Shake Me Up to the outside, and Ancient Warrior down at the rail are coming after One for Richie, who's gasping. Here is Shasha Shake Me Up. Here is Ancient Warrior, and these two are going to decide it. Shasha Shake Me Up just in front. Ancient Warrior, Shasha Shake Me Up. Shasha Shake Me Up beat Ancient Warrior. One for Richie was third. Secret Courier finished fourth.
Oh, he's just too good for this group. Credit Francisco Arrieta on One for Richie. He knew what he was up against, and he's tried to steal this race, but in the end, Shasha Shake Me Up too good.
Yeah, too good. Comes down the middle of the track, and he and your runner-up, Ancient Warrior, were basically back about 9 lengths together. One circled, one came through, both got good rides. Best horse won.
He was dominant. 4th win of his career as we get back to New York in the Dangers Hour. 1 mile on the turf coming up, and the showdown between Decorated Invader in his 4-year-old debut and the return of Analyze It for his 6-year-old return to the races. He's been plagued by foot issues throughout his career. A little surprised that it's Decorated Invader who's favored right now.
Now, Decorated Invader had a lot of hype last year, and I think people have been kind of anticipating his 4-year-old debut.
Here is Rinaldi. He's very talented as well. This is his 5-year-old return to the races for the James Bond barn.
Very talented, and a horse you have to respect, especially if you give him a little bit too much of a lead.
Yeah, he's going to be out in front trying to go gate to wire. Here's Decorated Invader, Group 1 winner early on in his career.
Going to be interesting to see how he made that step from 3 to 4. I like what I'm seeing on the racetrack.
Tiberius Mercurius for Tom Albertrani, big price.
Big price and a big step up in company.
Bill Motti won this race back in 2017 with McKagan as penalty with Pablo Morales, 12-1. There's penalty.
And more of a deep closer would need some help on the front end. I'm not sure he's going to get the kind of speed he could need to set up his late run.
Here is Analyze It. He's had those stops and starts throughout the course of his career, but when he's at his best, he's very talented.
Very talented, and he's got the right trainer off the layoff. Chad Brown does tremendous work with his horses. Be interesting to see how he comes back now at 6.
Another from the Chad Brown barn, Delaware. Chad Brown said he's disappointed. He trained so good, and he just hasn't shown it in the afternoon.
No, and that's got to be frustrating. A horse that shows so much ability but just doesn't get it done.
And then Hieronymus outside Brad Cox. Speed with Kendrick Carmouche from that outside post.
I think he holds the key to the race. How much does Kendrick use him? Does he entertain Rinaldi, or does he assume a stalking position? He holds the key to the race as far as I'm concerned.
9-1 on a horse who is 4 for 6 lifetime. All those coming on the grass, but this is a major test for him, no question. Still the favorite. 4-year-old debut coming up of Decorated Invader. Let's go to Acacia.
And I think that this mile is definitely his sweet spot. The thing about it, too, is that he's always been such a big, heavy horse. He just always carries a lot of condition. He's just so solid. Now, I wanted to talk a little bit about the type of equipment that he does wear on what's basically his hind ankles, his fetlocks. And he wore these all summer at Saratoga as well. It's kind of just a piece of neoprene. It helps for protecting the phrases. He uses rundown. That's why you see a lot of times with horses with hind wraps behind and everything. Sometimes in racing, horses can kind of find some scratches and things, especially on the front of their hind legs. So he comes back wearing those same kind of equipment, and you wouldn't initially see it at first because it is just small around that always very sensitive fetlock, an important ankle piece. Now, he's another one that has been a little bit more fragile as far as his feet are concerned, but he's been given some time off. We saw him a couple times down this winter at Payson Park, and if possible, he looks like he's put on on even more weight since last year, which he's always been just a big, solid horse. So this, I think, is a great spot for him coming back. He got sharp when he got out on the track, too, really kind of perked up and knowing his job and coming back to the races now. Now, looking at the number 7, Analyze It, he's had those foot issues, as we've talked about several times. He was actually entered back on January 9th in the Grade 3 Tropical Turf, which was, that field ended up being wired by Flying Scotsman that day. And he was scratched the day before after they did find a quarter crack. So that set him back. So he was ready to run back in January, set him back after that quarter crack, that injury, then and not able to come back to the races till now. So I'm sure he's been a very frustrating horse in coming back, but he was training in Palmettos in the interim, and you can see it just in his coat. He's super fit, and I honestly am not that familiar with him, seeing him maybe once or twice throughout his career, but really well muscled for a horse that hasn't raced since October. And his 2 races in 2020, I think, could have been better. He did win the Red Bank, but maybe not against the best competition. But I really can't fault him today. He's also pretty sharp and forward and has shown speed in the past as well. Chad's other runner in the 8, Delaware, he's very much a European type of build. He's very handy. He's kind of lighter framed. There's not just as much substance to him, but he was really prancing himself out there on the track. He had a sneaky trouble trip in the Tampa Bay last time. Disappointing in the Fort Lauderdale when they took the blinkers on. He wears just a very shortcut type of blinker, and I think putting them back on, though he had the trouble last time, I think he could be forgiving of that in here and see if he can potentially run better in this spot today. I like him going the mile. Jonathan, what are your thoughts on Delaware?
Well, you know, look, Delaware is one of those horses where he always seems to get bet. He's Chad Brown. He's all these reasons that horses take a lot of money. But the biggest issue with Delaware is he doesn't like to win. I will say this about Delaware. It's very interesting if you look at XBTV, where you can go online and look at these horses working. Delaware has worked with Raging Bull a few times, and Raging Bull won the Grade 1 Maker's Mark Mile yesterday at Keeneland. It's a top-notch race, and it's one of the best mile races in this country. So for him to be working with that horse, I do think that says something about his talent, but for whatever reason, the afternoon, he just can't put it all together. I think it's interesting at a price. You know, obviously, Analyze It has done a great job as well, but I'm on the Decorated Invader bandwagon as well. This is a horse that I know they've wanted to get this horse going a mile, but a lot of times last year as a 3-year-old, he was forced to run in, because he was so good, races that were longer distances. He earned that right to try those races. He ran into horses like Colonel Liam, Domestic Spending, Gufo. The first 2 horses, Domestic Spending and Colonel Liam, they're going to be the 1-2 favorites in a $1 million race on Derby Day. I just think Decorated Invader's got a big ceiling, and I think that now as a 4-year-old, like Richie mentioned earlier, there's an opportunity for him to really improve, and I like him a lot. That's why I singled him in my cross-country pick 5 that's no longer with us.
And thanks, Jonathan. Christophe Clement, his trainer, too, has said, look, don't get too hyped up on his first start back. There's bigger targets we're leaning towards here in his 4-year-old campaign. So if he doesn't happen to win here, he's not going to be devastated because he knows this is the starting point for Decorated Invader.
Yeah, this is a stepping off point. And, you know, I like Decorated Invader. I'm a fan of the horse. I kind of called an audible because I was going to pick Decorated Invader, watching Analyze It warm up. He won me over on the racetrack. And I think from a tactical standpoint, you got to think Rinaldi's going to show some speed, possibly the 9. Hieronymus, am I saying that properly? Hieronymus. And Analyze It's going to be sitting in that perfect spot, and he's going to have Decorated Invader down on his inside, so tactically he might have an advantage.
And we'll see, too, if the other Chad Brown Delaware can finally put it together. As J.K. mentioned, he's training, keeping some good company in the morning. He always trains huge in the a.m. Can he put it together in the afternoon? He had a brutal, brutal trip in the Tampa Bay last time out where he basically had to take back to last. With a clean trip, maybe he breaks through this afternoon. We'll see. The favorite has become Analyze It. Decorated Invader, his 4-year-old debut coming up. It's the Dangers Hour from Aqueduct. Here's John Imbrial.
There in the gate. And the rough. Rinaldi from that inside post position. Analyze It. And from the outside, Hieronymus. It's Rinaldi and Hieronymus, and the 2 of them are heads apart. Analyze It sits just off them in 3rd. Steadying there at the back was Penalty. Penalty had to steady and is trailing the field as they go into the clubhouse turn. It is Rinaldi from that inside post position with the lead over Hieronymus. On the outside is Analyze It next in third. Decorated Invader at the rail runs in fourth. Alongside is Tiberius Mercurius. Then it is Delaware and a break of 4. Back to Penalty. The quarter went in 23 and 3. Rinaldi leads here by a neck. Hieronymus is in between horses. Analyze It in the clear on the outside in third, and just behind the front 3. Decorated Invader sits in fourth. Half mile 47 and 1. Then Tiberius Mercurius and Delaware, half dozen lengths back to Penalty, who continues to trail. They begin the run into the far turn. Rinaldi is the leader. Now Rinaldi opens up here. Rinaldi in front, 2.5 lengths. Hieronymus and Analyze It heads apart second and third, followed by Tiberius Mercurius and Decorated Invader and Delaware with Penalty at the back. Rinaldi is at the front, leads here by almost 3. Analyze It being asked for more. On the outside, Delaware is now kicking in, but there's only a 16th to the finish. It is Rinaldi. Here's Delaware up the challenge on the outside. Rinaldi and Delaware does it. Takes the danger's hour. Delaware over Rinaldi. Decorated Invader was third, and the mile on the inner turf, a new course record. 1 minute, 33 and 3/5 seconds.
The performance that Chad Brown had been waiting for from Delaware, his first win here in the States for the Brown Barn, and he does it, as you heard from John Imbrial, in track record time.
And he had to go and catch a very game Rinaldi, who I think got a picture-perfect ride from Trevor McCarthy. Tried to open up and steal it, turn it for home. Once Delaware got out in the clear, Greg, look at the way this horse puts his head out, stretches out. Look at the length of his stride. This is a horse that's going after it. He wants it. He basically dropped down about 1.5 feet, lowered his head, and ran down a very game Rinaldi. And I feel like Rinaldi, that was a tough beat.
He ran a big race, loose on the front end, but Delaware comes and gets him. What a performance. Credit Manny Franco as well. Let's go to Acacia.
Yeah, it's been a big day for Manny here, and absolutely right. And I think that we saw this horse get back to a distance that he prefers. A huge run setting the pace there from Rinaldi, the New York bred, but Delaware freshened up a little bit, and he just really exploded there in the stretch. And I think that that's where it comes in that a couple of others did not. Wanted to mention the trip about Analyze It. He had to steady back a little bit early on when Penalty steadied, threw his head up a little bit, was kind of just fighting Jose Ortiz, and then seemed a little bit flat late. Decorated Invader was spinning his wheels a little bit, and then when he got out, he started to run late. Being a big, heavy horse, sometimes getting a race under your belt, just taking a little bit of time to get your feet underneath of you. It looked like that was the case with him in here, but Delaware was dead fit and was just ready to run, and he just kept running after the wire, too.
Wow, and as you mentioned, Mig, that stride, that was something to behold. Group 3 winner in France, and then just could not get across the wire first here in the States for Chad Brown. He finally does today, and does so at 10-1. 3 wins this afternoon for Manny Franco.
Man, the way this horse reached for the ground, though, he was flying, and the length of his stride, and you could see his demeanor. He wanted to catch Rinaldi. His head was out straight, and he flew home. It was a bit of a roughly run race into the first turn. Penalty actually clipped heels and stumbled under Pablo Morales.
You saw Chad Brown there. He's got to be really satisfied with this performance from Delaware when you could turn a horse around and finally turn that corner with him, and he's done that here with Delaware. It's got to be a good feeling.
Well, it had to be frustrating. A horse that, as Jonathan said, always taken money, had very high expectations, had been a group winner in France. He put it all together today. They figured out his whole card. Man, he looked like the second coming of his father, Franco, the way he finished.
Oh, yeah, one of the all-time greats. 10-1 on Delaware in the Danger's Hour. Decorated Invader managed no better than third. 8-2-4-6 finish. We're going to take a break. When we return, we'll talk Oaklawn Mile. By my standards, he was a force when he returned from the Kentucky Derby as a 4-year-old. Rushy is hoping for the same type of season coming up.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit nairabets.com.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. It's good to have you with us on this big afternoon of action. From Oaklawn and Aqueduct, it's brought to you by Claiborne Farm. 100 years of doing the usual unusually well. Patience is a virtue, and Chad Brown's been waiting for this kind of performance from Delaware for a while. He got it in a big way. Course record performance. Today in the Dangers Hour, let's head downstairs to Acacia.
And with that winning conditioner, Chad Brown as Delaware. Chad, his first U.S. start and to break a track record and do it in the way that he did it. How gratifying is that to finally see him break through today?
Yeah, it was very gratifying. You know, his first couple starts of the season didn't go well. He didn't care for Gulfstream's turf very much, and then he got a terrible trip down there at Tampa. But, you know, I want to thank the ownership group for sticking with it. And just we got him back up to New York, to the track he last ran well at. Just went to the basics, really, and, man, he gave a great ride.
It seemed like he was physically and just the way that he finished up happy to be going a mile, too. I mean, he just kept running after the wire as well.
Yeah, he did. I think you're right. I think we found his distance at a mile with some nice pace in front of him. There were some nice horses all in front of him, rolling along pretty good. So it set up good, but, you know, he's pretty far back turning for home, too. So I have to give him a lot of credit. Although he got a good pace, he had a lot to do, and, you know, I got to check to see what that last quarter was, but it had to be pretty impressive.
And I know that the race just happened and you'll watch it back, but any initial takeaways from the trip for Analyze It, who I know has been a frustrating horse in keeping him on the racetrack?
Yeah, unfortunately, that horse, he seemed to have lost a little bit of his gate speed, too. Jose, I think, left with good intent and asked him, it looked like to my eye, and then he just couldn't quite make up, you know, all the way up to the lead. And then from there, I mean, he did have a wide trip, but really didn't finish well. So I'm going to have to go back to the barn right now and check him out and have to regroup with him, unfortunately.
Well, Chad, thanks very much, and we wish him the best, but congratulations on, I'm sure, a very fruitful and satisfying win here with Delaware.
Thank you, I appreciate it.
Delaware, the son of Frankel, in a track record today in the Dangers Hour. Really an exciting finish, but hats off to that New York bred Rinaldi running second in this spot, Greg.
Yeah, good showing from the New York bred to hang in there and get second on the front end, but he gets run down by a big performance from Delaware, and good for Manny Franco having a big afternoon with 3 victories.
You could see a very pumped up Manny Franco there with the fist bump through the wire. And
I might have learned that from you.
Nah, not me. I'm afraid to do that. I had to keep two hands on the reins. Delaware was impressive. I love the way he finished. Really got it done. And let's give a shout out to Rinaldi, New York bred, who ran so game.
This cross-country Pick 5 is going to be sensational. 5-1 start, beating an odds-on favorite. Change of control, nearly $20, and now Delaware at 10-1 with really two horses that were taking all the money in that race.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of got overlooked, the horse. This is the biggest price he's been since he got to North America.
Live look at Oaklawn in the Oaklawn Mile coming up next. Two-turn mile. Rushy making his 4-year-old debut. He was a winner on Derby Day last year, the Pat Day Mile, when he beat Sonneman and Tapit to win impressively. They tried him in the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile. That did not go well. Now comes the return.
Yeah, and horse that's shown some good races, and he has won at Oaklawn Park.
He's going to have to deal with some good ones. Wells Bayou, Blackberry Wine, and By My Standards, who raced in the Kentucky Derby back in 2019. He came back for his 4-year-old debut, reeled off 3 in a row. He was a contender in last year's handicap division. He makes his 5-year-old return to the races coming up in a strong field in the Oaklawn Mile next from Hot Springs.
This son of Danzig ranks among the world's elite sires, with Grade 1 winners on dirt and turf and star performers both at home and abroad. Warfront's success as an international super sire is unmatched. Recent stars include War of Will, a classic winner on dirt and a Grade 1 winner on turf, Halliday, and Civil Union. In the auction ring, his progeny continued to command top dollar. Warfront, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Arkansas Derby is like the largest sporting event in Arkansas. It attracts people from around the world, the best horses, the best jockeys, the best trainers. There's a lot of other attractions to Arkansas and to Hot Springs. You know, during race season, it's Oaklawn Park.
It has become an absolute destination. That was Pat McCabe, mayor of Hot Springs, Arkansas. But what they have done with this racetrack, it's sensational. Creating the hotel, and once all this is over with COVID, they can get back to making this the spot that they dreamed of when they put all this together.
Yeah, I mean, just an absolute beautiful building they put up there, restaurants, and it'll be nice when they can take full advantage of it. Hot Springs, Arkansas has a very Saratoga-like feel to it. The town revolves around racing, and you go to a restaurant after the races, and that's what the conversation's about. And it's got that kind of old feel that Saratoga has. Really wonderful place.
Well, we're going to see Caddo River later on this afternoon in the Arkansas Derby. John Ed Anthony, he's had a ton of success in these Derby preps in his home state, including the Arkansas Derby. Temperance Hill back in 1980, Demons Begone, Pine Bluff. He's won 3 classics with Temperance Hill, Pine Bluff, and Prairie Bayou. Hoping to get another one with Caddo River. His son Ed, big part of what he does now when he returned to the game, his passion, pedigrees. He worked with noted pedigree expert Bill Oppenheim, as well as Three Chimneys Farm, and ingrained in him. It's all about homebreds.
Well, it has to be so much more satisfying when you're in a part of the process, from even just deciding what mare to go to what stallion and then seeing it come to fruition with horses delivering big efforts like Cattle River did here.
Cattle River out of their own mare, Pangburn.
Yeah, so they've been involved with the families and the matings and figuring out, you know, the best way to get these kind of horses. And Cattle River's fast, and I'm glad to hear they're going to allow him to use his speed. Yeah,
it was strange that he wasn't out in front, but Concert Tour and Joel Rosario just really took it to him in that Rebel. Now we're going to see the rematch in a Cattle River who appears to be much more comfortable, and you could see it in the race too in the Rebel. He wanted to keep on going. So when he's in front, is it going to be a different outcome?
See, when Cattle River gets in front, he relaxes. His ears go up, he settles in. When he has a horse in front of him, he wants to go after the horse, so he's rank, and then he uses more energy fighting with the rider. These are prep races. These are when you have to find these things out about horses. You don't want to experiment in the Kentucky Derby. They did their experiment. Now they're going to go back to what was successful in the past.
So we'll find out if it could be a different outcome with Cattle River back doing what he likes to do, being in front, and we'll see if Concert Tour can come get horses, not being in front and show a new dimension. That's the feel for the Arkansas Derby. Concert Tour, no question. He is the horse to beat. He's going to be below even money in this race.
Yeah, he will be. And, I mean, he did lay second when he won going 7 furlongs at Santa Anita. So he showed he can pass a horse. I mean, it wasn't that impressive that day.
He was right there with him, though, too. We'll see. Cattle River might try and get a little separation. We will see. That is coming up later today. 12th is that Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. Right now it's the Oaklawn Mile. This kicks off the Late Pick 5 in Hot Springs. And this is a good group that is lined up. But right now it's heavy favoritism on Rushy, the 4, at 8-5. Let's go to the paddock with Maggie Wolfendale.
Thanks, Greg. And we do have a little bit of a slight delay here as horses are meant to go over to the infield to have riders up, and that is because Gunnett, he needed a shoe repair. They just got the shoe on. Now they're just getting the tack on as Steve Asmussen is saddling him on the walk. He is a bit of a bad actor. He's a bad actor before his races. He's a bad actor during his races. Kind of that typical Gray tap it that I often talk about. 3 horses coming in off respective layoffs. We'll start with the higher priced of those ones, and that is number 3, Wells Bayou. And a shorter layoff, too. We last saw him in the Grade 3 Louisiana handicap where he finished behind Blackberry Wine for Brad Cox. Now, he did have a work back last Saturday at Fairgrounds because the meet's over, but still allowing horses there. That work is not published. So he comes in here looking incredibly fit. I don't know what kind of trip he works out because he is a horse that has demonstrated that he needs the lead to win. But Brad has him looking exceptionally well for this effort. Now, number 4, Rushy, talking about gray horses that were bad to saddle. He was another one. He actually gave us a few anxious moments as Dwayne Lucas is deputizing for Mike McCarthy here in saddling. He reared up several times, and Wayne said, I'm probably a little too, I don't want to say old for this, but yes. And he just let the 2 valets saddle Rushy on the walk. He was kind of just really badly behaved. He's since settled down. He looks fit, but he has been sharp, very sharp for this effort coming back. His number 6 is By My Standards for Brett Calhoun. He's been acting very well, whereas going back to the last time I saw him, which was at Saratoga, he got pretty revved up for that Whitney, obviously one of his better efforts to date. Coming off of 2 subpar efforts in the Grade 1 Clark and the Breeders' Cup Classic. Brett has him looking good. Have I seen him look a little bit better? Yes. But as far as fitness is concerned, it looks as though he's got him as fit and tight as he needs to be. I would like to see him a bit sharper, considering that Connections have said that this distance of a mile might be on the shorter side for him, Greg.
All right, there he is. Thank you, Maggie. By My Standards, 2-1. He was very, very good as he showed in that Alley Sheba. He wanted a mile and a 16th against the best in the handicap division. Mile and an 1/8 and beyond was maybe a little bit beyond his scope.
I always felt like getting past the mile and an 1/8 was really stretching him. I was surprised to see that he's never run at the 1 mile distance. Now, he has won at a mile and a 16th 3 times, undefeated at a mile and a 16th, so only 110 yards difference. And he's just a tough, rugged little horse that shows up every time. You go back to his Kentucky Derby, that was only the 4th start of his life. He won the Louisiana Derby in the 3rd start of his life.
He had a tough trip that day, too.
Oh, yeah, I mean, he got bounced around, he got bumped around, had to have a little bit of a time off after that, came back in really good form last year, showed he can win off the bench. I think he just had tailed off by the end of the year last year, and you'll see a much better by my standards this time around.
He had a great campaign, and we were pretty much there every step of the way to follow it. Jonathan, he started off his 4-year-old campaign, 3 consecutive victories. He had a long year, but he won over $1 million along the way.
He did. He was his Louisiana Derby win was a race that I was paying attention to him in the Kentucky Derby, and then like you mentioned, he came back as a 4-year-old and really kind of started rattling off some races. He had a stablemate by the name of Mr. Money that was also rattling off races, and it felt like they were both going to kind of go on with it. And then I don't want to be too hard on By My Standards because, like you said, he kind of jumped into the deep waters, as it were, with the Classic and then the Clark, and he just wasn't quite there yet. And now coming back as a 5-year-old, maybe he's ready to take that step forward. The problem is he's got some real horses in here to run with. I think Pioneer Spirit is interesting off the change. Blackberry Wine, Rush you guys have talked about, Wells By. I mean, this is a tough race. So I believe in By My Standards as a horse, but he's going to have to kind of find me that, like you mentioned, Wolfie, that 2020 form.
We'll see if he can get back to it here. The end of his 2020 campaign, certainly against Grade 1 Company, didn't go as planned, but he started off the year just on a tear. He's the 2nd choice on the board, the 6 By My Standards, with regular pilot Gabriel Saez, but it's still Rushy right now, the horse to beat. Wells Bayou's shown a ton of talent here for Brad Cox, and he's interesting because speed from this barn, he also has the speed, Brad Cox, with the outside horse, the Sound in here, the 9 horse.
Yeah, and usually you hail from the same barn. Even if you have separate ownership interests, you're not going to get in each other's way. I'm sure there's, a pecking order. You're going to go to the lead, and I would think being inside Wells Bayou would be the one they would allow and then try to follow from the outside with the other Brad Cox.
You have 2, Jonathan mentioned By My Standards, won the Louisiana Derby, 2 former winners of the Louisiana Derby, a Rebel winner in this race as well, and a 3rd-place finisher from the Santa Anita Derby in the past.
Yeah, I mean, this is a really good race, very chock full of quality. And also, By My Standards, won the Oaklawn Park Handicap there last year, and arguably one of his best races came over this surface. So the other thing, too, By My Standards is never a really big, robust horse, and now he's 5, so he should be fully mature now.
There is a look at the favorite. Rushy, 8-5. Joel Rosario will be aboard. He makes a nice appearance. Gray son of Liam's Map. And this was his best moment from last year, winning on Derby Day in the Pat Day Mile.
Pat Day Mile, 1-turn mile at Churchill Downs, stalks from the outside and, kind of powered away. Another horse, though, should take a step forward from 3 to 4. I'm a little concerned. He looks great. And they bring the horses to the infield for the big races at Oaklawn. They put the riders up there before they warm up. He's right on the edge of being almost a little bit over the top as far as coming unglued. He's really on his toes, but I'd like to see him, hopefully when he gets on the track, get a gallop in and take a breath because he's right on the edge.
Approaching the 5-minute mark to post for this race, and that is a look at, well, we just left our screen. Blackberry Wine, that's Wells Bayou, 7-1 on the board for Brad Cox. Let's take a look, though, at Blackberry Wine for Joe Sharp. He comes in off a big win on this track at a mile as the favorite. When he went to the front, just kept on going.
Went to the front and got to set fairly comfortable fractions. He's going to have to work a lot harder for today. Now, he's not a need-the-lead type, but he's certainly a horse that's going to be involved.
He's always forwardly placed, but yeah, on this occasion, he did get to go 24 that opening quarter, pretty relaxed up front. And he wound up winning by 4+ lengths. He loves this track, obviously. 2 wins here in a second in his 3 starts at Oaklawn.
We've seen Calumet Farm be a major player from coast to coast in big races recently, obviously winning the Wood Memorial here at Aqueduct last week with Bourbonic.
He had to actually break his maiden. He broke his maiden. He got DQ'd. He had to break his maiden against winners Blackberry Wine, but he was consistently just running some massive numbers. You thought at some point he was going to become a really good horse. They put him in the Risen Star after that back in 2020. That didn't pan out, but now he's finally starting to come around.
Listen, he runs the race he ran last time. He puts him certainly squarely in the frame. I just think it's a different setup today, and he's not going to get to gallop to the lead quite as easily.
You have Wells Bayou, who likes to be in front, although he couldn't get the lead from Blackberry Wine when they faced off. You have that outside horse we talked about as well, the Sound, who's quick. Home Base is not slow either.
Pioneer Spirit's not slow.
Who is really interesting, and Jonathan mentioned that horse too. That's the 7, 28-1 on the board. So a horse who was third in the Oaklawn handicap back in 2019. He was third in this race as well that year. 13-time winner of over $870,000, and he was just claimed when Robertino Diodoro finally said, oh, we're going to stop tackling the best of the best in this circuit, put him in for a claim, and then Mike Maker dips in, one of the best claiming trainers in the country.
You know, we talk about this all the time. Just because a trainer loses a horse, if the horse goes on and does good things, it's not a reflection of that trainer. Sometimes, particularly when you get an 8-year-old horse, change in scenery, little different way of doing things, maybe a little bit of a different feed program. And just like people, horses get in a rut. Sometimes that change just kind of picks their head up and they find their best form. His best form, it certainly is good enough here.
Yeah, puts him right with this group with more on this long shot. Now for Mike Maker. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, I don't think he should be 28-1, Greg. He looks phenomenal. He's a horse that I've seen periodically throughout his 6 seasons on the racetrack. He's walking and striding out beautifully here. He's really well composed. I can't say that about some of the other runners in here. And Mike Maker pulled off this move 2 years ago with Exalting, claiming him out of a high-priced claimer, running him back in the Oaklawn Mile, and stealing it. So you would think there's some purpose behind this claim from the Maker barn today, and I think he is a much more likely type of upsetter, especially given those odds at 27-1. That's a serious price on him.
Maggie, thanks. Yeah, former stakes winner at this track. It was just last year. He won the 5th season here. Running a 97 Beyer. He has races that puts him certainly in contention with this group. He's an 8-year-old now. He's getting up there in age, but he's put together quite a resume.
What I find interesting, too, though, Greg, is that Mike Maker claimed this horse for himself. So it's not like he has an owner putting pressure on him to run in this spot. He picked the spot. He's the owner-trainer. So he sees something or claimed this horse with an idea going into it.
Just 2 minutes to post here in this Oaklawn Mile. Again, it kicks off the late pick 5, which includes the Count Fleet and the rematch between champion sprinter Whitmore and CZ Rocket, who got the better of him in the Hot Springs earlier on at this meet. And, of course, the Arkansas Derby, where most will be singling Concert Tour for Bob Baffert.
Yeah, I'm one of those. I just don't see them beating Concert Tour.
You think 2 mile and an eighth not a problem for him from what you've seen so far?
I think he finally got to do what he wanted to do last time, going 2 turns and stretching out. I think he won sprinting just because he's talented. He did lay third, a length and a half off the pace, going 7/8 when he won the stake at Santa Anita. I think he's going to get a similar trip with it that he got that day.
We'll see what happens. Yeah, he did sit back that day, but 2 turns going longer. We'll see if he can pass horses in that scenario this afternoon. And who knows, maybe he's just going to be that quick. Caddo River, they want the lead. Maybe they won't get it. We'll find out. It's going to be fun to watch what happens early on in that race. Here's our post spread. Long Range Toddy. It's a horse who won the Rebel back in 2019.
Yeah, hasn't won a race since that. Rebel was very good that day and got a perfect trip.
Gun It at 14-1 next door. Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana Jr.
Well, you go against these connections at your own peril. Steve Asmussen and Ricardo Santana, pretty formidable. I mean, this horse is a rightful long shot, but nothing would surprise me with these guys.
One of our 2 former Louisiana Derby winners, Wells Bayou. He won it last year for Brad Cox.
Yeah, when he got to kind of control things on the front end, speed, he's probably going to be in more of a stalking position today.
Rushy has been favored throughout for Mike McCarthy. Joel Rosario aboard.
Yeah, he's still kind of jigging along. I hope he kind of settles just a bit more. Really kind of sharp off the layoff. Listen, gets Joel Rosario. Nobody's riding better in the country right now than him.
Blackberry Wine, 4-1, trying to collect the first stakes win of his career.
Blackberry Wine can be very good at times. His last race was sensational. A little different setup today, but another main contender.
2-1, second choice on the board, and a 3-time Grade 2 winner by my standards, trying this mile distance for the first time.
I'm a By My Standards fan. I love his work tab. I love when horse has a couple of sharp works, 59 and change, 111 and change, and then that slow work, the last one before the race. That's like prime time.
Here's Pioneer Spirit, a horse who's a stakes winner at this track, claimed by Mike Maker.
Really interesting that Mike Maker claims this horse on his own behalf. He owns him, and he enters him here.
Cipriano Contreras sends out Home Base, a 6-time winner.
Home Base, hard trier, pretty tough spot.
And more speed outside. Brad Cox with the Sound, who's actually coming out of a sprint, stretching out today.
Well, maybe this is a dress rehearsal for Caddo River. We've got speed with the Sound. Let's test it out like we're going to let Caddo River roll later.
17-1 from the outside post. With more on By My Standard, let's go back to Maggie.
I'm pleased to be joined here by his trainer, Brett Calhoun. And Brett, By My Standards, making his 5-year-old return today. Brett, he's always been a horse that works well. I've seen it in the mornings with him. But has there been any difference with him preparing for this start in this Oaklawn Mile?
Not really. Like you said, he's very consistent in the mornings. He's very consistent in the afternoons. We've been very happy with what we've seen in the mornings. I think this is a good place to start his 5-year-old campaign. He's trained very, very well up to it. A mile might be a little short for him, short stretch mile, but we thought it was a really, really good spot to get started.
The Clark, I'm assuming, didn't go according to plan. Was there any kind of excuse coming out of those last 2 efforts?
Not really. 2 dull performances, trained fantastic going into both of them, just ran flat. We gave him a complete going over physical, everything checked out. We decided just to give him a little freshening and point to a 5-year-old campaign.
Brett, you said that grade 1 is the goal this year. Do you think that's attainable?
I do think it's attainable. I think we missed a couple of spot last year in the Whitney, and I think that going forward that there's a grade 1 with his name on it.
Brett, wishing you the best of luck and look forward to seeing him back here today in the Oaklawn Mile.
Thanks a lot.
All right, guys. Brett Calhoun, he does look as though he has By My Standards ready for this return to the races. We'll see how everything plays out in a contentious Oaklawn Mile.
Well, it's just fun to see a horse who has shown so much talent, and there he is on the racetrack, come back again for a 5-year-old season after he put together a tremendous 2020 as a 4-year-old.
Yeah, here's a horse that's earned over $1,800,000. He's consistent, hard-knocking, shows up. I've kind of got a little bit of a personal connection to him. His dam, a jealous woman, Bill Spar, trained her in California. I was out there for the Breeders' Cup, and he asked me to work with her the month I was out there because she was very rank, and I got to work her a bunch in the morning. I actually got her to slow down, and she wound up being a very good performer on the turf.
Let's see if By My Standards can get his 5-year-old campaign off to a good start. Meanwhile, Jonathan Rushy still favored at 9-5.
Yeah, and look, and Rushy deserves to be favored. He was pretty talented last year. He's got the win at Oaklawn. He went on to win the Pat Day Mile. It's kind of like it's run on Derby Day typically, and it's a 1-turn mile for the horses that maybe want to go a little bit shorter. And I thought this horse ran extremely well, and a lot of those races didn't go his way in the Breeders' Cup, but I don't think anyone was going to beat Nick Sco that day, so it didn't really matter. The one thing I will say about Rushy is that he runs well off of layoffs. If you look back February 1st, that was off a layoff when he won. If you look back May 2nd, that was off a layoff, and he won at Oaklawn. And if you look at September 20th when he won the Pat Day Mile, that was off a layoff. Now, this is a pretty significant one, but I think Rushy can run well. It's just a tough group, the 5, the 6, the 7. We've all been talking about are all horses I think can win, but I think Rushy's the most likely winner as a 3-year-old turning 4 now should be able to show some improvement.
Yeah, we'll see if he takes that step forward. It's a tough first spot to come back in as a 4-year-old. He has been the favorite throughout. Joel Rosario, he's been aboard him before. In fact, a win, it was at Oaklawn, his only other try at Oaklawn. And Joel, busy afternoon ahead. He's already won on Edgeway in the Carousel, beating Frank's Roquette. We're going to see him coming up here, and he has Strike Power in the Count Fleet and Concert Tour, trying to remain undefeated on the final stop before the Kentucky Derby for Bob Baffert.
Joel Rosario has a lot of reasons to smile like that.
Yes, he does. And he is one of the absolute best in the game, but what do you think makes him so good?
I love the way he gets in rhythm with a horse. I love the way he keeps horses balanced. He doesn't override a horse. He's very strong in the finish, and he's very patient. So even if he's in front and on a speed horse, he's being patient. It's very hard to get by him because he's always saving some horse.
He's on the 1 to beat here, 9-5 on Rushy. Rosario looking for a second stakes win of the afternoon. He's going to have to deal with By My Standards for Brett Calhoun. We don't know what's going to happen here at this mile distance. Maybe he's going to wind up loving it.
You know, I mean, he's 3 for 3 at a mile and a 16th. It's only 110 yards difference. So, and he's tactical. I think he's going to set up right in behind the speed. Again, I'm a big fan of the horse. I just hope that we see him come back as a 5-year-old and fulfill all of his promise, because it does feel like he's deserving of a Grade 1 victory.
Back to the favorite. Let's check in again with Maggie.
Yeah, standing here at the start, which is at the 16th pole here at Oaklawn, which is where they're going to finish. And just want to talk about your still current favorite at 9-5, Rushy. I mentioned that he was on it throughout the preliminaries, in the paddock, out in the infield, and he's warmed up quite nicely. Focus is what you want to see. He's getting on his toes again as they approach the gate. But guys, I'm wondering if he's favored too with a little bit of the Joel Rosario effect. As I walk down here in front of the crowd, it was Joel Rosario's on this one. Rosario. So I think we're starting to see, as we do with IRAD in New York and in Florida, that I think his horses do take a little bit more money than you would expect.
Oaklawn Mile coming up here. It's Rushy, the favorite, in his 4-year-old debut. Vic Stauffer with the call.
They're off. Very good start. Rushy and Blackberry Wine, a hard scent long-range toddy, Pioneer Spirit in the center, and Rushy puts a head in front. Home base will be 4 wide. The sound is outside of him. Blackberry Wine is mid-pack early. He's alongside By My Standards, who's in a tight spot. At the back of the pack are Wells Bayou and Gunnet. To the backstretch they run, and Pioneer Spirit wants the lead, and Rushy's going to give it to him. So Pioneer Spirit is the leader by a tight length from Rushy in second. Blackberry Wine advances into third in the Calumet Black, and he is less than 2 from the front. Long Range Toddy and By My Standards have 2.5 lengths to make up. Gunnet is into the bid, and he moves through. Meanwhile, Wells Bayou needs a way through, tightly bunched midway on the backstretch. Then comes Home Base. He'll be wide on both turns. The sound is the trailer. They're at the half-mile pole. Finish line is the 16th pole in the 3rd Oaklawn Mile, and it's still Pioneer Spirit. Rushy is trying to maintain the rail, but Blackberry Wine just took over second. And here's Blackberry Wine to make a run for the front. Rushy stays at the fence. By My Standards is 3 deep. He's got a chance. Wells Bayou is next. 3 back to Gunnet. Many chances top of the stretch. And it is Blackberry Wine just in front of Pioneer Spirit. Now the rail is absolutely wide open for Rushy, and he's happy to come on through. Here's a new leader. It's Rushy. By My Standards is after him. Rushy has the lead. By My Standards set down. Wells Bayou is third. Rushy reaches. By My Standards attacks. Rushy, By My Standards to the wire together. Oh my goodness gracious. That is a photo finish in the Oaklawn Mile, and it could be a dead heat. Rushy and By My Standards hit it right together.
Wow, I don't know who got this. Rushy, Joel Rosario on the 4, Gabriel Saez in the 6 By My Standards. Dead tight finish.
A terrific horse race, and if the 4 Rushy, in fact, did get his nose on the wire first, and this is desperately close, it was the ground saved by Joel Rosario coming through on the inside that made the difference. By My Standards, very game, came reaching for him, had to be fanned a bit wide, turning for home. This is a race that did not deserve a loser between these 2 horses.
Huge efforts from both these two. Maybe it's a dead heat. We'll find out in a minute. Maggie, what a performance from these 2.
What a showdown. This is what we were hoping to see with these 2 horses returning, making their 4- and 5-year-old bows respectively. Gabe Saez thinks he won this, guy, and I think somebody forgot to tell Joel Rosario that they finished at the 16th pole as he continued to ride out to the conventional wire here. I think By My Standards just got the bob, but I could be wrong. You couldn't have asked for yes, he did. You couldn't have asked for a better trip, though. With Rushy, Joel had him perfectly positioned. He got through on the rail, but By My Standards, I think, just proved his superiority for Brett Calhoun. Gabe Saez very confident as they cross the wire.
Well, if this is the start of the 5-year-old campaign, big things ahead just like we saw with the beginning of his 4-year-old campaign. And yeah, unofficially posted by my standards. We'll have that photo in a little bit by the narrowest of margins.
Man, I guess Gabe Saez had a good handle on it. From our vantage point, I couldn't tell. I might have even leaned towards Rushy a bit. Both horses ran fantastic by my standards. I mean, they threw it down. He went and got Rushy, who got all the best of it, cutting the corner. Kind of interesting. You saw in that tight shot what Maggie talked about. Joel kept riding because there are 2 wires at Oaklawn. Better a guy ride further than shorter.
No question. Yeah, you saw Gabriel Saez lean over to Joel. We're done. It's okay. I don't know if that's what he said, but wow, what a finish between those two. Did not deserve a loser. Both these runners look like they're primed for big years coming up.
Absolutely, and that was some showdown there.
We're going to show you what happened in the 9th at Aqueduct. It happened just moments ago. New York breds, 25 maiden, claiming sprint at 6 furlongs. Pave it, off since February 29th of last year. Big drop in class, the one to beat with Kendrick Carmouche for Danny Gargan. Here's John Imbrial.
And they're off. Pave it, Joey Looselips. Those two out for the early lead with Royal Kaz. Kickerland moving up on the outside. Kickerland takes 3rd. And Royal Kaz is now racing in 4th. Hangouts in between horses in 5th. Down at the rail is Flipping Fun. On the outside is Micro Me. Gap of 4 back to Hotel Charlie, who trails the field in 8th. Joey Looselips in front here by a half length after a quarter in 22 and 2/5 seconds. Pave it on the outside right there in 2nd. Break of 2. Back to Kickerland in 3. Then it's another 4 to Royal Kaz, who's at the rail. On the outside is Micro Me. And then Flipping Fun. Up front, Joey Looselips on the inside and Pave it on the outside. They are right together with Kickerland in 3rd. They come into the stretch now. The half was run in 46 and 1/5 seconds. Joey Looselips down at the rail. Pave it on the outside. Kickerland in 3rd. Now 1/8 of a mile to the finish. And now Pave it goes on with it to take over the lead from Joey Looselips. It's Pave it in front. Then Joey Looselips and Kickerland. Pave it on to victory here. Breaks his maiden 1 by 3. Very tight for 2nd between Kickerland and Joey Looselips. Flipping Fun came on for 4th.
14 months off for Pave It, but getting a lot easier company than he had ever faced, and delivers off the bench under Kendrick Carmouche.
Yeah, first time for Danny Gargan. I think this is the first horse that owner Roddy Valenti's had with Danny Gargan. Pave It, well, that's Roddy's business. He's in the paving business. So Pave It gets it done under Kendrick. If I ever start to train horses, I got to ask Roddy for some horses. He's got like 5 or 6 trainers in New York right now.
I'd like to see you getting a few horses in a barn together.
Never know.
You've been tempted, haven't
you? Never know.
Back at Oaklawn, this was a dead tight finish. It took a photo by my standards. Your winner by just the slightest of margins in here. Brett Calhoun, Allied Racing Stable, Spendthrift, and Gabriel Saez.
Always satisfying when you come out on the front end of those photo finishes, and it's very, very discouraging when you come out on the losing end. Gabe Saez, a guy who always kind of wears his heart on his sleeve, very animated. Rushy got the best of it. He cut the corner, got the trip, and by my standards, just reached for it.
Again, at Oaklawn, that wide trip.
Yeah, outside, you're right.
Getting it done.
Yeah.
$6.80 for the son of Golden Cents. 3-time Grade 2 winner. They said Brett Calhoun, we heard in the interview, they're back because they won a Grade 1 this year. What do you think?
No, I think he's very capable. He's Grade 1 placed. He's multiple Grade 2 winner, and he's earned now over $1,900,000. I mean, this is a racehorse, and he certainly looks like a horse that would be a very attractive sire because he possesses speed, and we always covet speed in our stallions.
And he's a fighter, as he proved in this race as well. He has the will to get to the wire. That was a great finish, and that's just the start of a couple of great stakes we still have coming up here at Oaklawn, including the showdown between CZ Rocket and champion sprinter Whitmore ahead in that Count Fleet, and of course the Arkansas Derby, that final stop on the road to the Kentucky Derby. Cross-country pick 5 continuing along. It kicked off with a race here at Aqueduct where we had a big upset. That's a big prices along the way. How about the Giants Causeway at Keeneland?
Yeah, and when you get these turf sprints at Keeneland, it all comes down to trips. Obviously, they had a lot of rain there, so the condition of the course, you can see they're kind of digging it up, always plays a factor as well.
Yeah, wound up with a ton of rain. Sloppy racetrack at a yielding turf course in here. As they come to the finish, I didn't see the final odds on this one, but I already know no matter what happened, this cross-country pick 5 going to be phenomenal.
It's hard enough for me to pick one winner at one track, let alone multiple tracks, multiple horses, but especially when the conditions play a factor.
Colby Hernandez, Michelle Lavelle, $19.80. This cross-country pick 5. Incredibly tough to come up with this afternoon, but someone's going to have it. Still ahead. 20 points on the line to get to the Kentucky Derby in the Lexington. And Kenny McPeak, Brian Hernandez Jr., $38 winner here with King Fury. Horse was pretty highly regarded back as a 2-year-old.
Yes, and again, look how sloppy the track is. It's about who's going to handle it, who gets it done. Horse was very game. Got the jump on the runner-up, number 5, Unbridled Honor. Stayed on gamely.
Proxy's got to be the disappointment in that race, and he was the one that kind of had the target on him coming in. He does not finish among the top 3. Star in My Dreams completes the trifecta, but King Fury, Kenny McPeak, with the win in the Lexington. Let's take a look at the new updated leaderboard with just one Derby prep remaining, and that is coming up live on the program later today in the Arkansas Derby. So as it stands right now, Essential Quality, he's your leader in the clubhouse, the 2-year-old champ, undefeated, 140 points, leading the way. Contractor, you see there, he's already into the Derby. Will he get there undefeated is the question.
Well, it sure would be intriguing from a fan's perspective to have Essential Quality undefeated, Rock Your World undefeated, and Contractor undefeated heading into the Kentucky Derby. That would be a pretty good storyline.
That's still to come later on this afternoon. Baffert, everyone not really gives up Contractor and how brilliant he's been, and look, he has been. Baffert with Hosier in this race as well, who Baffert said he's definitely moving forward the way he's been training. He's a horse that's going to love more ground, and he'll get it today. And if there happens to be that speed duel up front, it looks like there may be, he could be the beneficiary.
Well, he's the most likely winner if there is a big pace battle on. He's a true closer, and he should really appreciate the 1 1/8. And listen, you come from Bob Baffert's barn, you got to respect any 3-year-old he puts out there. The guy has compiled numbers that are just mind-boggling.
Meanwhile, Oaklawn Mile goes to By My Standards. Let's go back to Hot Springs and Maggie Wolfendale.
I'm pleased to be joined by owner Chester Thomas of Allied Stables. By My Standards, bringing the hardware home today in the Oaklawn Mile. Chester, a horse that I talked to Brett previously before the race, said that he's been training really well and that as a 5-year-old, the goal is to win a Grade 1. What do you think about this performance today to set him up for that?
Well, I mean, this is a mile race. We feel like his game is probably going 1 1/8, but was worried about the short stretch. But Brett's done a fabulous job, his whole team. Gabe Gasaez rode a wonderful race, and we couldn't be happier to be here at Oaklawn. It's a special day.
But Chester, I got to say that you're very sporting. This was your first Kentucky Derby starter, and now you're bringing him back as a 5-year-old. For you, is racing just the ultimate goal in winning races like this?
Well, everybody likes to win, but this is a special horse for us. And I just got to tell you and tell the world, this is for my mom. Yeah. She just passed a couple weeks ago, so they're partying.
I'm so sorry to hear that, but so kind of bringing that luck and just feeling as though she's kind of here with you today.
Oh, for sure. So I got my family, and it's all good. The horse ran great. We couldn't be happier. Hopefully it comes out well, and we'll move on to something bigger and better, I hope. But we're delighted to be here today.
Your passion is tangible. Where do you think the next start might be?
Oh, gosh, I don't know. I'm going to leave it up to Brett. He'll figure it out.
He's done a good job.
He's pretty good at that. So.
Well, congratulations. Huge win for you coming back
For sure.
by my standards today.
Thank you very much.
Well, Chester Thomas, guys, of Allied Stables, done a fantastic job bringing this horse back. So sporting that we get to see horses like him come back as 5-year-olds. And, Greg, as I said, I think this race sets him up perfectly to get that elusive Grade 1 now.
Yeah, we will find out. It's going to be fun to watch. Heavy hearts in that emotional interview in the winner's circle there. Nice to see these connections get this victory and set the stage for what could be a big year and some unfinished business trying to get that first Grade 1.
Yeah, absolutely. And it would just enhance his value so much as a stallion prospect. But I misspoke earlier. He actually went over $2 million in earnings with this victory in the Oaklawn Mile, and he earned it. You want to talk about a horse that wanted it and just thrust himself to the wire. That was fun to watch.
That'll be a fun horse to be aboard. Gabriel Saez, his regular pilot, knows him well. Timed that one to perfection. Still to come, Arkansas Derby. It is the final stop to book a ticket to the Kentucky Derby. Bob Baffert, and he's got a pair of runners, including the horse to beat, Undefeated Concert Tour, and his backup plan in Hosier. Still ahead. Stay with us.
The return of Sunday Silence.
Sunday Silence surges to the front. It's Yoshida in front. Yoshida takes charge at the top of the stretch, and Yoshida wins the Turf Classic.
Here comes Yoshida, storming home in the center with Gunnevera. Yoshida! Yoshida has won the one-word.
The perfect balance. Yoshida.
Need help in finalizing your picks for the next race? Check out the Track Master selections provided by Equibase on every U.S. thoroughbred and harness track on Naira Bets. Use these selections to get quick expert advice for professionals in the business. Check out the thumbs up graphic next to the pick in the wager pad and scroll down for more details on the horse. Track Master selections available on Naira Bets and the Naira Bets app.
The Run Happy rally continues. With more and more winners each week, Run Happy now ranks among the top of his crop. Already with multiple stakes horses this year, including the sensational Nicky the Vest, winner of the Gander Stakes at Aqueduct by an amazing 11 lengths. From coast to coast, the more they run, the more they win. In a lifetime of chance, this is a chance of a lifetime. Price for incredible value at only $10,000. Call Bernie Sams right now and book your mare today. Eclipse Champion Run Happy, standing tall at Claiborne Farm.
There's a new leader at the top of the stretch. It's American Pharoah, putting away Bridget's Big Lovey. Mr. Z moves into second. On the outside, Win the Space and the Truth or Else. There's an eighth of a mile to go. And American Pharoah is putting on a show. He has not been asked the question, but everyone knows the answer. He is indeed the ruler. American Pharoah, breathtaking in a mesmerizing performance as he dominates the Arkansas Derby.
He was the ruler indeed. He'd go on, of course, to win the Triple Crown. What a performance from American Pharoah. Victor Espinosa barely asked him in this win.
consummate ease he won the Arkansas Derby with. You could see him geared down, but more so, look at his demeanor. His ears are up. When a horse's ears are straight like that, they're not digging in at all. They are just in basically a half gait. I mean, he is absolutely beautiful. His mechanics is what made him so efficient. His stride was absolutely impeccable.
What a horse. He ended the longest drought in Triple Crown history, and in 2018, this was unveiled on the entry to the grandstand in Hot Springs. Statue of American Pharoah. This was by artist James Peniston. It was commissioned by the late Charles Sella, and a horse who certainly made his stamp in Hot Springs with those dominant victories in the Rebel and Arkansas Derby.
And then to go on and win the Triple Crown, a lot to be proud of that he campaigned there at Oaklawn Park.
Well, here's Bafford's Arkansas Derby winners. Bodemeister wound up second in the Kentucky Derby. Of course, American Pharoah, as we talked about, would go on to win the Triple Crown. And Nadal, he didn't get to make it to Kentucky. We'll see what happens with Concert Tour and Hosier. High expectations, obviously, for Concert Tour after what he displayed in his Rebel performance.
Yeah, and rightfully so. I thought he was just so dominant and really looked so comfortable at the distance. I think he finally got to do what he wanted to do all along, and that was go further.
That was the 8th Rebel win for Bafford. Bafford's main man, of course, that is assistant Jimmy Barnes. Here's Jimmy on the two runners that are going to line up today in the Arkansas Derby.
Smaller field than I expected, but we'll take it however it is. Concert Tour, both horses ran so well over this track. I really see them, like even Hosier should improve off the last race. And, just everything's going perfect. It's a small field, 6-horse field, so there's really no bad spots. Speed to the inside of us, that's always good. With a 6-horse field, both horses should have get a good trip. There are high expectations of us. Bob stocks the pond with some wonderful racehorses, and I'm so privileged to be blessed to work with them. But we're used to it. We've been doing it for years, so it's our job, and just roll out of bed and just go with it.
They're in this position, it seems like, year after year after year with just incredibly talented runners, and the next superstar, and maybe Concert Tour is the next one. He certainly looked like it in the Rebel in this powerful stretch run.
Well, we just watched American Pharoah's Arkansas Derby, and isn't this Rebel eerily reminiscent of the way...
Ears look similar.
The style in which American Pharoah did it. I'm not saying he's American Pharoah. American Pharoah's a Triple Crown winner, but it could be basically the same horse if you had a split screen of the two of them.
It was impressive, no question. Now he's going to try and stretch out that brilliance to 1 mile and an eighth as we take that Kentucky Derby leaderboard. Concert Tour, those 50 points. He's already in. They just want to get there and hopefully get there with a little bit more in the tank as well and not have to empty it in this race.
Well, these are prep races. They're important. You want to win them, but you also want to step forward from them.
It's going to be fun to watch, see what happens in this final Kentucky Derby prep coming up. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, and I got to see both of Bafford's horses schooling yesterday. Got to see him, too, back at the barn at D. Wayne Lucas's barn where they are stable whilst here at Oaklawn Park. Now, Concert Tour, he does have that brilliant speed. He's trying to keep that unblemished record intact here. And he draws well, considering what we've heard from the connections of Caddo River, saying that they are going to be aggressive. They are going to let this horse roll up front. Caddo River should be in front, you would think. And Concert Tour sitting right off his hip. But I wouldn't totally dismiss Hosier, as I've been impressed with what I've seen from him, at least from the physical standpoint. He is going to have to obviously gain 4+ lengths on his stablemate, but a very good-looking horse that may be taking a little bit longer to proverbially come around. And what's interesting is that I've heard from the Brad Cox kind of camp that if they do take it to Concert Tour and make him run a hard race, we're only 3 weeks out from the Kentucky Derby, where it's kind of a defensive move, if you will, to possibly soften up Concert Tour if he runs a very demanding race today for Brad's other two horses in Essential Quality and Mandaloun. Greg?
Yeah, I heard that Brad Cox had said that as well. Even if you don't win this battle this afternoon, you might win the war by leaving little left in the tank for Concert Tour 3 weeks from now.
Very interesting take dynamic on this. It really is.
This is a look at the Oaklawn Road to the Derby. Caddo River kicked it off with the Smarty Jones. Then the 2-year-old champ for Brad Cox. Essential Quality kept it going. Took the first 2 legs, and then it was Bob Baffert in the Rebel. Whose turn will it be today? We will find out. For Baffert's other runner, Hosier, 3rd or better finish in this race likely gets him to Louisville.
Well, he's got the right style to pull an upset, too. When you ride a horse that's a closer, you take back, you ride the race to get a check, and then you hope guys make mistakes in front of you. The race heats up too much in the middle. Guys take it to each other, and then they're ripe to be picked off.
We are seeing some just incredible rivalries coming up at this racetrack. We're going to see later today that sprint rematch with CZ Rocket and the champion sprinter Whitmore from the Breeders' Cup Sprint, where CZ Rocket turned the tables back in the Hot Springs. Next weekend, we're going to see another great matchup, and maybe the most hotly anticipated rematch we're going to see all year long, with 2 of the best fillies or mares in the entire country, Monomoy Girl, the champion, and Swiss Skydiver going head-to-head in the Apple Blossom.
They both came back with nice 2021 debuts. Both won their 4- and 5-year-old starts. Monomoy Girl, actually Monomoy Girl 6. Excuse me.
Yeah.
Now, no woman likes you to tell you their age, though. So Monomoy Girl,
well done.
She looks like she's 5.
Timeless.
No. And Swiss Skydiver, who didn't shy away from any challenges last year, only beat Authentic in the Preakness.
Who would go on to become your Breeders' Cup Classic winner when she beat him in that classic performance in one of the great stretch duels we saw in many, many years. And then her comeback race, this was not an easy comeback spot as well in the Grade 1 Beholder Mile out west.
It was not, but she did everything right, handled it perfectly. She actually looks to me like she was even carrying a little extra weight here, probably be a little better for the run. This is a fantastic matchup. We usually don't get blessed with these kind of matchups this early in the season.
Very prestigious race in its own right, though. The Apple Blossom, it is a big target. So we're going to see these 2 superstars in our sport go head-to-head for a Grade 1 a week from today. And at some point, connections have said Swiss Skydiver, they haven't ruled out facing boys again this year.
Well, why not? She was so successful at it. And she's Hickory. She takes her show on the road. She shows up every time. I mean, we're so blessed as racing fans to have these kind of fillies and mares competing, particularly as they get older. They're not packing them off to the breeding shed right away, and I think that's a great trend.
It's incredible. That's the matchup everyone was wanting to see at the end of the year in the Breeders' Cup. We're going to get to see it a week from today on America's Day at the Races next Saturday, starting at 5 Eastern on Fox Sports 2. It is going to be tremendous. 2 of the biggest stars in our sport, 2 of the greatest performers we've seen in a long, long time go head-to-head. And when they first met, that first matchup in the Breeders' Cup, we didn't get the true test because Swiss Skydiver went to her knees out of the gate.
Yeah, I mean, she stumbled at the break, basically cost herself any chance there. And also, she might have been showing the effects of a very long, arduous campaign where she shipped around a lot.
Mighty Mischief, all the attention on this Steve Asmussen runner in this 10th race here coming up. It starts the late pick 4. He's he broke his maiden in start number 2, I should say. Here's Name Rejected for Jimmy DeVito.
A horse with some speed from the inside and has always run a good race other than his debut at Keeneland. He's tried every time.
Game day play 10-1. Brett Calhoun, who just won the Oaklawn Mile.
More of a deep closer. Hopes there's a hot pace. Comes out of the gazebo.
Invincibility 12-1. Only dirt started was a win in the slop. It was a race taken off the turf.
Yeah, and it just feels like they're kind of searching for what this horse really wants to do.
27-1 Extreme Mayhem, blinkers on.
Yeah, ran really well in the slop first time. Hasn't shown anything really at Oaklawn.
Upstriker 9-2 for Ron Moquette.
Well, a horse that broke his maiden first time, went right to Grade 1 company, faced Essential Quality, getting back to sprinting.
Yeah, then you faced Highly Motivated, who gave Essential Quality all he could handle in the bluegrass. Lawlessness, a scratch 3-5 on the Asmussen runner who just went by.
It's like the main speed in a race that doesn't have a tremendous amount of speed.
17-1 on Tchotchke here for Wesley Hawley, just claimed the Son of Frosted.
Claimed from Steve Asmussen, has run much slower figures in some of these.
And the coach, D. Wayne Lucas, sends out appraisal on the outside.
Yeah, another horse. It's a little light on the buyer figures. Another one will be hoping for a fast pace and a bit of a meltdown.
I understand Mighty Mischief ran big in that maiden win. 3-5 appears to be a little short in this spot. Let's check in and get Jonathan Kinchin's thoughts.
Yeah, look, the 7, I think is going to be tough. Mighty Mischief. This horse ran against a horse by the name of Aloha West, who ran yesterday. I think it was yesterday. They run together, but ran yesterday, ran extremely well. It was yesterday at Keeneland, ran extremely well. When horses do that, when they run against other horses and those horses come back and run well, that's always something that I pay attention to. It's kind of like that strength of schedule thing we see sometimes in college sports, where Gonzaga figured out pretty quickly that they weren't playing very many people throughout the year. Sorry about UCLA, Wolfie. But Mighty Mischief, I think, is going to be tough. I like the draw as well. The other horse I'm going to use in here is the 5 Up Striker. This is a horse that showed some talent as a 2-year-old. It's kind of the same idea that I kind of liked about King Fury that won the Lexington not too long ago. Was this horse showed some potential at 2 and now shows up here at 3, and there's just a progression and maturity that happens with 2 to 3-year-olds. They just start running faster as they get more mature, and I thought he was a little bit interesting, but the 7 Mighty Mischief looks to be pretty tough in this spot.
He does. He ran a huge effort to break his maiden last time out. He deserves to be the horse to beat. 3 to 5, though, short number on the board for the son of Into Mischief in this 10th race here coming up. There's Spendthrift. Our program brought to you in part by Spendthrift, the Breeders' Farm. We're 3 minutes to post here, and a son of Into Mischief, the one to beat, odds-on favorite here, Maggie, for this 10th race coming up.
Ooh, it's gotten a little breezy out here. It's a tailwind for the horses as they come down the stretch. Just a slight one. But taking a look at your heavy favorite, Greg, Mighty Mischief, I think his last race told a story that he is fairly talented for the fact that the way he quickened away from that field, you watch when Ricardo Santana kind of set him down, he lowered into his stride, and he just has this very efficient way of moving, very typical of his sire's progeny. He's a little bit more smaller, shorter coupled than most of Into Mischief's, and I think it's smart that they keep him sprinting because he just looks like a little speedball, and he looks to control this race, I would think, from the onslaught. He's going to be tough here. I really, at least looking at these horses physically, don't see anybody that's going to take him today. As number 2, Game Day Play, dropping out of the gazebo, will run for the tag here as he has won 2 races, actually a stakes winner to boot. Really sharp, big, good-looking horse. Like what I see from him. I know he's a deep closer, so I don't think his sharpness is portraying the fact that he's going to be closer. I just think he is a horse that is doing well and feeling good out on the racetrack. So I thought he was the one kind of for second that took my fancy the most. But I agree with what JK's saying with number 5, Up Striker for Ron Moquette. Comes out of 2 incredibly loaded races with essential quality and highly motivated coming out of them. He looks pretty fit to me. I love the turn back. He is, staying at sprinting, I should say. He is a smaller type of horse. I wouldn't be surprised if we do see a little bit of early foot from him coming in here fresh. I couldn't necessarily warm up to him as much physically as I would have hoped to, but I understand where he's very dangerous, Greg.
Yeah, and keep in mind, we're talking about this horse right here, Up Striker, the 5. The only time he was sprinting, he won. He did it first time out, 5-length score at Ellis, and then 2-year-old Champ he faces, highly motivated, who gave the 2-year-old Champ all he could handle in the bluegrass. Now back to what he did in his debut, and he was so impressive. He's interesting at 4-1, but no question the race goes through Mighty Mischief, the 7.
Yeah, the path to the winner's circle is through number 7, Mighty Mischief. I mean, you get Steve Asmussen, Hall of Famer, Ricardo Santana Jr., his regular rider, long-time owners that Steve's had, the Heiligbrots, and by Into Mischief, they just seem to win doing everything, don't they? I mean, there's no limitation there. But Up Striker, I thought there was some upside, if you will, because I do think he's getting back to what he wants to do, and that step that Jonathan talked about from 2 to 3 can be marked.
He's working lights out coming up to this one as well. Bullet Drill, quickest to 60 in the morning on this racetrack in late March. As we take a look at Name Rejected, he took a little while. He finally put it all together, though, last time out. He's faced some tough runners as well. He had to face Mandaloun. He had to face Out of Sight for Brad Cox as well, who's got some talent. He posted an 80 Beyer speed figure in his maiden win, career start number 6, back on March 13th.
Yeah, and other than his debut, every race he's run has been honest. He shows up and tries hard every time. And here he kind of makes that outside flow, that move we've been talking about that works at Oaklawn. You want that kind of outside, 3-wide, steady kind of gain. And he got it here under Martin Garcia, who retains the mount today. He was very game. And you like his demeanor, too. Look at a horse that kind of pins their ears and, like, wants it. This is a hard trier, an overachiever, if you will, because he puts so much into his races.
Got it done. Took him 6 starts to do it, but a horse who's been gradually progressing every single start. He hasn't taken a move backwards, but just about every single start he's improved.
Yeah, and you like to see that consistency, a horse that shows up and tries hard every time, regardless of if it's a fast track, a sloppy track. He is drawn inside, and he has had the benefit of outside post positions at Oaklawn recently. Has to work out a trip.
It's been a tough place to win from all meet long. Can be done, but certainly an advantage being outside, and Mighty Mischief has that today in his corner as well, along with his talent.
Yeah, I mean, and, you know, Steve is a trainer that when he gets a horse to a form cycle, they tend to hold that form cycle for a while, and that's one of his benchmarks, why he's so successful. It's not uncommon to see Steve have horses win multiple races in a row.
So 3 to 5 in here. This horse quick, too. He's been on the lead in each of his first 2 tries, even though he got beat. That was a tough horse, Aloha West, he had to deal with in the debut, and he comes right back and wins convincingly. So you know he wants to send in here. Can anyone keep company with him early?
Well, that's the one thing I kept going back to as well. I don't really see anybody with as much natural speed. I mean, if maybe someone was intent and used their horse very hard, they could stay with him or run head and head with him. But it seems to me that he has the most natural amount of early speed.
We'll see if he can just run them off their feet here. First try against winners. He'll have to deal with that one who we just showed you in that maiden score last time out. And then up striker as well. The 5 for Ron Moquette, who still has Whitmore to come, the champion sprinter of last year, returning in the Count Fleet. That is up next in that rematch with CZ Rocket.
It's kind of interesting, you know, names of horses. The one horse, name rejected. You put names in with the Jockey Club, and often they get rejected for one reason or another. A horse has already used it. I wonder if this horse had several names they applied for that were rejected, and eventually they just went with name rejected. And then did you know that the 8 horse was Tchotchke, if our director, Michel Vitus, didn't tell us in our ear?
I did.
You did? Because I looked at that, I was thinking like Chachuk or something.
I'm dealing with trying to not add a bunch of tchotchkes to our place right now.
Hard. You accumulate things over time. Very hard.
3 to 5 favorite. Mighty Mischief. Steve Asmus and Ricardo Santana Jr. for the Heiligbroods, the son of Into Mischief. A very short price. Here in the 10th from Oaklawn, it kicks off the late pick 4. Vic Stauffer with the call.
Invincibility and Mighty Mischief. Here comes Extreme Mayhem and Tchotchke. Last to load, appraisal. They're at the post. They're off. Name Rejected broke well, and so did Mighty Mischief. These two are quick. Invincibility and Upstriker close up. Then comes Tchotchke in the center of the racetrack, and Extreme Mayhem followed by a game day play, and the trailer is Appraisal. It's Name Rejected just in front of Mighty Mischief. Past the half-mile marker, Name Rejected and Mighty Mischief are right together. Then it's a length and a quarter back to Upstriker, who's on the move. And here he comes up into third, and after Mighty Mischief, who's about to take the lead. Mighty Mischief cruises to the front, leaving the backstretch. He's got a length and a half now, and Upstriker, who takes second. Name Rejected is back in third. Then comes Tchotchke and Invincibility. 3 back to game day play. Extreme Mayhem, and far behind is Appraisal, and Mighty Mischief is in charge. Mighty Mischief, traveling beautifully, has a 2-length lead on Upstriker in second. Name Rejected is third. To the outside in Tchotchke fourth. Mighty Mischief now 3.5 or 4 lengths in front. Upstriker and Name Rejected battling second and third, then Extreme Mayhem, but Mighty Mischief is just too good, and he is leveled out and run away. Name Rejected second, Mighty Mischief in front. Mighty Mischief won by 4. Name Rejected was second. Game Day Play third. And Kutchke finished fourth.
1:10.3 the final time. Mighty Mischief made pretty easy work of this group.
He really did. He actually indulged Name Rejected, allowed him to kind of lead him for a quarter of a mile inside of him. You saw Ricardo Santana just kind of sitting up there, galloping him along, let him out a notch into the turn, opened up. And what was glaring to me, Greg, was Mighty Mischief's fast, but he's got a very long stride. And I'm watching Up Striker, who was trying to gain on him. He looked like he was taking 2 strides to every 1 stride that Mighty Mischief was taking.
This is our next Matoli.
But I tell you, he's got some more. I mean, the way he reached, he's got that bounding stride.
He's got talent. I don't know if he's that good, but this was impressive, Maggie.
Yeah, I love the way this horse moves. I said it before the race, and it was even more evident in this performance here. Not the fastest of times, though. If you want to kind of compare times with horses of kind of the similar type of makeup, look back at today's 4th race with the showdown between the Run Happies and Searching Seas. I mean, he ran 109 and change, and this horse coming home in 110. I don't see any reason why the track would have changed. So good effort. We'll see how figures come back ultimately for this race here. I thought a good rally for 3rd from Game Day Plan to make up the most ground of anybody. He really galloped out well. I wonder if because he's such a big horse and he comes from well back, if he doesn't want just a touch more ground like that 7 furlong 1 turn mile, but it does feel as though there's a bright future for Mighty Mischief, Greg.
Maybe the Woody Stevens in his future.
You'd have to think those kind of races are on their radar from what you see. I mean, he is impressive. But Mackie makes a great point. You know, Following Sea, son of Run Happy, ran 109 and 4 earlier in the day, breaking his maiden by nearly 6 lengths. So, you know, that really stacks up well time-wise. I mean, he actually ran faster than Mighty Mischief.
4-5 on Mighty Mischief. Back-to-back wins now, and Steve Asmussen got himself another talented sprinter for the Highland Brooch. Well, the prices from this one, we come back up next. Grade 3, Count Fleet Sprint. Ron Moquette's champion sprinter. He's going to have a good vantage point with a home right on the backstretch there. Not a bad spot for the Moquette barn. Stay with us.
Smiling Tiger is now the #1 4th crop sire in America. You heard that right. Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a special discount of just $5,500, is the #1 4th crop sire in America. His progeny scored 4 stakes wins in just 6 weeks, including Smiling Shirley, Grinning Tiger, and Tiger Dad. The #1 4th crop sire in the nation is Smiling Tiger, standing at Harris Farms for a discounted rate of just $5,500.
Ironicus. This graded stakes winning millionaire defeated over 20 Grade 1 winners. A Grade 2 winner and course record setter at Saratoga. He won 3 graded stakes and was runner-up in multiple Grade 1 events. Top runners include graded stakes winner and Kentucky Derby hopeful Helium.
It's Helium in a huge effort.
The leading money earner at stud for emerging Sire of Sires distorted humor, Ironicus, standing at Claiborne Farm.
Back on America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2. We have a couple of huge stakes coming up. You can play them with Naira Bets. Get signed up, started. Download the app. You can go to nairabets.com as well. New members use that promo code MATCH200 at sign up to get started. We might see this horse in some stakes races pretty soon here after this performance. Mighty Mischief, now back-to-back wins for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, very impressive. Showed, a little bit more of a rating dimension. He was head and head for the lead, but he was very comfortable sitting outside his rival when Ricardo Santana gave him more rein to work with. He readily took that rein and ran away. Another good-looking prospect for Steve Asmussen.
Big effort for Mighty Mischief. Homebred for the Heilig Broats, son of Into Mischief, out of a Super Saver mare, Wealth Creation. 360 in the A-name rejected game day play. Run second and third. Up next, here we go. The rematch from the Breeders' Cup Sprint and then the Hot Springs. Here's round 3. In the last 3 starts between Whitmore and CZ Rocket, you know Whitmore's going to be the favorite on his home turf and also on the line for him, becoming the winningest stakes horse in the history of this racetrack. He's tied with Swift Ruler, the 1965 Arkansas Derby winner. He can stand alone with a win here.
Pretty incredible statistic there, but longevity, 8 years old, a horse that shows up. His connections, they love Oaklawn Park. They essentially live there. A lot to like. Whitmore is the hometown favorite there for sure.
Won this race 3 of the last 4 years, but here's all the stakes that he has won just in Hot Springs. Just incredible. Going back to 2017, it started with the Hot Springs and the Count Fleet. Those 2 races, he has just been dominant. Going all the way back to 2017, just remarkable consistency and coming back as an 8-year-old, even though he got beat, showing he still is as strong as ever.
Oh, he ran extremely well that day, and I just think that he made the first run, CZ Rocket made the second run and nailed him. It was opposite of what happened in the Breeders' Cup. I think Ricardo Santana will be maybe just a touch more patient today. And I'm not saying he rode him poorly in the Hot Springs. He rode him well. He just got run down.
Well, in the Breeders' Cup, here is that matchup when Whitmore got the job done, and on this occasion it was CZ Rocket who made the first run.
Who do you want to be, the hunter or the hunted? I think Whitmore wants to be the hunter, and he wants to follow CZ Rocket and pounce on him, and that's what was effective. And listen, let's be honest, the trip he got in the Breeders' Cup was absolutely picture perfect. Sensational ride by Irad Ortiz Jr. that day.
Wow, and he just pulled away from this group to win at 18-1. What a moment for these connections, and have been so patient and had him so good for so long. This was his 4th try in the Breeders' Cup Sprint.
The 4th time was the charm, rewarded with that. You know, to have a sprinter earn over $4 million is very hard. They don't offer as much money up for sprint races as they do for longer races. So for him to earn the kind of money he has, I mean, what a sensational story, and what a character the horse is. He's just such a tough guy, you know.
This is a horse who back as a 3-year-old. He was actually 2nd in the Rebel. He was 3rd in the Arkansas Derby. And then he got some time off, and Connection said, well, let's get him back to sprinting. And then he became a star. And he has been as consistent as you could ever expect a horse to be. What a horse. At 8 years old, can he get it done? Can he turn the tables on CZ Rocket this afternoon? Here's a look at the matchup in his 8-year-old debut when CZ Rocket better against him by a neck as Whitmore just comes up short.
But again, you see how the trips were flip-flopped. CZ Rocket behind Whitmore this time, following his wake. I think Florent did something very, very smart, too. He stayed away from Whitmore. He tried to keep some separation, a path or two between him. You see Ricardo Santana trying to drift out to meet him, to get his horse to engage, to fight. And he just had a little bit too much momentum. I think that Whitmore was idling a little bit when he hit the front, and CZ Rocket caught him with the momentum.
And keep in mind, for both these horses, too, it was the comeback start. Their first start back since the Breeders' Cup Sprint. We'll see who benefits more second off the bench, but there's been no one better. Obviously, it's Whitmore's home turf here at Oaklawn than this 8-year-old.
This is what makes racing so great, rivalries like this, and two horses that like to win. They're both good. They both have a similar style. They're the only two true closers in this race. So it's going to be cat and mouse between Florent Geroux and Ricardo Santana on Whitmore. Going to be very, very interesting to watch who makes the first run.
The last time that CZ Rocket had come to Oaklawn, he was on a 10-race losing streak. Then when he comes this last time, he'd won 5 of his last 6. Very different horse since Peter Miller claimed him for $40,000. Jonathan, it's been quite a rivalry. It's going to be fun to watch him go at it again today.
Absolutely, and like you guys mentioned, like Richie mentioned, the last race was both of them their first race since the Breeders' Cup. And so there's an opportunity for one of them to have needed that race and to improve. The funny thing is, when you look at their stats, they're both pretty good first off a layoff, and they're both pretty good second off a layoff. So I'm not really sure exactly how it's going to unfold. Well, I know exactly how it's going to unfold. I think CZ Rocket's going to win, but I'm not sure exactly who's going to make that step forward. Maybe Whitmore runs better. Maybe CZ Rocket runs better. Maybe they both do. I think what happened last time, there was a brilliant strategy by Florent Geroux when there was a rabbit in the race. A rabbit, a horse that goes out to the front, usually from the same connections, to make sure there's an honest pace for the closer, being Whitmore. But what Flo did was he sat behind Whitmore. So he was just going to go when Whitmore went, and that's exactly what he did. And we'll see how they run this race, but I will say this. CZ Rocket is a little bit more tactical. At least in the past, he's shown some more tactical speed, the ability to be a little bit closer to the pace. That's always a weapon in these dirt sprints.
Yeah, that's an interesting point that Jonathan brings up. CZ Rocket, I've never quite seen a horse like this, a sprinter who is a horse that can be very, very close to the pace against top-level competition, but he can also sit off like we saw in the hot springs against the likes of a Whitmore.
Well, a horse's versatility make them doubly dangerous, because if they go way too fast, he has the ability to come from off. If they go slow, he puts himself in the game. That's a jockey's dream when you have a horse that doesn't need a particular trip.
Well, he's going to try and do it to, again, Whitmore on his home base. I mean, this is where Whitmore has been so good in his career at Oaklawn. 14 times. He's been first or second in 15 starts, and that's where Juan Marquette gets to watch all the action. His home is right on the backstretch of Oaklawn Park. Not a bad spot to be.
I love that setup. I mean, I would love to just be able to walk out of my house and onto the racetrack. There are a few homes at Belmont Park. One home Sally Bailey had for years. Her driveway was right back into Belmont. They made a gate for her, and then Tom Bush wound up buying the house after she passed away. I always thought that was the coolest thing. Belmont Park would be your backyard. Oaklawn Park's his backyard.
Now he'll be watching intently from his home base. Well, ever since Whitmore's connections honed in on what he wants to do, focusing on sprinting, he's been the dominant force in Hot Springs. It's an incredible coincidence that the barn where he resides, named after a champion, is also a race that Whitmore is going to try and win for a 4th time this Saturday.
It is Whitmore. Holy mackerel, what a horse.
It's a culmination of things that it's the beginning of the year, the beginning of the campaign, him coming fresh off a layoff. The weather's cold. He really likes cold weather. He's not a fan of hot weather, that kind of stuff.
Here is Whitmore. Yes! Whitmore wins the 44th Count Fleet Sprint Handicap.
The Count Fleet, that's the championship here at Hot Springs. It's a race that means something. We've won it 3 times.
Whitmore has to go, and he did. Wow!
We got beat by the Breeders' Cup champion and Eclipse of winning Mitoli when we were the only time we got beat.
And Mitoli has now turned away Whitmore.
We would like to win it again if we could. These are all the races that I kind of, if you write it down, you make it happen kind of deal. It was just races that I've thought about that I wanted to win. Our barn is Count Fleet. It's funny, we'd never won the Count Fleet before we moved in it. They were toying around with renaming the barn, Whitmore. And I was like, man, Count Fleet was the champion. We need to leave that a great name and a great horse. And I find it, a lot of honor to be in that barn. So we'd like to leave it Count Fleet. One of these days, Whitmore will have a barn or something named after him. And hopefully that the horseman that resides there will have as much respect for him as we do Count Fleet.
I think no question Whitmore's going to have a barn named in his honor in the very, very near future. More in the tank. We'll find out this afternoon. It certainly looked like there's more in the tank in his comeback as an 8-year-old in that Hot Springs. Can he get the better of CZ Rocket again today? We're about to find out. That's his home on the grounds of Hot Springs in that Count Fleet barn.
Very cool. And if he wins it again, maybe they got to start thinking about naming the Count Fleet the Whitmore.
I have a feeling he'll get a stakes race as well. Looking for his 8th stakes win here in Hot Springs. Whitmore, the 8-year-old, the champion sprinter of last year, facing off again against CZ Rocket next.
The level of racing that he's achieved is extremely rare. Anybody who's witnessed Matoli running sees a level of ability that doesn't come along that often.
Matoli's a monster! Matoli wins the sprint! Oh, what a horse he is! Matoli, he did it again! Wins the mid-mile!
The only thing to be better than one Matoli's a few Matolis.
The mighty Matoli, who won the Corgo by 3.5 lengths, the new stakes record.
Nobody wants to fall into a safety net, but when adversity or hardship presents itself, it beats the alternative. Since 1943, the Jockey Club Safety Net Foundation has been serving those individuals and families in need across every facet of the thoroughbred industry. Help us continue to be the safety net and catch those most in need. Visit tjcfoundation.org to learn more.
It is Global Campaign holding on to the lead. Global Campaign won the Peter Pan.
Global Campaign is not done. He is resilient on the inside, and he wins the Monmouth Cup.
Global Campaign by 2, and Global Campaign will win the Grade 1 Woodward.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Here they come into the stretch of the 69th Arkansas Derby with Fleet Alex showing the way. Canteen has dropped back. Flower Alley is right there in third. A late charge trying to come on from the others, but a Fleet Alex has kicked it into gear. One of the most impressive Arkansas Derby wins ever. A Fleet Alex blowing the field away. He'll win this one by a good 8 lengths.
That was a Fleet Alex in the 2005 Arkansas Derby. He'd go on to win the Preakness in one of the most jaw-dropping performances in terms of sheer athleticism in the Preakness that year.
When he clipped heels with Scrappy T, got up off the ground, and then took off running again. His Belmont was quite impressive, too. But Greg, I'm of the opinion that this Arkansas Derby, as impressive as it was, may have cost him the Kentucky Derby. Jeremy Rose rode him very hard through the stretch. Jeremy Rose had been replaced the start before with Johnny Velasquez. The horse ran poorly. They gave the mount back to Jeremy Rose. When a rider has been taken off a horse, he doesn't have the confidence. He thinks every time he rides him could be the last time. Maybe if they had stuck with Jeremy all along, he wouldn't have ridden him quite as hard, saved a little something in the tank. He could have easily won by 3 or 4 lengths with his ears up, but he got ridden hard through the wire. My opinion, might have taken a little starch out of him. He got beat about a half a length in the Kentucky Derby. That's why you want to instill confidence in your riders, because if they're a part of the team, they make sure they bring a fresh horse back.
And that's something we got to keep an eye on today as well. Even if Concert Tour does win, how much is it going to take out of him? How hard is he going to have to battle with Caddo River early on in the race with the Derby just 3 weeks away?
Well, again, these are prep races. They're important races in their own right. It's $1 million purse, but it is a prep race, and you want to improve off it. You don't want to tear down from it.
That is still to come right now. It's the rematch between the champion sprinter Whitmore and CZ Rocket from their showdown in the Breeders' Cup Sprint, and the rematch in the Hot Springs in which CZ Rocket turned the tables. You knew Whitmore is going to be the favorite on his home turf. He's even money. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale for more.
Yeah, the Whitmore fans, they come out in droves here to Oaklawn, and understandably so. Such a hometown hero as he looks to run himself into the record books with possibly an 8th stake win here at Oaklawn, becoming the winningest stakes horse in history of this racetrack. And looking at him here, you know, I feel as though I'm at a huge disadvantage of not being able to see these horses in the flesh for their last matchup in the hot springs. I think it's fair to say that Whitmore, he may have not been as tight coming back. You know, granted, he's an 8-year-old. There's muscle memory there. Sometimes you don't need as much conditioning heading in. But they were affected by the winter weather. He missed work. He missed some galloping, missed some training. So he looks really strong here. And so far, he's actually fairly quiet by Whitmore standards as they walk around here on the turf. I'm about to say turf course, the infield here. So I actually prefer Whitmore over CZ Rocket, a horse I have not seen, granted, in a long time. Just a little bit on the lighter side, not carrying the weight that he once did. But he's also a gelding, and the last time I saw him, he was a colt. So that might have something to do with it. Between the two physically, I do prefer Whitmore. But let's talk about a few others in here. Number 1, No Parole, the Louisiana bred, stepping out of state bred competition here for the first time as a 4-year-old for our good friend and colleague, Tom Amos. I'll say it once, I'll say it again. I might sound like a broken record. Tom's horses always look best. No matter what kind of race they're in, they tend to look best. This horse dappled head to toe. And 2, going back to the last time I saw him back at Saratoga for the H. Allen Jerkins, he was a mess as far as his disposition. He was acting up very badly, really distracted. And maybe he's just a more mature individual, but considering all the hoopla here today, he's very calm, very focused. Love what I'm seeing today from No Parole. Inside post position, he's got to go. Moving on to Strike Power, making his 4th start for the Asmussen barn, coming off a big win against Allowance Company. I don't think I've ever seen this horse look better. He's another one that can get himself a little bit too revved up, and he's not doing that today, but he's very intense in his disposition. He has that just intense look to his face that he's just on it. He is ready to go out there and strut his stuff. I think he's very interesting, coming off one of his career best numbers, posting a 101 Beyer speed figure last time out here on March 11th. Greg.
It's going to be a great matchup coming up. There's a lot of talent, not just Whitmore and CZ Rocket in this race. It is loaded with talented sprinters. And, you know, back to No Parole for a moment. Our colleague Tom Amos sending him out. He's at the inside post. His best moment, of course, came in that Woody Stevens victory, that Grade 1 win. He didn't get out of the gate good last time out in a turf experience. They're going to do something called tailing with him this afternoon, where they actually hold up the tail to make sure he breaks better. What exactly happens there?
Yeah, well, when you get a horse that wants to rock back against the tailgates, the back gates of the starting gate, they'll have a tendency at times to almost goose themselves, they'll rear up. You lift their tail, kind of keeps them more centered, keeps their balance more. They don't rock back into the tailgates as much. It's twofold. One, to keep a horse balanced, and another so they don't rock back and sometimes even rear up and get themselves left that way.
And with that, you know, I had a chance to talk to Tom earlier today. He said, yes, this horse is incredibly quick. They've made no bones about it. They want the lead. But out of the gate, that first stride or two, he's not the quickest into stride.
No, but, you know, you do have some room to work with inside of you when you break from post 1. You're not breaking right on top of the fence. You probably have about 5 or 6 feet to work with. So even if his first step isn't his best step, he can't get left the way he did last time. He'll get smothered. There's just too much speed. But this horse has never won unless he's been on the lead. And we saw Tom with Serengeti Empress. He is not bashful about allowing horses to use their speed. So I expect No Parole to make the lead.
Yeah, no question. He's 8-1 on the board. Can he open up on this group? We know who's going to be coming. 2 of the best in the business, including your champion sprinter from last year in Whitmore. He's even money on the board. And that horse right there, CZ Rocket, who upstaged Whitmore and his home turf in the Hot Springs.
Well, if you've got to lose, you'd rather lose the $200,000 Hot Springs, which is the prep for the $500,000 Count Fleet, and get your revenge today, wouldn't you?
And again, you know, we talked about it. As we take a look at Mr. Jägermeister, big long shot. CZ Rocket, he doesn't have to sit that far back and make that late run, but he certainly can and be effective.
Well, again, he's well posted, too, because he's going to be able to shadow Whitmore, see what Ricardo Santana does. If he can get first run on him, he can keep him pinned in behind horses. if he follows him, maybe he picks him up late the way he did. Tactically, he's in a better position.
Here's our post parade, and the speedy No Parole for Tom Amos kicks things off.
Look for No Parole to take no prisoners and try to make the lead.
He is 9-1. Watch the break with him. That will be key. Champion sprinter from last year. What a moment for the connections of Whitmore winning the Breeders' Cup Sprint at 18-1. Again, a chance to make history at this racetrack today should he win with an 8th stakes win and become the winningest stakes horse of all time in Hot Springs.
It's an incredible career that he's put together at 8 years old. 15 victories, over $4 million in earnings. Looks like a cool customer on the racetrack, too. You can see why he's got such a fan base. We've got 4-Star Dave was the Sultan of Saratoga. What is he, the owner of Oaklawn?
First met Whitmore and CZ Rocket back in the 2018 Forgo. It's been quite a rivalry between these two. Mojo Man, the 3 at 24-1.
Yeah, and a horse that usually does his best running up close. Probably not fast enough to entertain a few of these early.
5-1 on Strike Power. Steve Asmussen, Joel Rosario. He's coming off a lifetime best effort.
And a horse that wants to rock and roll. You go back to his True North. He went 44 and change 108. Was just run down by Catalina Cruiser. He's fast.
Empire of Gold, he lined up in that Breeders' Cup Sprint. He was 51-1. He took the lead in the stretch, and he backed up to 4th.
Yeah, and he was a part of that pace and only beaten 4 1/4 lengths, expecting to be a part of the pace again.
Here's CZ Rocket, winner of the Hot Springs. Can he do it to Whitmore again?
Well, a horse that, again, I think has a tactical advantage with his post and should get a good trip.
And Mr. Jägermeister, 40-1 long shot outside for Valerie Lund.
Another one that does his best running when he's part of the pace. He might not be fast enough to be a part of the pace today.
What a claim CZ Rocket has turned out to be. $40,000 claim, and Peter Miller has resurrected his career. Let's go to Maggie.
And pleased to be joined by Peter today. CZ Rocket looking for back-to-back victories. Peter, Greg had just mentioned about how you claim this horse. What was the initial thought behind taking him?
Well, my owner picked him out, Tom Cagle, and he liked his sheet. He had run a lot of fast races in the past, so we knew he had the ability. We just had to get him back to that level.
Now, Peter, last time out in the Hot Springs, the last move was the winning one. How do you see today's race playing out?
I think it's going to be pretty similar. I think there's a lot of pace, and I think we'll be back there with Whitmore. And I think it's going to, come down to, who has the trip and who has the kick today.
For you, I mean, taking the fact that you are a trainer outside of this, if you can, the rivalry starting to kind of materialize between these two horses. It's fun to watch, right?
It's really fun. It's really fun to watch. It's fun to be involved in it. They're two great horses and great connections. So, it's I'm glad we're involved in it, and hopefully we can come out on the right side of it today.
All right, Peter. Well, best of luck. Thanks for joining us here.
Thank you so much.
All right. Well, CZ Rocket, guys, he's looking to go back-to-back here in Hot Springs. Such a fun matchup. They are starting to line the apron for everybody to watch these two throw down here in this Count Fleet. Good. Greg?
Maggie, thanks. Yeah, third race in a row they've gone at it. Breeders' Cup, Hot Springs, and now in the Grade 3 Count Fleet. Sentimental choice, obviously, is Whitmore, and talent-wise, Jonathan, he could certainly get it done as well, but did I hear you say CZ Rocket you think is the horse to beat?
Pick 5, I'm single to CZ Rocket. So I not only think that's going to happen, I hope that happens as well. I just think CZ Rocket's a more talented racehorse. I think Whitmore is an more accomplished racehorse. Whitmore's a grittier racehorse. I would probably even prefer to have owned Whitmore throughout his entire career over CZ Rocket. I just think in this situation, I think CZ Rocket has his number, and I think it's going to be hard to beat. I even think in the Breeders' Cup, like you said, Whitmore got a perfect trip, and CZ Rocket didn't. And so I think that has a lot to do with it. So CZ Rocket's my choice, but I will say this about No Parole. No Parole is a horse that ran some very, very fast numbers as a 3-year-old. Now he's turning into a 4-year-old. He's had a couple races under his belt. He has a big race in him. And let's not forget, one of his biggest races of his entire career, he was drawn right down on the rail in the Grade 1 Woody Stevens. He's comfortable down there. He's got the speed to be able to avoid getting shuffled back. He's a dangerous horse, but like I said, I'm singled to the 6 in here, CZ Rocket.
And, let's go back to that Woody Stevens, too. He happened to have one of the most aggressive and best, probably, gate riders there is aboard him that day in Luis Saez.
Yeah, Luis Saez fits a horse like No Parole and trainer Tom Amos's MO. Horses' speed is their weapon. Use it. Luis Saez is very good out of the gate and not bashful about letting a horse use their speed.
That won't be the case this afternoon. It's Ramon Vasquez, certainly a talented rider, but obviously Saez one of the very best in the business. 9-1 on the speed of the speed, it would appear, on No Parole. We'll see if he can take that move forward as a 4-year-old. Meanwhile, Empire of Gold, he was a huge long shot in that Breeders' Cup Sprint, but he was coming into that race really in a good way on a roll. He just missed in the Phoenix against Diamond Oops.
Yeah, a horse that ran a big race at a big price that day, both under Declan Carroll. David Cabrera gets the mount today. This horse is quick. He's a part of the pace. And when a horse is successful doing something, don't change their style. Let them play to their strength.
17-1. He's a big price again this afternoon after he was 51-1 in the sprint. Let's go back to Maggie with more on Empire of Gold.
Yeah, one of 3 horses that participated in that Breeders' Cup Sprint coming back today for this Grade 3 Count Fleet. And I'll admit, I wasn't taken with him necessarily in the paddock and out in the infield before riders were up, but a horse that just got completely just that much more animated once David Cabrera climbed aboard, moving incredibly well out here on the racetrack. So I don't like him maybe as much as the logical favorites in here, but he has made a good showing of himself in the warm-ups. Getting back to No Parole, I'm pleased to hear that Jonathan spoke highly of him. I think he's very interesting. This horse did not make this kind of impression on me going back to last year. He just seemed as though he was constantly worried about something, that he just never felt comfortable in that Saratoga race. The whole time, he just was not acting well. So therefore, we see a little break. He comes back, doesn't run that well in the Phoenix. Granted, first start against older horses. And then he's had some cushy kind of preps coming into this one. Third off of layoff. The turf experiment didn't work necessarily. Back on his preferred surface. Like I said, Greg, I've never seen No Parole look as good as he does today.
We'll see. They're going to try and wire this field from that inside post. And again, key with him, watch the start. They're going to be tailing him, as we talked about earlier. Can he get into gear quicker than he usually does? That was his undoing in that turf start last time out.
Can't make any mistakes at the break today, not with this kind of speed.
The rematch between your Breeders' Cup Sprint winner, the champion, Whitmore. There he is moving in line, and CZ Rocket, who got the better of him in the Hot Springs. It's the rematch. Vic Stauffer with a Grade 3 Count Fleet from Oaklawn.
Two more left to load. Mojo Man, CZ Rocket, and Mr. Jägermeister. They're at the post. They're off. Strike Power and No Parole break well. Empire of Gold close up. Mr. Jägermeister away in 4th. Whitmore breaks 5th. CZ Rocket 6th. And the early trailer is Mojo Man. No Parole jackrabbits up the backstretch and takes the lead 3/4 of a length. Now a length and a half from Strike Power in 2nd. Whitmore has moved through inside. He's a joint 3rd with Mr. Jägermeister 3 deep and Empire of Gold. CZ Rocket has 5 lengths to make up, and he's 2.5 behind Whitmore, and then Mojo Man around the far turn in the Count Fleet Sprint Handicap. No Parole with a short lead, Mr. Jägermeister and Strike Power between horses. These 3 right across the racetrack. Whitmore is going to need racing room. He's only a length and a half from the front. Meanwhile, CZ Rocket is racing up 5 wide. Is there a seam for Whitmore? And yes, there is. Here's Whitmore to come through, but meanwhile, CZ Rocket has slung shot to the lead. It is CZ Rocket, now a length and a half in front. Whitmore tries to come through from the inside, but CZ Rocket has the jump, and CZ Rocket wins the Count Fleet Sprint Handicap. CZ Rocket beat Whitmore, Empire of Gold, and Strike Power.
CZ Rocket does it to Whitmore again. From that outside trip, he takes the Grade 3 Count Fleet back-to-back victories here at Oaklawn.
You saw when he was starting to gear up, get into gear on the turn, Florent Geroux was trying to stay in behind horses, but his horse had momentum. So he said, I know I'm going to go wide, but let me tip him out, not stop his momentum. And he was just best. Whitmore kind of towed himself into the race a little earlier than Ricardo Santana probably wanted, but he had his run turning for home. He was second best to CZ Rocket, who is in raging form.
Huge effort from CZ Rocket. He had won 5 in a row before he got beat by Whitmore in the Breeders' Cup Sprint. He's now won 7 of his last 8 starts, Maggie.
And well done, Peter Miller, bringing him here once again. He got pretty much kind of a carbon copy trip of what he did in the hot springs well back early, where we saw Whitmore. I don't want to say that maybe he's sitting too close to the pace than he would like, because he was taking Ricardo Santana there. He did have to wait a little bit of room, tap on the brakes where CZ Rocket was unraveling his stride. But with the separation at the wire, I do think, the best horse ultimately won. But I'm sure there's a lot of dejected fans here, to say the least. There's definitely a little bit of a hush over the crowd. Whitmore finishing second. The only person you could hear, Peter Miller. He's a very exuberant celebrator, but good on him. He's done a masterful job with bringing this horse back around to some serious good performances.
109 and 3 final time. You'd expect that to be the reaction at this racetrack, at Whitmore's home grounds. I mean, he's so popular there. Ran very big. For a while, it looked like he wasn't getting any running room and be able to even make a bid.
Yeah, he kind of dragged Ricardo Santana into the race going into the far turn. Then when he had to wait, there was no room. It looked like he might have got a little discouraged, but when he found the seam, he ran on, and he ran gallantly. No shame in defeat. He got beat by a better horse today who lost a ton of ground off the elbow of the turn. And because of Whitmore's popularity, I think that lent itself to getting 2-1 on CZ Rocket, because that's a big price for him.
Yeah, no question. He's up there too, in a 7-year-old who Peter Miller has just done a tremendous job, not only turning him around, getting him to a level he hadn't quite been at before.
Well, you go back to his first start that you alluded to earlier at Saratoga. He showed a world of talent, came back and won at Keeneland. So, when you see people claim horses that have really good races, that if they can get them back to that form, well, he got him back to the form, like you said, another step forward.
CZ Rocket, 11 for 25 lifetime, 2 older sprinters that are still 2 of the best in the game. 7-year-old beating the 8-year-old here. CZ Rocket, Whitmore 1-2, but CZ Rocket does it to Whitmore again. What a performance. Peter Miller, Florent Geroux, Matacat Stables. Still the Arkansas Derby to come and the last stop on the road to Louisville. Stay with us.
Spun to Run. In the Breeders' Cup Dirt Mile, he defeated a loaded field that included multiple Grade 1 winners Omaha Beach and Improbable. His brilliant speed figures were among the fastest of any 3-year-old at a mile or more. And he hails from the legendary Danzig sire line. Multiple graded stakes winner, millionaire, Breeders' Cup champion, Spun to Run, new for 2021, standing at Gainesway.
No sport in the world brings the wins home like racing. It's one-of-a-kind, high-speed, high-stakes action, and Naira Bets takes you there. Place your bets and watch the races live from anywhere. With Naira Bets, make easy, secure deposits and promotions every day to earn reward points or cash. Download the Naira Bets app or visit NairaBets.com.
Coming on strong.
Minute to stardom. On top, coming down to the final 16th, opening up a 2-length lead.
My love for you.
Wild About Star, shining big here in Berry 1.
Oh, why did I wrong?
Gaining late on the far outside, Guitar Tribute, who's storming home. Go, Guitar Tribute!
My love for you. Coming on strong.
You're watching America's Day at the Races on Fox Sports 2, program brought to you by Naira Bets, where you can bet anywhere, anytime, any place. Download the app. You can go to nairabets.com as well to get signed up and started and play all these tremendous races we're bringing you, including our Derby prep coming up next. Grade 3 Count Fleet. Here's the winning move from CZ Rocket and Florent Giroux.
You could see how much horse Florent had with CZ Rocket, and he was trying to kind of stay in behind horses and not tip out too soon and lose that ground, but his horse was taking him so easy. I could almost see the wheels turning in his head. You know what? I'm going to let him march on. I don't care about losing ground. He's traveling so well. Don't break his momentum. It was the right move.
That was a big effort, and again, it's that, we say it just like a broken record, it sounds like, Jonathan, but that wide trip in the stretch, the winning one.
Yeah, look, you could see when they broke away from the gate that Flo immediately looked to his inside to see where Whitmore was. And then when Whitmore kind of ran up into that spot, it looked like he just sat chilly out there. And like Richie said, he didn't probably want to go wide, but his horse was traveling so well, why not? I tell you one thing, when they turned for home and he started to open up, I thought about a sprint champion by the name of Matoli. And I thought to myself, I wonder if this horse might take the exact same journey that Matoli did. Matoli won this race, the Count Fleet. Then he showed up Derby Day and ran in the Churchill Downs going 7 furlongs. That went well when people were questioning whether Matoli wanted to run that far or not. And then he went to New York on Belmont Day and won the Met Mile. I'd love to see CZ Rocket have an opportunity to try a spot like that. Maybe he'll run into a couple horses we saw earlier in the card, Rushy by my standards. It's going to be a heck of a race, and I hope CZ Rocket can start traveling in that direction.
Yeah, that Met Mile that he won, by the way, that was one of the most loaded Met Miles we've seen in the history of the sport. It was just, what a field that was assembled. We'll see if he does indeed take that path. Let's get back to Hot Springs right now with more on CZ Rocket's victory. Let's go to Maggie.
Yeah, here with his pilot, Florent Giroux, today, back-to-back wins. Florent also undefeated on this horse. You seem to have a great rapport with him. As far as the race playing out, it seemed like a carbon copy nearly of the Hot Springs performance.
Yeah, pretty much, Maggie. He's a great horse to ride. You know, I enjoy to ride him every single time. He always fired. Yeah. He was designed already to be a very nice horse, you know, back, you know, when he was purchased and when he started his career. Just very happy and fortunate for the opportunity. You know, Peter Miller and his owner have given me on this horse. I lost him last year, you know, due to a COVID restriction. I couldn't travel to California, so I lost him there, and I was been very high on the horse, and I'm glad, you know, Peter Miller and his owners, you know, give me the opportunity back to ride him again this year.
And you've done well with those opportunities. Flo, you also have the opportunity to turn the tables in the next race on Concert Tour with Caddo River. Brad Cox has said that you guys are going. Is that the game plan?
Yeah, that's the game plan, actually. Last time, you know, we tried something with him, you know, things he never done, and we thought that was a great opportunity since it was a short field, and we pretty much knew, you know, Concert Tour was going to go on the lead, but the horse, you know, didn't cooperate at all, and that was a complete disaster. You know, he was ranked pretty much the whole way and wasn't able to finish. So today, hopefully, get away clearly from the gate. From there, we're just gonna, you know, go on the lead and hopefully try to go as far as we can.
All right. Well, wishing you the best of luck. Congratulations here. Big performance with CZ Rocket. Well, guys, Florent Giroux, he's going to try to do and allow Caddo River to do what he does best, and that is go to the lead today. I have to be feeling good, though, with this winning performance aboard CZ Rocket to ride into the $1 million Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, Greg.
Yeah, not bad. Heading into that race with a little momentum here, but what a powerful performance from CZ Rocket to do it to one of the best sprinters we've seen in a while.
Yeah, and that was a powerful performance. And he finished the deal coming down the crown of the track. And I think you got a very generous $6 on CZ Rocket, probably because of the popularity of Whitmore, who lost nothing in defeat. A very game performance from him as well.
Round 3, technically round 4, goes to CZ Rocket in their head-to-head matchups. Up next, our ABR Race of the Week, and it is officially the last stop on the road to the Kentucky Derby, and qualifying here, 100 points to the winner. Concert Tour, as we expected, a massive favorite for Bob Baffert. He's undefeated, 1-9. Joao Rosario has been aboard for all 3 prior starts, all 3 wins. A lot's been asked of him in a very short amount of time. Can he keep it going today, Ming?
Well, I do think he can. I mean, 1-9 is awfully short, but look at the consummate ease in which he wins the Rebel. Joel gave him a couple of taps on the shoulder just to keep him reminded of his business, takes a peek around, and he gears him down. And the horse has got an efficiency about his stride. I don't think he needs the lead. I think he can stalk from the outside. It's pretty formidable. He's well posted.
As we heard from Maggie right there, we've been talking about it all afternoon long, too. They're going to change up tactics. They're not going to sit back. They're going to let Caddo River do his thing. Peter Miller's get her number. They want that horse more involved as well. That's how he's been more effective. It's going to be interesting to see with these horses employing tactics that have been successful for them in the past, if they can get back to being successful as we look at this Oaklawn road to the Derby and this final stop.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're going to get a little more pace on than you got in the Rebel, and it's going to be run completely different. Florent Geroux, he seems to me, I had a few principles of riding I applied, and it seems to me he applies much of the same. Take nothing away that comes easy, allow a horse to use their speed, get your position going forward, and save ground at least on one of two turns in a two-turn race.
There is Caddo River. He was dominant when he got to the front. The Smarty Jones, he won by 10-plus lengths. He's going to try and get to the front again, and he'll see if he can finish this time against a formidable foe in Concert Tour.
Catholic Boy, one of only 3 American 3-year-old colts in history to win Grade 1s on both dirt and turf, including the immortal Secretariat. A 6-time graded stakes winner from ages 2 to 4, he was the fastest 3-year-old of his crop over 10 furlongs. Now his first foals have arrived. Dual surface Grade 1 winner Catholic Boy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
The ultimate accolade for a racehorse is to be named Horse of the Year. To be enshrined to the Hall of Fame is to achieve immortality. As a stallion, genetic immortality is defined in 2 words: breed shaper, plain and simple. 2-time Horse of the Year and Hall of Fame inductee, Curlin, is just that. Breed shaper, Curlin, the classic sire.
It's the last stop on the road to Louisville. A final chance to qualify for this year's Kentucky Derby. This year's edition of the Arkansas Derby also could determine who winds up favorite the first Saturday in May, depending on what kind of performance Bob Baffert's Concert Tour delivers. Perfect in 3 career starts, a win today, and Concert Tour could likely steal top billing from 2-year-old champ Essential Quality in 3 weeks.
8 Rebels for Baffert Concert Tour.
He'll likely have company up front today, with the connections of Caddo River determined to have their Smarty Jones winner more involved early than he was in the Rebel.
Now double digits in front. Caddo River and the Smarty Jones, straight and strong.
It's the final major Kentucky Derby prep. The Grade 1 Arkansas Derby live on Fox Sports 2. Next. Welcome to our live coverage of the Grade 1 $1 million Arkansas Derby. Yes, the last stop on the road to Louisville, 3 weeks away from the Run for the Roses. Can Concert Tour for Bob Baffert get there undefeated? That is Caddo River, who's going to try and make life very difficult on him and try and employ the tactics that were so successful for him in the Smarty Jones when he was a 10-plus length winner.
Play to your strength. Dance with the girl that brought you there. Speed got you there. Allow your horse to run.
It is our ABR race of the week, and it is a good one. Essential Quality, the 2-year-old champion. He is already on to the Kentucky Derby with a perfect record intact. Now Concert Tour for Bob Baffert, trying to get there with the same resume.
Same resume, but he'll have one less week to get ready for the Kentucky Derby. 3-week turnaround as opposed to Essential Quality's 4-week turnaround. So he'll have more time to get over that effort in the Bluegrass, which was a bit of a gut check. He had to reach down and find more to beat Highly Motivated, but very good run from him in the Bluegrass.
That was a quick look at Concert Tour. He is, as we expected, a very short price. 1-9 on the board. Let's bring in Jonathan Kinchin. JK, what do you think for the rematch today?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be mean to Caddo River fans, but I don't see how it changes. I mean, the last time Flo said it just in that interview with Maggie, the plan for them was to try to rate, and it didn't work. It just didn't work at all. Now, the only thing that I think could have cost that last time is that Flo seemed to send away from there and then wanted to shut off and get outside, and Caddo River was not having it. And so I think in this situation, if he sends again, Concert Tour feels like he'll sit right outside of him. And the way that Concert Tour finished that last race, I think it's going to be extremely tough for Caddo River to turn the tables. But I'll never, ever, ever give anyone a hard time about being aggressive and getting on the front end. But Bob Baffert seems to have a loaded hand with Concert Tour. Hosier, I don't think is to the level of Concert Tour. But I do think he's an interesting horse that can get involved. Funny enough, earlier this spring, I ran into Bob Baffert, and I was trying to get some good betting information, and I asked him if he had any good 3-year-olds so I could go bet a future. And he said, remember the names Concert Tour and Hosier. So it sounds like he's always thought these horses were going to turn out to be what they are. And I think Hosier was ridden smartly last time to get involved so he can get some Derby points. I still think he's probably a cut below where Concert Tour is. I just don't see how they beat Concert Tour if he runs even close to how he ran last time.
He looked unbeatable, the performance that he put forward in the Rebel. If he can repeat that again, it's going to be very tough. But as you add distance, things can change. He's going to go 1.125 miles for the first time this afternoon. We shall see what happens here and how it plays out. Meanwhile, that's a look at Superstock. Steve Asmussen, 4-time winner of this Arkansas Derby, 2 of them with a man who will be aboard this one today, Ricardo Santana Jr.
Yeah, great connections. And, Steve does such a great job. You look at the earnings of his 3-year-olds in particular, they just consistently earn a lot of money, more than their purchase prices. This horse has already earned over $200,000. He's in a good spot to pick up a good piece of $1 million purse here, even if he doesn't win. I feel like Concert Tour is just too formidable. I just think he's tactical and he's too good. And as far as more distance, the way he won the Rebel, he would have galloped out 1.125 miles good enough to win this.
Pedigree-wise, too, it seems like even more ground's going to be better for him.
It really does. It feels like that, absolutely. And this horse is owned by Gary and Mary West. They won the Kentucky Derby and were disqualified with maximum security. So maybe it's their turn.
Well, if somehow Steve Asmussen could shock everybody in this race with this horse here, Superstock, it again would be his 5th win in this race. This horse ended his 2-year-old campaign, even though he didn't win, at Churchill Downs, running a very narrow second in this race, the Street Sense, against King Fury, who just came back and won the Lexington Derby prep at Keeneland today.
Yeah, so I think it speaks to the quality of the race, and you always like to see young horses that have been successful at Churchill Downs. 3-year-olds going back to Churchill. It just makes you feel like, okay, we'll be all right come the first Saturday in May if we can get there.
Another horse. That was his 3-year-old comeback, much further back than he usually is. There's Asmussen's Derby wins in this Arkansas Derby. Private Emblem, 2002, the great Curlin in 2007, and then Ricardo Santana Jr. teaming up with him with Creator, who'd go on to win the Belmont later that year, and then Basin in that first division back in 2020.
Yeah, I mean, Curlin, Hall of Famer, and one of the most prolific sires we've had for many years now. And that commercial with him, there's a lot of horse there.
Oh, my gosh, does he look good. There's Concert Tour. I want to get your thoughts on how he looks. I know it was a quick look at him, but he was just maybe just the way he won the race, obviously impressive, but how comfortable he looked while doing it, I think, is what impressed a lot of people as well.
Well, again, you go back to that Rebel Stakes we watched earlier with American Pharaoh, and it could have been the split screen. It could have been the same horse. I mean, they just both won with their ears up, consummate ease. And this horse has great mechanics, too. I don't know if they're quite as smooth as American Pharaoh, but pretty close.
That's the resume. Perfect 3 for 3, undefeated in those 3 career starts. Won that Rebel by 4 1/4. Bob Baffert mentioned it too, and we say it a lot on this show. When you have small fields, there can be a lot of traffic problems for some reason, especially with a horse like this who has that massive target on his back. So Bob Baffert was a little worried about that, it sounded like.
Well, in small fields, everybody is aware where everybody else is. You can't get lost. In a big field, you have so many other things to contend with that you can't really key in on one horse. 5-6 horse field, you're always aware of where the other guy is, and a jockey's job is to compromise other jockeys' trips within the boundaries of the rules. You have to make it difficult for them. Jockeying for position.
We'll see what happens with Concert Tour and what kind of trip he can get this afternoon. He seems to be a horse that can make his own trip and stay out of trouble's way. 9 minutes to post here in this final Derby prep in the Arkansas Derby. Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
Yeah, we see horses coming onto the infield now. All of them, these young 3-year-olds, handling it very well, to be honest. And we'll check in with your current heavy 1-9 favorite in Concert Tour. And like I said earlier, he's not the biggest of horses, but everything is just put together perfectly. He's kind of like a cat in that he's very smooth with the way he moves, even at the gait of a walk, and he's just fit. He just looks so solid. You know, you feel as though you could bounce a quarter off his hindquarters. So he makes a lot of sense here. He is keen. He is sharp, as we do see him kind of getting fairly revved up here actually now on the infield. So we'll see. And the horse that they have said constantly now that's going to give him a run for his money is Caddo River. And Caddo River, he's one that I saw as a 2-year-old. Boy, he's done well mentally. He's so much more relaxed here today. So, you know, it's interesting just watching these two horses because, like I said, Concert Tour, way more revved up. Caddo River, really relaxed, and he's done well. He's just kind of transformed into a more streamlined, athletic type. So I actually like what I'm seeing from Caddo River. I really kind of want to give him the benefit of the doubt, and it's going to be a great showdown between these two horses again, as number 1, Superstock might be the most impressive physically. Again, Steve Asmussen, horses do tend to look very good. But because he's such a bigger, bit heavier body type of animal, second off the bench, that last race may have set him up perfectly, to be honest. I love what I'm seeing from this guy as he currently sits at 18-1. And then number 4, Get Her Number, arguably having the toughest trip of anybody in that Grade 2 Rebel, also coming back in off of a 6-month layoff that day. Showed promise, already a Grade 1 winner, winning the American Pharaoh. And the argument could be made that he is more of a turf horse. I don't see that, to be honest. I do see a horse that is very fit, second off the bench, but I also see a horse that is very nervous. He got really washy. Nobody else has done that. I'll be perfectly honest, I am not dressed for the weather. It's gotten a bit chilly and windy here, so it is cool, and he is pretty hot. So we'll see. Peter Miller has opted to put the front wraps on him. He did say that he suffered a cut to one of his front ankles coming out of that race where there was a lot of contact in the stretch for him. So we'll see. He's a big price up there right now, though, Greg, so I don't want to try to talk anybody off of him if they like Get Her Number.
Yeah, huge price. He's 28-1 and 28-1 on a Grade 1 winner, by the way. Ended his 2-year-old campaign with this win in the American Pharaoh. And this is how he used to run. Up front, near the lead, on or near the lead. They tried new tactics in the Rebel. They're going to go back to what worked for him in their 2-year-old campaign today.
Yeah, and I think he'll be close. I don't think he's naturally faster than either Caddo River or Concert Tour, depending on if they decide to rate off of those two. But Get a Number will be closer. Again, these are prep races. You want to experiment on those days, not on the big day.
And, you know, Maggie mentioned the trouble in that Rebel Stakes, his 3-year-old debut. He did get bumped very soundly by Big Lake in the stretch, but he wasn't going to win that race anyway. Still, it was a rough stretch run for him.
Yeah, no, and it was. No doubt about that.
Here comes our post parade for the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. And our Derby Bankroll Builder finale of this popular Kentucky Derby Bankroll Builder promotion. Earn a $20 bonus for the Derby. All you have to do, bet $50 to win on anybody in the race, and win or lose, you score that $20 bonus to bet on the Kentucky Derby. Go to NyraBets.com for all the details. We'll start off the post parade here in a moment with the horse that Maggie said, at least physically, looked the most imposing, and that's Super Stock for Steve Asmussen, the one.
Yeah, and she made a great point. Has a race under his belt now, Superstock the one. Should improve off of that. Had to work his way through traffic in the Rebel. I think Superstock is definitely the horse I want to use underneath your big favorite.
It seems like a horse who definitely could improve. Second start of his 3-year-old campaign coming up. Caddo River we will see next for Shortleaf Stable, John Ed Anthony. And the son of Hardspun, trained by Brad Cox. Brad Cox, of course, already with 2 horses who are moving on to the Derby, including the 2-year-old champ, Essential Quality.
Yeah, and this is, Brad Cox's really first foray to the Kentucky Derby. He's going with a live hand. Caddo River showed great ability, both in his win at Churchill when he broke his maiden, and then coming back to wire the field in the Smarty Jones. They tried rating him. It didn't work. They're going back to his strength. When you got a fast horse, allow them to be fast. That's their weapon.
And you think Joel Rosario is going to allow Florent Giroux to just do his thing and sit off of him?
Yeah, I don't think he's going to give him a big head start, but
Sure.
I do think he'll allow him to lead and follow.
Bafford's other runner in here, who he says the more ground, the better for him, the son of Pioneer of the Nile, Hosier.
Yeah, rallied nicely to be second in the Rebel. I could see him rallying again to get a piece of it. Don't see how he can improve enough to beat his uncoupled stablemate.
Grade 1 winner of the American Pharoah. We just showed you that race to end his 2-year-old campaign. Peter Miller's Get Her Number. Of course, Peter Miller just won the Count Fleet with CZ Rocket, 26-1 on Get Her Number, and here he is.
Yeah, listen, this horse showed talent. He's won on turf. We saw a pretty good horse named Rock Your World win the Santa Anita Derby after starting his career on turf. I feel like this horse is kind of caught between a rock and a hard space, though. He's got speed, but he doesn't have that kind of speed, and does he want to get that involved, but he doesn't want to give them too much to do. I'm having a hard time seeing a trip for him.
Here's the main attraction, Concert Tour, undefeated in a career that began earlier this year, January the 15th, perfect 3-for-3 Concert Tour.
Well, Concert Tour has been impressive, was impressive in the Rebel. If he was to win in the same fashion he won the Rebel, well, Concert Tour becomes a rock star and maybe even your Derby favorite.
Those Silks, of course, crossed the Derby wire first with maximum security, only to get DQ'd. Last Samurai, 43-1 long shots for Dallas Stewart, who's had a history of hitting the board with long shots in the Kentucky Derby.
Dallas Stewart has an uncanny knack at getting horses to perform their very best on the big stage. They may not be good enough to win, but he was second in the Kentucky Derby with a big price several years ago. He's done that in the Breeders' Cup. He's a guy who knows how to get a horse ready for the big day.
Can Brad Cox turn the tables on Concert Tour with Caddo River? Let's go to Maggie Wolfendale.
And that is the big question here, as I'm pleased to be joined by Brad Cox. And Brad, first I kind of want to talk to you about this horse's progression. From 2 to 3, what have you seen with him?
You know, honestly, I've seen some change just since the last start in the Rebel. I think he's actually grown a little bit, filled out, and he's training well. He's always trained well. So, you know, from a physical standpoint, I've seen some improvements since the Rebel, just over the last 4 weeks. And, you know, he'll obviously need to move forward today to compete with Concert Tour.
And you're going from that inside post position.
That's the plan. I mean, obviously, Concert Tour is very fast. We saw that last time, and, you know, very little effort from Joel for him to get the lead last time. So, you know, our intent is to be obviously very forward, maybe hopefully on the lead, but we'll see. We'll see. That's our plan, is to get him away and get him involved.
Just not kind of get in his way
Yeah.
like we saw.
Yeah, exactly. Maybe Florian just kind of take a long hold of him, let him gallop along, and hopefully he can carry his speed around there. Obviously, Concert Tour can. He proved that last time, and we'll see. I mean, it'll be interesting. I think we'll know at the half-mile pole what's happening, who's going where, and it's going to be it's going to be an interesting race.
Brad, I don't want to get ahead of ourselves and overshadow this race, but next week in the $1 million Grade 1 Apple Blossom, your 2-time champion, Monomoy girl, coming back. She's going to work tomorrow in preparation for that effort.
Yeah, she's been training really well. She had a move last week at the fairgrounds. It was not published, but it was a fantastic breeze 2 weeks out. She was due to work this morning. We had a wet track. We put it off till tomorrow. We should have a great racetrack, and she's doing great. I'm very happy about getting her, giving her a chance at a Grade 1 at the age of 6, and she's really training well. Happy with her weight, her coat. She really looks great right now.
And she has so many fans that are really excited to see her next weekend. Brad, best of luck here in this Arkansas Derby, and hope to catch up with you a little later and definitely next weekend too.
Thanks, Maggie. I appreciate it.
All right, guys. Well, Brad Cox loaded with the Grade 1s here at Oaklawn. We'll see how Caddo River handles Concert Tour once again as they match up for this Grade 1 today.
Champion trainer from last year. That was a big achievement for Brad Cox, but he has never been to a Kentucky Derby. He's going to get there this year. He already has the 2-year-old champion, Essential Quality. He has Mandaloun. Now trying to get this horse there as well. But a new position for him to have some Derby depth and talent.
New position, but he seems so focused and so confident and kind of unflappable, really. And, he trained his first winner late in December of 2004. And it's been a steady progression and climb. In the last few years, it really took off. And people realize, hey, this guy can really train a racehorse.
And now he was just named champion trainer of 2020. Checking again with Jonathan Kitchen, JK, Concert Tour 1-5 as he tries to remain perfect here for Baffert.
Well, they like the silver hair at Oaklawn. Baffert wins a lot of races there when he ships, and obviously you're seeing that with the tote board. Here's the thing, and this is, I don't want to get too far into a what if, but if Concert Tour would have drawn inside of Cattle River, I can see the situation being able to kind of think how Cattle River could turn the tables, or like our friend Andy Serling was tweeting about, that he didn't think it's inconceivable that Concert Tour could engage Cattle River. I think being drawn outside, he doesn't have to make that decision as early as he would have if he was drawn inside. So, look, can it happen? Can two talented speed horses hook up at the 3/8 pole in the middle of the turn and set it up for a closer? Sure, it happens all the time. The problem that I have is that I don't think Concert Tour necessarily has to pull the trigger as early as you would need for a collapse to happen. I think he'll be able to sit comfortable, and I'm just not overwhelmed by any of these closers. I remember last time they ran, I predicted it was going to fall apart and a closer was going to win, and I couldn't have been more wrong. And this was the race where I felt like Concert Tour was really going to strut his stuff, and I think he will do that here today.
We'll see how it plays out. Bob Baffert had an odds-on favorite in the Santa Anita Derby. Granted, not with this kind of resume. That was Medina Spirit, who'd been beaten on a couple occasions by Life is Good, who's now off the Derby trail for Baffert. That didn't go as planned. So anything can happen in these races.
No, listen, no doubt. They've got to run the races. We can talk about it. We have opinions. The horses have the answers.
Let's go back to Maggie.
Mig, always with the prolific phrases. I love it, as number one. And the crowd getting excited here as horses do approach the gate for this perennial feature of Oaklawn racing, the Arkansas Derby. Number one, Superstock. He's just going to be my pick. I know it's a little bit of a stab in the dark, but 12-1 is looking a lot juicier than 1-5 on Concert Tour, and continued just to make the most favorable impression on me as number two, Caddo River. I talked to Brad Cox. I love the way he was moving over the track, Greg.
Maggie, thanks. It's the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby live on Fox Sports 2. Concert Tour trying to remain perfect for Bob Baffert and potentially move on to the Kentucky Derby as the favorite, depending on what happens here. Here's Vic Stauffer.
They're off. Concert Tour broke better than Caddo River, but Caddo River has asked for speed from the inside, and these two will match strides with 1 lap to go. And now Rosario is going to let Caddo River lead as he takes Concert Tour just back a neck behind. The other 4 are lined up. Superstock, Hosier, Get Her Number, who's bounced around a bit, and a 4 wide Last Samurai. So Caddo River will set the pace in the Arkansas Derby, and he is a 3/4 length leader over Concert Tour, who sits in second. Superstock, Hosier, and Last Samurai are next, and they're 2.5 from the front, and then 4 lengths back to Get Her Number as they head up the backstretch. Caddo River continues to lead with a menacing, undefeated shadow to the outside in Concert Tour. Caddo River to the 4.5, a half length in front of Concert Tour, who's just waiting for the go signal from Rosario. 2.5 lengths back. Hosier's between horses. Last Samurai's 3 deep. Superstock is at the rail. He's saved every inch of ground in 2.5 from the front. Get Her Number has trailed throughout. 3 furlongs from the money in the Arkansas Derby. Caddo River only leads by a head as Concert Tour turns up the pressure at the quarter pole. These two have sprinted 3.5 clear of Superstock. Get Her Number has moved from last to 4th, and 4 from the lead. Top of the stretch, Concert Tour confronts Caddo River. Caddo River tough to get by. Concert Tour is now taking the lead, and he's a 1.5 lengths in front, but Superstock is a fresh challenger in the center of the racetrack. And here comes Superstock outside of Concert Tour. Superstock has taken over the lead. Concert Tour has been defeated. Superstock, Ricardo Santana win the Arkansas Derby. Superstock beat Caddo River. Concert Tour faded to 3rd. Get Her Number was 4th.
A shocker in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. The first defeat on the resume of Concert Tour as Superstock delivers Steve Asmussen his 5th win in this race.
He worked out an absolutely beautiful trip, and things got pretty heated on the front end. Fast, early pace. Looked like Concert Tour was going to put away Caddo River, which he never could, by the way. Caddo River came back and beat him for second. This horse came out around them into the stretch and rallied past them. Fantastic job by Ricardo Santana, Steve Asmussen, and a fantastic pick by our own Maggie Wolfenbach.
Yeah, nice call, Maggie. What a performance from Superstock and Steve Asmussen. Ricardo Santana Jr. do it again here in the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby.
Leading trainer, leading jockey, they just worked out the epitome of a perfect trip. They let Caddo River and Concert Tour go out there and do their thing. Not exceptionally fast fractions for what appear to be some talented horses. And Caddo River, let's give him a little bit of love. As Meg pointed out, this horse was a half length down on Concert Tour, and he came back along the inside to regain second. But Superstock, that Rebel put him right where he needed to be as far as fitness. I had mentioned that he's just that big, kind of heavier horse. And Steve had the glint in his eye when I had talked to him about this guy earlier, that he was very, very confident in that they got what they wanted out of the Rebel. It wasn't too taxing of a race, but they got the fitness into him, and boom, they're on their way to the Kentucky Derby.
Yes, they are with Superstock. And he defeat Caddo River too. Big bounce back race from him. But this moment about this son of Dialed In winning at 12-1.
Absolutely. And Steve has got to be so exceptionally happy, not just for the victory, but this is for his father, Keith Asmussen, part owner of the horse with Irv Woolsey. And if you know the Asmussen family, they really are such a close-knit, tight family. I saw Steve's sons in the frame there by the winner's circle, his brother Cash, a champion jockey. Just this is an incredible story, and it's a feel-good story because it's a family of true horsemen and women that got this done.
And a Hall of Fame trainer who's done everything you can imagine in the sport except win a Kentucky Derby. We'll see if he can do it with this horse in 3 weeks' time, Maggie.
They just got the most rousing return and welcome to the winner's circle here from the hometown crowd. These are the hometown people. And Meg, as you were mentioning, it's a family affair here. The entire Asmussen family is here today. His sons, Eric and Keith, trackside. They've been following their dad around all day long. And Ricardo Santana, he has such a big fan base here that everybody's very excited to see him riding Arkansas Derby winner once again. So just a good moment, I think, for the people who are here throughout the season. So congratulations to all of them.
Jubilant Ricardo Santana Jr. These are the hometown heroes at this spot, no question.
Oh, please. It's like Batman and Robin, right? The Boy Wonder, Steve, and Superman. It's amazing. And, you know, Ricardo Santana, guy who wears his heart on his sleeve. Talk about jubilation. When he hit the wire, you could just see it. He almost lifted out of the stirrups. I get a big kick out of it because I've known Steve since he was a kid. I rode with his brother Cash, know his family, and I know how much this joint success means to them.
12-1, super stock. He's going to bring Steve Asmussen to the Derby. Go back to Concert Tour, though, for a moment. Is he a horse that has to be in front?
I don't think he has to be in front, but he got caught in that position where he was really pulling and chasing fast fractions. It was a complete opposite of the Rebel.
Winds up third. Caddo River hangs on for second. Super stock, winner of the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby. And it's on to Louisville in 3 weeks' time. Ricardo Santana Jr., well done. We'll be back with more right after this.
Eclipse champion Run Happy, a 3-time Grade 1 winner, record setter, and undefeated in sprint competition. Now his runners are winning from coast to coast.
And Hernandez Jr. Run Classic out to the maiden ranks at second asking, won by 4.
She's a happy girl, a 7-1 winner. She won by 2.5. Happy Champ is 3-5, and he's long gone. Happy Champ, the son of Run Happy.
Eclipse champion sprinter Run Happy, standing at Claiborne Farm.
It only takes 20 cents to take down an Empire. The Empire 6 is the 20 cents minimum bet with a 100% net pool payout every day at Aqueduct. The sequence is the last 6 races on the card with a 20% takeout each day at Aqueduct. Win big with 20 cents on the Empire 6. For details on the Empire 6, visit nyra.com/Empire 6.
Racetrack Television Network brings you every race, from every track, on every screen, every day. With monthly packages starting as low as $5, RTN gives you great value and access to more live HD streaming and race replays than anyone. Visit RTN.tv today to sign up and watch on almost any device, including Roku and Amazon Fire. Use promo code TRYRTN for a 5-day free trial.
Back on our live coverage from Oaklawn Park of the Grade 1 Arkansas Derby, that last stop on the road to the Run for the Roses, the first Saturday in May program brought to you by Naira Bets. Bet any track, anywhere, anytime. Download the app or go to NairaBets.com to get signed up and started. What a performance in here. Concert Tour defeated for the first time in his career. The Bob Baffert horse had to sit off of Caddo River early. We knew that was the intention from the connections to Caddo River early on, but Super Stock comes and gets them both.
Comes and gets them both under an absolutely perfect trip. And, I'm getting a kick out of it. We were watching on the feed. I saw Mr. and Mrs. Asmussen, who own the horse, Steve's mom and dad. They were kissing in the winner's circle. And how about the fact that Steve's son, Keith, won the Texas Futurity on this horse last year for his grandfather. He rode some horses with a break from college. Getting off the rail here was critical, wasn't it, for Ricardo Santana with Superstock when he angled out around Concert Tour. And you could see the horse kind of get that little extra burst of energy when he had all that racetrack in front of him. Really nice job by all the connections, and a real nice job. Maggie Wolfendale identifying a very live long shot.
Well, she is standing by with a winning rider, Ricardo Santana Jr. right now. Maggie?
Ricardo, a huge reception for you coming back to the winner's circle. What does it mean to win the Arkansas Derby for you?
Well, we was talking about this race since 2 weeks ago when the steed. We was happy how the horse was working, the last work. And this is a really big win for Steve Dad, owning, Steve training, and I'm really blessed to be the jockey that win the Arkansas Derby for them.
Well, an exceptional ride by you. Go get your picture taken once again. Congrats.
Thank you.
Well, guys, Ricardo Santana, such a hometown kind of hero, if you will, here, and especially for the Asmussen clan. Family affair for sure. And Superstock punching his ticket to that first Saturday in May, Greg.
I know that Oaklawn, the whole crowd, they're probably a little dejected after they saw Whitmore lose to CZ Rocket, but now this is one for the hometown team.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, Steve has made Oaklawn his winter base for a number of years now. Ricardo Santana, multiple leading rider championships there. And they're a formidable combination under any circumstances. And, you know, we talk about horses changing and how they develop and blossom at different times. The fact that Steve had been extremely happy with the way this horse had been training since the Rebel, he took that proverbial step forward. He started to get good at the right time.
That's just the second start of his 3-year-old campaign as well. So his third start is going to come in the Kentucky Derby. JK, is this a horse who could be a factor in 3 weeks' time in the Derby?
I feel like Andy Serling. No, I don't think so. I mean, it was congratulations to them today. This is a huge win for the connections. It's a big purse. On figures, at least what he's run before, speed figures, he's not fast enough. Now, if he jumps up today and has a really fast speed figure, well, I tell you what, maybe he is a horse you want to consider moving forward. I trust Steve Asmussen. He does such a great job. But I do have to say, goodness gracious, Maggie, that was phenomenal. Congratulations.
Yeah, what a pick. This horse looked physically the most imposing in the paddock warming up, and as a result of that, she decided to go with Superstock. $26.40 for the win. What a moment for these connections. Ricardo Santana Jr., he's sort of like an adopted son for Steve Asmussen.
Yeah, you could see. I mean, they have such remarkable rapport and confidence and trust in each other, and they both just do their jobs to the best of their ability, and they complement each other. What shouldn't be lost in this was how game the two, Caddo River, was to fight back to be second, because he was probably a half a length behind Concert Tour with the 16th to run.
Down on the inside, too.
Down on the inside. So that shouldn't be lost in all this. Caddo River was very game in defeat.
Here's again the winning move from Superstock. And as you mentioned, Santana moving outside of Concert Tour. Coming up right here was key.
And he had to guide him out. The horse was trying to lay in just a little bit. You're going to see as he's starting to collar Concert Tour, he's going to lay in a little bit again. You're going to see Ricardo kind of correct him again right there. You see how he, with his right hand, guiding him away from him. When you've got horses beat, the last thing you want to do is get down close to them. Just stay away from them. Go on by them. Mind your own business. Stay in your own lane.
Well, last weekend, yeah, Essential Quality won. He had to fight for it, but the other two major preps, they didn't make sense at all on the road to the Derby. Now another shocker here in this final prep for that first Saturday in May. Superstock gets those 100 points. We could see all three of these horses move on. Do you think the Connection Duff Concert Tour would want to continue on?
You know, it'll be interesting, I guess, to see how he comes out of it. But now you've got a case where a horse, when he made the lead, he relaxed. When he was laying second to a horse, he was pulling. He was too keen. And you'll see, he's going to brush the gate. Watch the 5. He's going to brush the gate a little bit at the break. The outside doors, it appeared to me. Just a little bit. You saw Joel Rosario get a little bit off balance there. He allowed him to run to the turn to make sure Caddo River went ahead. If you want to go ahead, but you need to go. Now watch when Joel takes a hold of him. He's reluctant to give up the lead. The horse wants to run. He has a target in front of him. It kept him keen. The first quarter was 22-3, and you could see, look at the different demeanor of the two riders. One's fighting and the other's a little bit more relaxed.
Exact reverse of what we saw in the Rebel.
Completely opposite of the Rebel, where Caddo River was the one that was pulling and rank, and Concert Tour was the one with his ears up in front. You get two horses like this that have pretty similar amounts of speed. They're going to cancel out each other consistently if they're in the same race.
Play it out differently. Had Joel Rosario gone on with it and said, I'm going to the front. I don't care what Cattle River does. Could we see more finish from that horse?
I think he would have had to go too fast. I mean, they went 22-3 in a 2-turn race that's extremely fast to begin with. What was he going to go 22-1? I just don't see how he could have won under that circumstance.
He's got the points to get there should Connections want to move on to the Derby Concert Tour. But right now, Superstock with that win, he moves into third on that Kentucky Derby leaderboard. You know he's going to move on. Essential Quality, of course, he will go to the Kentucky Derby as the favorite, undefeated as the 2-year-old champ.
Yeah, no doubt about who the favorite will be in the Derby. But as we see, it's a horse race. You never know what's going to happen.
It is going to be fun. 3 weeks away from that first Saturday in May. We are back tomorrow. More action coming up. We hope you join us. 1 Eastern start time on Fox Sports 2. We'll see you on Fox Sports 1 beginning at 4 Eastern time. In the Oaklawn Mile, wow, this was a thriller. Photo finish with By My Standards and Rushy, and it goes to By My Standards in his 5-year-old debut. Meanwhile, the Count Fleet, CZ Rocket does it again to hometown hero Whitmore, and in the Arkansas Derby, Superstock steps up and surprises as he moves on to Louisville in 3 weeks' time.